Morning, everyone. Are we all ready? Today's the big day in China. An exciting day. A game of impossibly high stakes for Rock and CC. The ability to win their group. The ability to avoid once again in the single elimination bracket. Morning, Cuban Readable. Morning, Cuba. Morning, Lemmy. Morning, Panda. That annoying. What's wrong with it, Oren? Like a cheeky mashup? Where am I going? What do I want? I want this one. I want regular season. Morning, Vilrot. Morning, Hyper Mega Muffin. Musket. A draw on push? Oh, good on you, Captain Ravage. Morning, Straight Error. I was actually hoping you were here, Straight Error, because for those who don't know... Ooh. Thank you, Juby.
How long is too long?
15 months. 15 months. Double check next month in case it's gone up to 16, but right now 15 months is too long. Hey, next afternoon. Hey, brown stuff in my pants. What was that? I'm actually glad you're here, Straight Error, because for those who don't know, Straight Error is the key holder. Straight Error has the key to the VLC. And we need the VLC. So we get the high quality stream. At a certain point, I could figure out how to do it myself, I'm sure. I think in reality, maybe I just need to replace part of a link with the other link. Wait, let me see if I can do it myself. Let me see if I can do what people are calling a problem solve. Thank you, Hyper Mega Muffin, as well. What's the new VLC? It's the link to watch the stream, basically, Oren. So let me go to the Billy link. Let's see. Hold on. It's important. I learn things. I'm of the age now where it's. I think it's time that I start learning to do things by myself. Let's see. All right. Just to be fully clear, I'd have it on standby, Stray Error, because it's not going great. Let me think. I need the Billy link. And I need to put it in this bit here. Hold on. Let me see if I can do it. I want to just copy. And I thought learning. I mean, I've not achieved anything yet, so you might be correct here, Vilrot. Nah, I'm pretty stumped, actually. I'm pretty stumped. Nah, I'm pretty stumped. I need you to save me. Yeah, let's do that, Stray Error. I feel like I can see the bit of code that I think I need to replace with the Billy live link, but I don't know how to get the Billy live link. Like, I'm on the... Let me show you what I'm working with. I'm on the Billy site, but obviously this doesn't feel like... I feel like I'm on like a shortened version of the site. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. I mean, to be fair, that one actually... where am I going? That. Oh, there we go. Can you guys... Or maybe my browser's in the way. Hold on. Oh, I find it back. We can see. Oh! Thank you, Plate of Suki. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Just in time for the start of Chinese Overwatch. By the start, I mean we're on a 10-minute countdown. We're at the start. Good games today as well. Thanks for the raid. He streamed more time than Hunter. Yeah, Hunter messaged me this morning. I don't know if anyone caught the flash in the pan Hunter stream this morning. But he said he turned the stream on, and then immediately his mate came in and started twisting his arm. And they were going out. And then, you know what they say about rubber arms? Rubber-armed Hunter, easy to twist. 14 minutes is what he got to? Wow, 14 minutes. 14 minutes work. What am I doing? I then... Don't need this. Don't need this. Do need this. Can have it on a kind of low volume. Here we go. Thanks, MD. Good to see you. Yeah, Hunter got a cheeky 14 minutes in before dipping. Merry Christmas. It's not Christmas where I live right now, but if it's Christmas where you live, Merry Christmas. Once we're done with a 10-minute cooldown, then a 5-minute map picks and bans, we get immediate 10-minute pause. Nah, the Chinese stream's good for it. When they tell us a time, the time's normally accurate. Got the most important match today? We certainly do. For those who are not in the know, let me put you in the know. We're currently in the group stage. We're currently on day 3. We're going to have Blade versus Equal, which is a game of minimal importance. Maybe just a separation of... I mean, it's the difference between making top 6 and not top 6. And maybe not no importance, but not as exciting. Then once again versus Team XX. Team XX are one of the better teams in Group B. But once again are also just colossally better than everyone else in the region. But then we get the big one, Rock versus CC, which is the battle for the top of Group A. But it's not just important because it's the battle for the top of Group A. What it means is if you are to win Group A, you go to this side of the bracket and it's single limb playoffs. And on the opposite side of the bracket, the winner of Group B will most certainly be once again. So if you come second in Group A, you have to run the gauntlet. Now, your only way to get top 2 in the region, the only way to qualify for Hangzhou is to beat once again. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to have to go to past once again. So we need... Well, both teams need to win this game desperately. Very much, I think everyone's of the same sentiment here that these are the 2 best teams in China outside of once again. So, super important game today. That'll be our 3rd game of the day as well. So we'll ramp up nicely to it. I've just got to get that cheeky panhandling going. Ni hao, Goofy. Oh, Shino's ball. Chris might be onto something. Yeah? Chris, normally onto something, isn't he? Normally good for it. Has anyone watched Uncoachable now? It came out... It was out on Patreon on Thursday. Came out on YouTube and Spotify yesterday. You need a heavyweight version of the Client of the Week t-shirt. But I've not looked at the merch store in ages. I don't think we sell many, if I'm being honest with you. You have, yes? Good episode? Yeah, I thought Kufa was good for it. Enjoyed having Kufa on. Bit of an insight into Nightmare. Funny guy as well. This week. You bought a hoodie? You did. You're one of the good ones, Oren. I like the Reddit segment. Yeah, the Malga bit seemed to be the most controversial bit of it all for some reason. I should start karma farming on Reddit. Yeah, well, maybe what I'm doing here is I'm just I'm extending it. They're karma farming, then I'm rage farming off them. Good for saying face fucks every time he spoke. we had a problem because every time our producer helps us go from the episode, gives us like a list of quotes that he thinks might be good for the title. The problem is a lot of the best stuff Kufa said had the word face fucked in it. And we can't put face fucked in the YouTube title or they'll demonetize us. So I was like, surely he said something without the word. He must have said 1 or 2 sentences without the word face fucked in them. But, you know, you work with what you got. You work with what you got. Yeah, I think the Aussie vernacular, I mean, not wrong. Why does Chris look AI generated? That's just how he looks. He doesn't look AI generated. But yeah, I think... What was it? There was one... I saw one comment that was about the Crazy Raccoon Falcons thing, you know, saying, oh, it's just, you know, seeing the same two teams again. And the kind of sentiments of their argument. And to be fair, people were going to, like, actually expand on their argument. You know, the comments that piss me off the most are normally just the ones that are just, like, throw away. Boring, die, kill Malga, blah, 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 blah. You know, like, it's kind of like, oh, you're not really trying to do anything. You're just moaning out loud. I realize the art is a complain about a complainer section. But with the Crazy Raccoon Falcons one, people's counter-argument when they sort of expanded on it was, I was much better in Overwatch League when there was sort of all these multiple top teams and there were 3 or 4 teams and any one of them could win, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. That is better. Everyone would enjoy... If we went into Hangzhou and all 8 teams had a reasonable chance of winning or even like a bit of an outside shot at winning, well, set ourselves up for a great tournament. But, you know, we have to live in the real world. Take what you can get. Enjoy what's there. Other interest, it's an interesting storyline that they have this great rivalry as well, you know? Take it for what it is. Same thing with people who complain about career spots. Yeah, there's an element of... There is a better version. There is a higher tier, a higher, you know, a more entertaining version. But... the event. Which is, sure, yeah. But are you paying for that? Am I paying for that? Who's paying for this? Agree with the idea. Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool? What if? Wouldn't that be cool? It would. But money speaks, unfortunately. You all should watch The Studio with Seth Rogen. Yeah, my fiance's been really keen to watch that, actually. I've downloaded... I mean, I've legally purchased... Cut it. I've legally purchased the first 2 episodes of that. Phew, I think hopefully there's... No police are awake at 9 in the morning, so I think I'm okay. I'm pretty sure the law doesn't apply until 9 AM on a Saturday. Beg for funding from the lizard people? We'll move swiftly on. Yeah, we could try. The lizard people are known to be quite benevolent. People should be more realistic? Yeah. And I think, honestly, a lot of the sentiment about Malga falls into the same category. When people are sort of just saying it's boring and all this. And there were a couple of comments that actually took the argument a step further, almost, in terms of trying to expand on, here's the bits I don't find interesting about the composition and the compositional matchups. It's like, okay, that bit I can sort of have an argument. The bit that just doesn't sit well with me is people who don't like it. What we're talking is subjective here, right? What's your favourite hero to watch? Everyone's going to have a slightly different answer. What's your favourite type of comp to watch? People might have a slightly different answer. It's all subjective. But I feel the vast majority of the people making this point or having this argument don't put their point forward as a subjective argument. They're just, this is boring. It needs to change. And I was like, just because you don't like something, it has the same vibe to me when people argue about music or something. This, I think I've used an example before, but like, this genre of music is shit. It's boring. This genre of music, now this is good music. And it's like, it's just different people's opinion, you know? You wouldn't say, I don't like country music. They should get rid of country music. I can't believe people are still listening and consuming country music. We should have more interesting music being made. All that money they're spending on country music, spend it on more interesting music. Who even got the client of the week? We just shut it down. We just shut it down before Chris got started on the moon. Yeah, and the people who say Mauga meta is hard to watch. Okay, all of Overwatch is hard to watch. It's a messy game. It's a complicated game. So I don't think it's inherently harder than any of the others, so I don't buy that. And also, the main point, I feel like the main point, the biggest thing, cheers, Oren. The main point of the entire episode, or I say the entire episode, or the entire, the main point of that section of the client of the week, maybe we probably went off on a bit of a tangent anyway, but maybe the original point, that was the reason it came up, was everyone was complaining about Mauga meta. But that was only true in EMEA. Did Nightmare and SSG, did they play that much Mauga on that final weekend? Did Korea play that much Mauga in the entire weekend? Or was it just one of the comps in play? In North America, they bloody wouldn't go near Mauga for more than like a couple of minutes. So I was like, all of a sudden, when you complain about Mauga meta, and he only appears in one of the regions heavily, and he's a guest cameo at best in North America, and a bit part player, or maybe like a third at best in Korea, just feels like it's just not true. Because people make this argument. This is one I actually want to show you this one as well. Because, you know, we talked before about subjective, right? Subjective facts. Subjective point of views.
Are you going to go stream the Soup Cup playoffs?
I am, GIF. Yes, I am going to co-stream them. We're co-streaming all of them. I don't know if Unter will be available, but I'll be co-streaming them. So, they're PTSD from past Mauga metas. Yeah, I'm just overreacting, but people say past Mauga metas, right? This is... Because we talked about a lot of subjective opinion, and ultimately, if you have an opinion on a subjective thing, nobody can actually tell you if you're right or wrong. It's just a differing opinions on a subjective thing. But when people talk about previous Mauga metas, right? I'll show you. This is the comp database. There's a lot of Mauga, right? We had NRG throwing some curveballs that changed the comps in a couple of maps, but we were Mauga heavy, right? 100%. We're in a pretty heavy Mauga meta, right? Mauga is this color. You can see this color in lots of places. And people say, oh, all these bloody majors on Mauga. All these bloody majors on Mauga. But if I go to Dallas and I do the same thing, do we have some Mauga? We certainly do, right? But then this SSG versus NRG series, Mauga on one round, right? Obviously, we're in the early stages here. Toronto versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds tried a bit of a Mauga, a bit of a Sigma. Like we're talking one map Mauga, two map Sigma here. You know, so this Mauga is at Nislan. What transpired was the finals was a Mauga final, right? But, you know, we see like M80 leaning into the Mauga quite a lot here. SSG played Reinhardt, blah, blah, blah. And then as we get deeper in the tournament, right, we get the two Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon ones that these are very heavy Mauga mirrors, right? We get a bit of Winston mixed in there in some places, etc. But only 2 out of 8 teams were running majority Mauga. It did so happen as it was the 2 best teams. So we got the upper bracket final and the grand final were both Mauga. But would you really define this tournament as a Mauga tournament? I don't know. To me, this looks like different regions coming in with different takes on the meta. They all come together. And then they see who has the best meta read, or who has the right comp, essentially. Sigma the most picked tank at the event? Yeah, it's somewhere between Maugus and Sigma, I think. There's a decent amount of RAM. So, yeah, so it's not like Mauga was no part of this, I'll agree on that. Yeah, so, obviously Stockholm, 100% correct. That was super. Oh, I'm saying this right. Destined MP? Hey. So yeah, Stockholm, of course, absolutely. Not trying to debate that one. But this one that everyone says was so Mauga heavy, I don't think it actually tracks from memory, right? Like the finals was a Mauga heavy final, sure. But you got to bear in mind, Dallas, this is when Malga, this was like when Malga first came, not first came out, but was first prevalent in pro, right? So basically, I've maybe scrolled too far, but basically what you're looking at here is each map, each round, and then the comps both teams played on every round. Can you see what maps were won from Malga? Not yes in terms of individuals, right? But not in like an overall percentage, which would be significantly more helpful. But yeah, you know, like definitely some Malga, but we also saw plenty of variety at this LAN. Love the singular Roadhog map in there. I mean, Jumpin made it work, didn't he? People will remember that city centre. How long till games? We're probably like 5 or 10 minutes out. It was another Amalgameta earlier in the year. Yeah, in one of the stages, right? Was it stage 2, I want to say, maybe? Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was stage 1. No, it wasn't stage 1. Was it stage 3, maybe? Was it stage 1? Was it stage 1, but then it got nerfed, right? Was that when it got stage 1, but it got nerfed partway through, so it wasn't by the time we got to the stage 1 finals? Because stage 1 finals, I remember that was Twisted Minds versus Ents, right? And to be, I think KSA played a bit of Malga, but I think it was mostly Ram being played by Bess and that. I think people like the pop-off moments from DPS. I mean, I can see, you know, again, we're getting sort of a subjective category here, but a lot of Malga that we've seen recently has been played with Genji Sojin, no? Do Genji and Sojin not fit for bill? I also think both Asia lands were Amalgameta, no? No, it was Orisa. It was a big Orisa. Do you not remember that? It was like a sick game. Hold on, let me find it. We go to South Korea. I don't know if all of South Korea is up to date. Where am I? Stage 1. Stage 1 Grand Finals. This was all Orisa. Let's see. Was this Asia playoffs? Hold on. Yes, it was all Ram. You know? Yeah. Bit of Malga here. This was just in like a last chance qualifier. Yeah, I mean, I find it hard. I mean, it's not unreasonable not to be able to remember as well. It was like a long time ago, and I'm sure we've all watched a lot of Overwatch. But I just don't buy into it. Like, maybe this one here. This was the group stage, though. So there was a group stage where it was really Malga Sims Sojin for, like, I guess, what feels like a weekend. Yeah, there was a weekend. There's a weekend. Maybe this was when Malga was broken. Back in March. So, yeah. So, you know, again, people are allowed their own subjective opinions. That's the nature of subjectivity. And if you find other things more interesting, etc., so all perfectly fine. But I'm just I'm looking at the facts here, and when people are telling me, you know, all of this, we've had it all year, I don't think it's true. And when I look at the data, it doesn't seem to be true. You're allowed to not like something, but I think, particularly as well, if everyone's just watching something and enjoying something, and you come in and you're like, this is boring, you know? Who wants to hang out with that person? Who wants to go to the gig if your mate's just going to complain they don't like the band or something? This music's a bit shit, isn't it? My favourite band. Oh, come on, mate, I like this band. Let's just enjoy it, we're here. Feelings don't often align with facts. Yeah. So, I mean, people within their right, but yeah, doesn't line up for me, right? Doesn't line up for me. The amount of Malga we've seen, I don't think has been egregious. I think it's been overblown. So I think that was the main sentiment, was pushback against that, essentially. Would you put a percentage on how much a tank has to be played before calling it, for example, Malga tournament? I think we've got to be over half, right? If over half the teams are running a hero as their primary comp, or the comp they use the most, I think that's like, we're in that meta, you know? I think sometimes people fall into the trap of wanting to define a meta when there is no clear meta. Like at Stockholm, easy example, right? We're in a Malga meta. Season 5 playoffs. Easy. We're in a Winston Reaper Sojourn meta, right? Because everyone's playing that comp a bit. But my favorite band? Yeah, Bleachers. Bleachers is probably a good shout. Either Bleachers or the Naked and Famous. Probably lean towards Bleachers, though. But... and obviously, they're objectively the best band. I'm sure we can all agree. But, so yeah, so if we got to sort of like over half the teams, I mean, obviously, if the better teams run it, they'll get to play more games in the tournament, so we'll see it more of the tournament, etc. But I think if most of the teams have come to a consensus on the meta, and when I say meta, it sort of has to be one comp as well, right? Like, I think, you know, when we watched Nightmare play SSG in the North America finals this year, was there a meta, or were they all just playing a bit of everything? I should have said La Seraphine. Fuck. Another sponsorship opportunity through my fingers. Has every team... This isn't massive delays. No, there's normally like a sort of 10-20 minute break between games, but it's been pretty consistent for it. You know, this isn't too dissimilar to how the other regions start, right? Well, the show will start and then there'll be like the pre-show essentially, and then the match itself starts a bit afterwards. If the meta goes back towards Hazard, could once again beat Falcons? Yeah, I mean, I think if they start to play, if these versions of the comp become like Hazard versions, Winston versions become better, this is only going to work more in once again's favor than Falcons. Pretty even on the Preds. Are both of these teams good or shit? This is the battle for third, fourth in the group. So we're more towards the worst side of that equation. We've seen some dodgy moments from both of these teams. We've watched a large amount of equal. We can talk about this more as well. Like, it's like a big subject, and it is interesting. But we can talk about this more later, because I think maybe it was Oren who brought it up as well. But about there's an element of how this product is portrayed as well on the broadcast and informed, you know. And if people are struggling to understand, what you want to do is you want to help them understand, right? If you're the broadcast, anything you can do to educate or provide insight or make it easier to watch, show the things that are cool, you know. A lot of these things are cool, they're just not always the most obvious things in the same way. But big conversation, so we can always come back to it later. For now, though, we've actually got some bloody Overwatch to watch. I promise you, it won't be boring. Blade versus Equal, the battle for third and fourth in the group. Remember, obviously... Let me try and get the volume right. There we go. Remember, third place goes through to the playoffs, gets top 6. Fourth place does not get out at all. So, plenty to play for. Starting on Bull Diva here, and Flicker's going to find Fari actually straight away. Move over towards point now. Ekka's going to be forced out. Dashes into a wall, but Amolka's actually found the Ana picture and all of this, so they sort of started leaning over towards point Blade, but they kind of left. They left their backline behind. That's going to be easy pickings for Equal. Slam's going to come through. They're chasing down this Echo. Obviously, you see the shields on the Echo from the latest hotfix patch. Slight little buff for Echo. Quality of life change. Gets that regen a bit quicker. Now in control of the point, they only conceded 9%. Equal don't have any ults yet, but neither do Blade. So another full neutral as we're going to try and take space of the courtyard area here. Wen doesn't get all that close to the backline. He's going to try and come through left. Pride's taking a lot of damage. Wen's actually gone deeper behind. He's rotating his entire backline here. They are trying to clear the U, and Pride's found a kill off the back of this. They need to get back a little bit here, Equal. They can stall out the point. Misses the dash here onto the Echo. Needs to be careful not to get punished. Ek down to 62 HP as Blade are now going to take space on point. There's a sleep on Wen in the back, and Mokka's traded the Ana during all of this. They have conceded the flip, but now they've got their spawn back. They're back to full strength here, Equal. 5 players and a D-Mech onto Wen. Seems very scattered fighting right now. Everyone just chasing each other around different portions of the map. Both Anders feeling a little bit out to dry. Mokka's going to get a cheeky boot to finish the cleanup on this kill. Back in control of point equal. Trying to catch this Echo. Boot out here. Fly into the sky. Pride does have the copy if he gets in trouble. He's looking for a kill first though. Ek is low. Gets the copy. Wants to chase this Genji down all over Ek. Suzu comes through. And Pride, he can't find the kill. He's forced out of copy. He's forced back. He doubles down. He wants this Genji kill. He will get this Genji kill. He's going to put the stickies on Flicker as well. And he's created a lot of space here, Pride. He will die for it. But Mines have bought valuable time for equal. Lavender's low. He'll get finished off by Wen. Mokka tried to come and help him out, but Wen goes down. Nano available for Remedy right now as they continue to try and get themselves back on this point. But Mokka can stall it out for a while. Has to be cautious of the sleep. Just try to give him a little drive-by. Doesn't want to get caught. Ek's going to get a touch. They actually rally for this. The bash comes through. They don't give a kill onto Ek, though. They've lost Flicker in main. And alright, the rally kind of gets value in a roundabout way. They win the fight, but actually Mokka's got a booper for Matt. How's he done this? All of a sudden, just when it was going so well for Blade, it's all going to fall apart. Fari's going to get naded. Has to slide back. Remedy in big trouble. The Nano comes out as it phases. Nano overclock, but is anyone even here? Oh, X coming in with the Nano Blade. Takes care of Viana. Turns his attention to the Sojourn. Gets taken down by Pride, though. An exchange of Nano boosted ultimates, but Fari comes out on top. Wen is keeping this backline contained at the choke. Mokka will be forced out as well. And Blade right back in this one. Now holding close, they have the self-destruct, but not a whole lot else. Wen's going to have to take big responsibility here to try and shut down Flicker's overclock as they use that one to retake. Pride has the copy very soon if they want to double down on that. They're going to give a bit of space here. Play the far angle instead. Wen gets all over that Sojourn. He's awfully close. He will get demexed here. They need to make sure he gets back in mech, but Flicker just gets the kill. The rest of the team had backed up to point here. Different ideas. Wen tried to double down there. The rest of the team had gotten out. Wen could have just played it slower. Now, tank advantage. Rolling through. Looking for the boop. Mokka doesn't get it. He has Mines for the point as well. Mines coming through. Fari is awfully low. He will die. Backline is contained on the coast now. Mokka will struggle to get these kills, but it's actually a copy. There's a copy Venture and a copy Tectonic Shock on the go. Pride has found one in the middle. Mokka's still trying to harass the backline. Catch the Echo on the way out. Can't, though. We're getting to last fight territory now. EMG and Mulga, he has the Kitsune Rush. It comes out on point. They're going to focus down that Diva. Diva's taken down immediately. Suzu onto the baby, but Remedy now has no defensive cooldowns left. And Ek is just going to take care of everything on this Venture. Kitsune Rush to force point. The ult at just the right time. And Ek will get the cleanup.
交的有点亏了，后面的雪球被对方滚起来了。是 ，Blade 这边其实想要断掉对方加速打一个全员突进的这样的一个思路，但英国这边的话选择是稳扎稳打，在点内去找机会卡住位置，有抹茶的电力禁区，先去拖点位的优势 ，CC 的一个探起，去钻对面的后排。是。来到控制中心
Tight one. I feel like both teams had some struggles playing these sort of Anakiri backlines here. Often you end up with two very sort of disparate groups. Felt like Remedy was left behind a few times. It was no surprise. Actually, once Remedy started going Kiri, started to feel a little bit better because all of a sudden Remedy has a bit more independence there. Can play for his own life, TP to another area, keep up with his team. Over onto Control Center now, so a very different look. It's going to be Junker Queen from Wen, but Mokka's Orisa is going to match up pretty nicely into this. Cass is the choice for Fari as well. Contained up a choke for now. Mokka's going to make the aggressive move, and Flicker finds the rail in main. Takes all the attention. Slash comes out here. When trying to trade it, and Pride's actually found Lavender, but knife back in is going to kill Mokka as well. They got the initial pick, but the punish is there. Knife is going to be deflected. And the rest of Equal will get out, but all of that happened before the first flip here. Back in control of a point. Typically, you'd really feel like Orisa, very much ability to interrupt, ability to deny a lot of these slashes, can really interrupt a lot of what the Junker Queen wants to do. Looking to push in main here. Dash through. Shout comes through from Wen now. They're trying to turn onto this Junker Queen, and Fari finds the pick on Ek. Did make that swap onto Sojourn himself as well here. They'll be forced back off the back of that Genji pick. Suzu out as well. Mokka will spin out. Back at the choke. And Blade now didn't lose anyone in that previous fight. Happy to take a bit of a step forward. Knife into Mokka has forced all of these cooldowns, so we'll have to slow it down for a second really till he gets to fortify. Deflex coming through. Emolga nearly has this Kitsune Rush. Blade have to be ready to disengage this. If they get caught by this Kitsune Rush, they've got no way to really respond or fight on it. Have to give a bit of space until they get ultimates. Dash through, more pressure onto the Junker Queen. Now the Kitsune Rush to keep chasing. Wen is going to be in more trouble. They continue to try and disengage. Javelin out, but Wen's found cover behind the point. They want to keep pushing, bullying back, but they've weathered the storm. They've survived this one. Pride's going to dive back in with a blade all over the Juno. Suzu is really good, though. The Juno's got away. The Orissa's helped too. Slashing at everything, but nothing will die. He's taking a chunk of everyone. No deaths, though. The repush for Rally keeps going, though, and the Rally will get the job done. They were also low after that blade. The Rally will finish the job. Ends up being one ult more expensive than a blade would have liked. The big picture, it was 2 ults for 1 ult. Now we're going to get to the big ult portion of the fight. We're looking at 2 rays of, well, a ray on both sides. Terra Searcher combined with that ray, Blade to combine with that ray. The Junker Queen ult for Rampage. It can do a lot here because it can anti-people stop that ray pocket. For now they're being cleared at the choke. Overclock to start it from Farry. Mocha will just be DPing out. They're all in a corner. They need to burst out of here. The ray to turn the corner. Mocha catches one. Terra Surge coming through. Flicker will finish the other one up. They catch him. There was a Junker Queen ult in that. Didn't even see it go off. And they win the ult turn massively there. You saw equal. They try and disengage the first ult, but they know Blade are still coming, so they realise they're going to have to ult round the corner. They sucker them in, and then all of a sudden that powerful combo. 3 ults back round the corner. Explosive. And they regain control of the point. Now Ray advantage for Remedy coming back. They've taken the Diva swap as well here. Genji trying to come in the flank. Ray push coming through. Has to be a disengage here from Equal. Trying to play for Emolga's Kitsune Rush. They can repush with Kitsune Rush very soon. Ek has the blade quicker than Pride as well. So eyes over to Ek as his Kitsune Rush is on point, creating a bit of space. Ek looking for an opportunity with a final blow here. Spots him on the flank. Brig is there. Dash back. Chases him with the slash. Catches him with it as well. Looking for more damage onto the DPS. Big deflect. Mocha is still pushing. They only lose 1, but they've given it out. Now coming back with a blade of their own. Our attention turns to Pride. Ooh, a bit of a pick out of nothing. Super important for Equal. They had no ults to respond to this blade, so this pick will buy him valuable time to build up ults. Still need 35% for Bravo. Remember, it's 99% for Blade here, so Equal can't afford to lose the point. Pride's found his way through this right-hand side as well. They're trying to back up. They're trying to keep space. Wants to come through White Room instead. They're all quite close still, but they've got eyes on White Room. They should know they're coming here. The Blade's going to come through now. Full Matrix onto that Blade. All over the Sojourn. Double slide. Gets away. Turns his attention to the Genji. Can get it. Flicker trades 1 though, so 4v4 situation after this Blade. Mocha's awfully low. They will give a retake though. Ray came out from Lavender, but it's just not quite in time. Still battling away in it is Flicker. He's got the overclock as well, but he's got to do everything. He's got a Kitsune pocket, but he needs to kill the tank. He needs to kill everyone else. And Fari wins the duel with an overclock of his own. Mocha's back on the ball looking for a fast touch. Can't get it. And Blade will tie us up 1-1.
其实，在中间那段，Eco 是有找到自己的一个节奏，能稍微扳回来一点点能量上的劣势的。但是后面来看的话，还是Blade这边找到了机会。是，主要还是在前2波团战，自己这边的能量劣势比较的大，而且对方这手的女王打的他们有点没有意想得到啊。而且还是那个老问题，其实。
And so we're going to come down to Garden. Interesting that we've seen them essentially win on 2 different versions of the comp. The Control Center, the Brawlier, who is talking like Orisa, Junker Queen, going more the way of Blade. This type of comp though, when we played a bit more of the Anna Brig, Anna Kiri back on Night Market, this did go the way of Equal. Diva versus Ball here. Ek back onto the Venture. Swapped onto this late on the Night Market and found really good value. You can see already Ek has taken this position on the Dojo side here. Wants to get close to the backline. Mocha's going to roll through. Dink. A bit of a damage onto Flicker, forces him back. Disruptor shot out here. They need to keep eyes on Ek. I think they know he's on the flank here. Mocha's with him though, so they can't dislodge him right now. They can go do something about us if they want, really, Blade. Boops Invo into the room with the Venture. Needs to be careful. He doesn't get isolated there. Fari down to half HP. Ek is going to get punished, though. Nade comes out. The Anna Brig backline holds strong. Now damage onto Emolga. They try and back up. But that Venture kill should keep them contained. You can see Mocha rolling out now as well. Having a little bit of trouble on the side here. There we go. He's up. He's up. And there'll be a retake situation. for equal.
两边的话都是安娜加小珍。
Nano advantage for Remedy as well. Could send this one straight through onto Wen. Just try and hit this backline. Or even onto the Genji. Multiple options here. But also for Blade, they have complete control of the point. It's a white retake coming out from equal. So they can slow this game down as well. It's hard to force this objective. A nade comes through onto a Mulga, but Flicker's found the perfect opening. This is going to maybe rush Remedy as soon as he gets this Nano to drop it in to try and turn this fight back in their favor. Rally's shortly to follow, but Lavender's caught up on this Nano charge. A little bit close here. The Nano comes out. It's a double Nano as well. Remedy's going to kill at Mulga. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Still looking for this Brig. Venture's causing him all sorts of havoc in the backline. They've traded backlines here. Ek now fighting this Genji. Has to fight everyone, though. Slam comes through, looking for the Ana on the coast here. Ek will take care of that one. Now a 2v2. Limited healing for both teams. Pride is low, and the Venture's just so good in these scraps. When he gets to these 3v3, 2v2 situations, the extra shield ends up doing so much. They force for self-destruct, but they don't have the point here. Nade onto the backline here, wanted to chase down this Sojourn, drops the tectonic shock, but he jumps over the last one. Oh, X saw the opportunity. It's a nano tectonic shock, but they'll kill the Diva at least, but that ends up being so expensive right at the end for equal.
其实刚刚贝的人弹损还是蛮大的，刚那波交核爆强行保护，我其实没有太看懂。
Now, lots of ults to worry about here. They're going to retake from white there as well here, Blade. Trying to get their backline into that position. They've got their DPS ults, maybe an overclock to start the fight. Rally as the damage comes in. But Equal can slow this down. They can drop mines on the point, making that Rally hard to do anything with. DPing this overclock. You see Fari making his way down the side of a point right now. Trying to find an opening. Rally to start it actually from Nuoran. Mines come off. Ek has been separated and taken down by Wenger and all of this. Mines on the point now are slowing him down, but Nuoran he's managed to kite out coast, and they've regrouped behind the point here. So Mokka's not going to get a whole lot of value out of these mines. He's bought some time, but Fari gets booped in, gets bashed as well. They will lose Wen's mech. The Rally from Amolga catches that one. They're pushing in, still has this overclock. They're going to try and blade instead. Pride pulls out the nano blade. Good for one. Looking for another key target. Only a ball to slash, though. The Ana and Sojourn are so far away, and these backlines dealing with this Venture. Pride displays discipline there, not leaping in for a kill. Instead, just letting these backline deal with that threat. But they need to clear this ball off point because Mokka's buying so much time. But now Pride goes forward. He's got full packs as well. Good fight from Pride there. Playing around his team's timing, being aware that his team are busy peeling something, so just slowing it down, so even though it feels like he waits for tail end of his ult, he is able to not make that aggressive move until his team is ready. They get control of point. Early pressure from Pride. A little bit deep in here, doesn't have dash for another 2 seconds. What? Should be okay. 55 HP, we'll get out. Nano and mines for this retake. Could even Nano overclock here, actually. Tectonic Shock's really close. Equal have a lot of ults for this retake. The overclock comes out early from Fari. They're going to mines in response. Catches a mine on the way past Fari, but just survives. And these mines haven't achieved a whole lot of anything. They're trying to peek up a choke now. Flicker's got this overclock to try and muscle their way through. But look at Wen. He's just containing all of them. The Rally comes through as well. Slide through from Flicker. Misses the shot. He's going to get naded. He's so low here as well. He's trying to look for an opportunity, but his team's getting taken down as they come in. Nano out from Remedy onto Fari now. And he's going to clean everything up. And Blade are looking good for this now. Oh, they had such an overwhelming ult bank. Mines don't really create a lot of space. Then they dive in as well. The overclock doesn't find anything. The mines didn't find anything. But Nano couldn't find anything. It was that shot, because if he kills that Sojourn in that moment, then all of a sudden he can keep peeking. He's swinging the Ana, he's putting that Ana under pressure. Way more opportunities, but... Comes down to these type of things, doesn't it? Small margins, and it feels like... I don't want to jinx it. I really don't want to jinx it. It feels like we're in a point where we got ourselves a game here. That was pretty close.
而且，其实特别还有一点要聊的就是eco，今天他们在2张地图上2波团战都是这个团战打赢了，但是点位是被对方踩走了，其实很多的时候也正是因为
Is it a hot take to say I think Stalker is better than Proper on every single hero 9% of the time? I mean, like, 99% is hyperbole. There's probably, like, a few more, like, there's, like, a handful. Like, Genji's the obvious one. Reaper is probably better for Proper as well. Yeah, I mean, maybe 99% wasn't as big a stretch as I thought. Yeah.
可能因为这些队员之间的磨合程度不够，所以今天你很难看到有效的破坏球的集火在啊。
我们来看一下第一场比赛的精彩回放。
What about Cass? No idea, really. Actually, no, Stalker played a lot of Cass on... Do you remember when we had that Orisa Genji meta at the end of last year? I feel like Stalker played a fair amount of Cass. Was he on Ashe for that? I wish my memory worked. Yeah. I mean, there's probably like some more heroes in the mix, right? In terms of heroes we just don't see that often that are harder to judge. But in terms of like the main heroes, right? We're talking like Genji, Tracer, Echo. Tracer, Echo. I go Stalker on that one. Sojin. I think I'd go Stalker. You know, there probably was a time when it was closer, but I feel like more recently, all of the hit scans are actually better for Stalker.
国服回归，赛事重启。2025国服赛区已正式成为守望先锋冠军系列赛全球范围内第4个独立赛区，并与北美赛区、亚太赛区、欧中非赛区一起，在全年的3场全球线下。
Will Champions Clash have an English broadcast? Yeah, so there'll be both. The event itself, from what I understand, so there's only they didn't brief me fully, but I've only heard bits from other people. The event itself in China, I think, is going to be ran mostly by NetEase and I guess their production studio. So there'll be a Chinese broadcast on site in person, and they'll be hosting most of that. There is going to be an English language broadcast with the normal desk of a broadcast that you would expect, but they're going to be remote. I don't know if they're going to be fully remote in terms of they're all at their houses or their respective houses, or they're going to have a studio in LA or something, but they're not going to be in China at least. As at least what I think they said that. I think Avril said that at some point. So, but there will be a full English language broadcast. And it will still be on all the normal platforms you'd expect it on in terms of Twitch, YouTube, etc.
而在4月4日开启的季后赛中，6支战队将会开启残酷的单败淘汰，并在最后一场 FT4 赛制的决赛中决出胜负。最终取得前4名成绩的战队将会直接获得第2赛段的常规赛资格，前2名的战队也将代表国服赛区参加4月在杭州线下举行的全球冠军赛。与来自其他3个赛区的
Is that where we're going? I say we're in the loosest sense of the word. It's a cool looking arena, no?
第2阶段和第3阶段开始，战队不再进行分组，8支战队将直接进行组内单循环对决，排名前6的战队晋级季后赛。
What about Soup? Will it be on Soup? No idea. I presume there'll be like a Korean language one.
同时，排名靠前的战队
Korean language, what do you call it? Broadcast as well.
全球总决赛的参赛资格。
Is that a real photo or a render? I'm not sure. It looked pretty clean. Do we know the name of the arena? Does it say on Wikipedia? When we go in, Champions Clash. Menu, the Hangzhou Esports Center. Show me the Hangzhou Esports Center.
以获取最新资讯。3月27日，我们赛场见。
Luke Mino off.
好的，各位，欢迎回来，我是解忧小豆，
我是银河。
是的，那么第一张地图当中，其实从英雄的 BP 上来说
I know, looks really cool. Everything I've heard from people who maybe know a bit more than me is it's going to be a really cool event. They've got lots of they've got loads of really cool stuff planned, so I'm actually really excited. And honestly, just looks really cool. Reject. It's just long shutter length, no? I'll take your word for it. I don't really understand how any of this stuff works. It was built for the Asia game some years back, and it's a part of a larger area compound. Oh, okay, that's cool.
在之前打得相当不错的害哉，包括团队在配合上可能更熟悉的这套害哉体系搬掉之后，这张地图打得还蛮接近，甚至有一度的情况之下，他们的领先还蛮大的。
来看一下数据面板，两边的伤害输出基本上是同一个水平线的，而且阵亡次数其实也差不了多少，但是治疗量其实差了蛮多的。
是治疗量差的蛮多，主要还是因为一边是一个破坏92，另外一边是迪瓦嘛。
Yeah, I mean,
这两个英雄对于资源，特别是对于正面的资源需求。
I mean, to be honest, yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not worried that everyone's going to get there and it's going to be a... What was that festival called? It's not going to be a fire... It's not going to be a fire... It's not going to be a fire festival situation, right? Where all the players turn up, excited for their first major of the year, and it's just nothing. A few scrappy tents. I reckon they'll be all right. I reckon there'll be a building, there'll be a hotel and everything. I reckon they'll be all right.
给到了及时的保护哈。是。那来看一下，来到第二张地图，看看 eco 这边会选择一个什么样的地图。他们的话，目前来说，我们没有看到第二张地图的一个人员轮换。
It'll just be the I-52 tent outside. I mean, the TF2 tent went so hard actually.
但是不得不说，
I was one of the better lamps.
来到了 Blade 这边，上一张地图对方是自断一臂，这张地图卢西奥也在外面，害哉也在外面，你在 BP 上会有什么样的针对？包括说，你在整个的阵容上面有没有什么好的办法去解决掉对方的害哉
A Nightmare and Virtus Pro flying to Korea for soup. Yeah, but they'll be in Korea. They're flying to Korea for a boot camp. They weren't intending to play Soup originally, like they'd arranged for boot camp anyway. But then Soup have sort of capitalized on the fact that, oh, we want to run a tournament now. While you're in Korea, would you like to invite you to a tournament type deal?
感觉其实大概率就是害哉了。那其实对于 Blade 来说，自己这边也还是有一定的隐患在。在上一张地图
If Rock wins off the back of Choi, do you think Hunter will stop the slander? I don't know. Why does Hunter hate Choi?
那在这张地图，对方选了一个更加直接，并且
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. I think they were saying on the broadcast. Well, they were saying on the broadcast, and this was kindly translating for us, that I think the tickets go on sale on the 2nd of April. So we'll probably get a pretty good idea, I guess, in terms of how quickly those tickets are eaten up. But I'm anticipating it's actually going to be. There's going to be no problem for them to sell those tickets.
感觉上明显是经验会更丰富一些，他们更多打法是偏围绕点位去做争夺，然后在点内去作战，去拖你的机制的这样的一个打法。所以说，感觉在后面的
First pro leaving for Korea. Yeah, I think most teams are in a similar boat. Everyone's going to have like that week or so. I think maybe Alcancia are going to go to China a little bit earlier than everyone else. But why not boot camp in China? It's just harder to get into China, I think. Plus, I feel like a lot of the teams already have, because they've done boot camps in Korea before, they just know the places. I don't know how limiting the visas are in terms of, what do you call it, like... Exactly, how specific they are, right? Like, sometimes you get a visa and it's like, you can just travel freely for, like, X number of months, or how specific they are. But also, Korea's always good for it, right? And in reality, they're probably more interested in scrimming the Korean teams than they are the Chinese teams. Because there's going to be more Korean teams to scrim that are going to be worthwhile. Korean barbecue is a good reason to go there. Wasn't someone telling me the other day? I swear someone was saying Hangzhou was really shit for food. Like, China's not a shit place for food, but Hangzhou specifically has bad food. I swear someone was telling me that.
其实比较好奇的还是温啊，温会怎么选择？迪瓦其实也可以打，包括像他们之前用的拉玛。
Korean barbecue's for one everyone knows, you know, you get experience with it. Kufra uncoachable? Was it Kufra? Oh yeah. Thank God you guys have a working memory. This is the main reason I stream, because a lot of stuff happens to me, my memory's really bad. So what I need is some kind of group effort here to help me remember things that happen in my life. Watched it yesterday, yes. It happens all the time. It happens all the time with my interviews as well. They'll be like, well, Landon did say this. And I'll be like, when did Landon say that? And then chat will tell me, in an interview with you a week ago. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll trust it then. Yeah. Anyway, let's create some new memories for me to forget as we go over onto Surabasa here. 12 has been subbed in for equal. We'll be playing that Sojin Flicker over onto a Pharah, so a slow and spammy version of a comp here. It's going to be a Hazard versus D.Va. A pretty even matchup, really, I think, as far as the tanks go. Flicker's going to try and control this high ground. Pride will respond to that, force him back. Mokka's going to come help clear that, but high ground is the main thing these players are going to be fighting for. But they've kind of just conceded a lot of it right now. Lavender was playing quite far back, and they'll just force for point for free here. Now they have to play retake with a slower version of a comp here, equal. Blade can play it slow, keep their D.Va contesting the point, just try and vie for these angles. Rocket onto Remedy there, Nade onto Wen as well. They're trying to creep their way onto this point. Mokka's forcing it, but Wen's keeping this one pretty comfortably contested. Defensive wall from Mokka now, but they're kind of trying to buy time for their DPS here, but Flicker and 12 haven't found many key openings yet. Slow and steady, but all the while, this point progress just keeps building for equal. Nade's going to come out, damage onto the Lucio as well. They need to keep Wen topped up. They actually dropped the Nano in the end onto Wen just to keep him alive. Nano Pharah in response all over that one. Defensive beat from Nuoran. The sleep is good. Oh, they can finish the kill. They counter that one out of a defensive beat. Now Wen can get himself back on point. They haven't conceded the flip during any of this. Right back on there. Mokka's awfully low, 1 HP. The sleep just about saves his life for now, but only for a second. And Blade, they win that slow fight, and that fight was so slow, so long. It's actually just the entire first point. Ram swap now from Mokka. A slightly better matchup into the D.Va, more chances to bully that D.Va in the front line, force them away. These next points won't be as slow. A bit easier to cover the distance. But equal, you can see they sort of step up and they're kind of just waiting for their Pharah and Sojin to find something for them here. Even when they had that Nano, they kind of set Flicker in by himself. It's actually 12 now with the overclock. He's quite far back, though, so it's an easy enough backstep for Blade. Wen can matrix any of that last shot. They conceded a bit of space, but the overclock's going to expire, and Wen's going to tiptoe onto point. But now they have the Ram instead of a Hazard. All of a sudden equal. When they're playing slow, they can force the objective at the same time. The D.Va versus Hazard, pretty even matchup. They can both keep the point contested. Flicker's Barrage is going to catch one on the flank here as well. Genji dive in, Pride is 1 HP. Flicker will shoot a rocket at himself. But Emolga with a little boop in the back of the head will clean that one up. And the Ram swap really seems to be working out for them here. Now all of a sudden when their comp is playing slow and they can control the objective, they're really happy to play slow because they have capture progress the entire time. Previously, they were playing slow, waiting for these picks, and while, you know, they were getting angles and space for their DPS, they weren't able to get anything, they weren't able to force point at the same time. Now they're playing aggressive for a beat push though, all in over the top of Remedy. No chance on that one. Holding close, very aggressive push. They take a couple of trades, but they will be able to demake for D.Va. They can stagger the baby D.Va here a little bit as well. Slow comes out, trying to make Wen's life as hard as possible before he jumps off. And really well managed from equal there. They play the fight slow, they exploit the fact that they have point control, and then they fight really close. Thank you, Nametag, for the 12 months. Now it's a Nano Blade. They have 5 ults coming back here, Blade. Gonna drop that immediately, takes down Lavender. Boot back from Emolga, keeps himself safe. They've disengaged the rest of this, but without their Juno, there's just no healing for anyone, so they're gonna die shortly afterwards. And they will get the clean up there, and I thought they'd manage that so well equal, because they got that close fight, they win the fight, they stagger the baby D.Va, they put him in a really difficult retake situation. But they do get it done, they have to burn 2 ults off rip just to get through. Flicker's gone over onto the Sombra for this one as well, but helped equalize, no pun intended, the ult situation a little bit here. Gonna be a Ray push next for Lavender. Annihilation can be used as well to keep this push going. Nuoran has the beat to answer one. I think if I'm Blades here, I actually maybe want to overclock early. I don't want to let them walk up and use these ults on point here equal. Because these points are very good for forcing ult, but they've got quite close. Now the overclock comes out. Beat! Oh my god, Nuoran! He has no fear. He beats in front of a punching ram. He gets it off, though. And Fari, as a result, gets to hit all the shots with this overclock. Oh, that was one of the scariest beats. One of the scariest beats we're going to see all day. Mokka has dropped the Annihilation and found 1 trade, but is a lone figure left on this point, so they are going to have to back it up. And Blade will be taking the second point as well. My god. Missed opportunity there for equal.
我觉得刚刚其实一会儿可以去
The Ajax was right there, right there. Just one more shot, one more shot.
带着激素刀进场，一会儿有没有技能可以接这波团？
Love a scary beat. Sometimes it's just nice to feel something again. And Nuoran now has that adrenaline coursing through his veins. They've nearly got another Nanoblade to work with here, Blade. But Emolga has the beat, can counter this one out. They can start with the overclock, save the beat to deal with any of that. They're going to look at main right now for this overclock. Point will unlock. They're going to start forcing it. They've lost Lavender early, though, here. Remedy just takes him down from across the map. 12 still has this overclock, but equal. They're just going to slow it down. A couple of times now, Lavender's just been picked before the fight at a real inopportune time. And now they're walking forward. Fari's going to find another one. More time off the clock. Remember, equal, they've lost the first 2 rounds. They need to reverse sweep this. We're going to get Flicker in the flank now. EMP at the ready. And Molga has to be sure to get this beat off versus the Nanoblade. Nade will come out. Blade are positioning quite far forward. There's the EMP. Onto Velucio. Takes Velucio. Takes the Sojourn. Overclock in the front as well. No ults invested, importantly, here for Blade. So they get to save this Nanoblade for the retake. And Molga still has the beat. But we need this beat to do so much. Couple of choices here as well. If equal want, they could just up the tempo. Just beat on them in spawn. It's always a bit risky. If a Nanoblade goes off, they can still trade those kills very effectively. Instead, they could play it slow. Use the beat to counter out the Nanoblade. Maybe even get up to the Annihilation to help deal with that as well. You can see Remedy, though, not wanting to waste any time. Pride's walking onto point already. Now the Nano comes out. They lose Fari early. Nanoblade out. Beat does go off from Emolga. They're keeping their distance well. Dash in. Yes! And Mocha gets the trade. They've dealt with the Nanoblade. They saw the plan. They played it slow. Emolga gets the beat off. Slow at the choke now. They are in full control of this point. They should even be able to get a late kill onto the Diva here. Sagava baby out. They will kill it quickly enough. Oh, they needed to flip a point, actually, though. Fair enough, yeah. Had to flip a point, so they needed to get that one. Bought themselves a bit of another fight, and Flicker's going to die late. Oh, no. Just as we sing their praises, it all falls apart for equal. They still have the Annihilation, they still have the race. So it's not falling apart, but there's signs of wear and tear for sure. We see Pride coming through the high ground right now. It's going to be both DPS from Blade taking that high ground. Equal are sort of stuffed back at the choke here, and there's only an overclock from Fari to deal with. They have the Annihilation. Mocha can buy more time. He's going to try and disengage. He has to Annihilate to live. They're going to Ray as well. The beat in response, they can wait this out. The overclock from Fari doesn't quite find anything. They're still walking forward with the Ray here. Flicker nearly has another EMP. Self-destruct is out. Pride dives in. Fari's going to swap over to the high ground right now. They are still stuffed at this choke equal. Nade's going to catch 2 of them too. No follow-up damage. Flicker has the EMP. He's looking for it. EMP catches everyone on the high ground. They've lost their tank. Flicker gets the D-Mech. They need more though. Flicker's going to get traded. Overclock from 12, but there's a Nano Genji in his face. And he just can't get enough done with this overclock. He can't get anything done with this overclock. Saravasa goes the way of Blade as well.
对 ，Blade 其实今天的整个节奏拉的是非常非常快，就逮到你掉了一个人，然后直接上去打一波团战。
是，而且最后的这波团战，他们是在被 EMP 盖到4个人的情况下完成了反杀。
A little bit about myself. I hate free retakes.
虽然说离可人到4人，我看2个人是从高台跳下来的，但是他们
Comp gap
到点内去抱成一团，然后能够
You think? I don't know. I get behind the I get behind the Ram.
Blade 感觉今天也是找到了他们能够在此前给大家留下非常深刻印象的点，就是
Did you see Violet's looking for team? Yeah, we talked about it a bit yesterday. He could go he could go I mean he could honestly go anywhere.
在下一波团战，激素仍然会给到 Pride 身上，
而且包括刚刚最后一波，其实是一个没有刀的，就是纯激素原式，然后再其实
Still feels I mean it was 3-0. But there were chances. There were chances. I think one of the things that makes I think one of the things as well, Nat, when you're playing the Ram into an Ana as well, it's like all of a sudden your ability to do everything you want is a lot harder compared to when you're playing against like a Juno Brig or a Luso Junior or whatever, right? The Ana, you have a lot of chances to punish the Ana, but it can also be really difficult. You're also vulnerable as well. Oh, thank you, Egbert, as well. Welcome. Thank you for the tier 1. Ram is fine, but Juno, Lucio into dive. Yeah, I mean, well, Lavender died, like, every fight a couple of times really early in the fight. Wei looking for team as well. Is Wei looking for a team? I think originally Wei was looking for a team together. I think they were pretty keen to keep the boys together, but it didn't seem like anything panned out, so now they're all looking individually. Yeah, I think their original plan, if they could make it work, was just to get Wei, like the entire roster, signed to an organization, but obviously organizations at a bit of a premium in Overwatch, so weren't able to find that opportunity, unfortunately. Is T1 staying together? Well, they've made changes already. How do I feel about Sauna to T1? Sauna's not going to T1. Come on. Come on. Can Chris win on dive? He won on dive last stage. Every now and again. You think Maka to onside, Lee Min to Zeta? Yeah, I'm still not convinced what onside are actually providing to them. Like, are they providing salaries, and will they be buying players or signing players to contracts and all this, or are they just they're always labeled as a talent agency? Do you have plans for community pugs? Not in the immediate future, no. Don't know what the next ones will be. All 3-0s again today? No. I mean, to be honest, this has been pretty unfortunate when this one hasn't had like a map trade here. But the big one, Rock, the third game of the day, Rock versus Team CC, that's the big one to watch out for. Tony, don't tell everyone. Let it be a surprise. Come on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my understanding is they're a talent agency, so maybe they're providing salaries, but that doesn't feel like the sort of thing a talent agency normally does. No. I mean, Korea never really has to import. It was Juno's voice actor replacing Violet. I mean, the most likely... I think that part of a problem is easier. Because it'll be... it's probably just going to be Lee Min, right? He feels like the best fit. Morning, Asbo. Morning, Hannah. Majid. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I'll give you your... Actually, I believe Majid was imported. Morning, Fat Fat. Solar eclipse soon? What? Why did I look out my window at the sky as if it might be happening right now? It's currently 9:53 in the morning. Right now? Just... Oh, really? Oh. How soon? Should I bother turning my head down, or should I just wait? Fuck's sake. Oh, it's between 10 and 11? Oh, maybe I should keep my head up then. Solar eclipse. Okay. Okay, it says maximum coverage around 11. Okay. What are the rules with it as well? You never look directly at the solar eclipse, right? Or you don't have any eyes anymore? I'm not a scientist. So a loss here knocks it equal out of groups, right? Yeah, I don't know if it's like, if it's either literally happens, or it becomes, oh, I'm on the wrong thing, or becomes mathematically improbable for them. Oh no, for equal, this is actually their third and final game. So this, yeah, equal will literally, we might be about to witness their death. Yeah, don't look directly at the sun. Okay. It's cloudy today? Oh, it's not that cloudy here, actually. Use a mirror to look at it. I can a portable mirror. Not a portable mirror. Can equal even still qualify? Yeah. The top 3 from each group go through, so they can still qualify out. Obviously, it's still kind of bad news, right? Because they'd still have to like fight the gauntlet against the other teams. Where's my SPF? I was right here. Like an SPF moisturizer. Jake told me it was good. So as soon as Jake tells me, it was like, what event was it? It was like season 6 or something. It was like me, Hunter, and Jake. And it actually, honestly, it pissed my fiance off so much. Because my fiance is always like, oh, you should use a moisturizer, you should do this, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, maybe. You know, never bothered. But then, one time at LAN, Jake's telling me, and you know, look at Jake's skin. You'd listen to this guy about skincare advice, right? He's telling me, oh, what you want is you just want like a, if you're going to do one thing, only one thing, SPF moisturizer. So I go, okay. And then my fiance got me one. Typical, yeah. Yeah, it's been sunny here the last few days. It's still a little bit cold out, like still windy, but can we get more Jake skincare advice? I mean, it's the same with what's his name? The only other one I've taken, I've really listened to is what's his name? Rob Lowe. I was watching a podcast. It's like an episode of Conan's podcast, and Rob Lowe was on. He was talking about his skincare range and stuff, and I was like, actually, Rob Lowe has such fantastic skin. Maybe I should buy the Rob Lowe skincare range, no? He looks great. He's like unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. So I was like, he was telling me about how he sort of started his skincare routine, and he was sort of given the advice by, because he started his acting career like really young, but he was given the advice from like an older actor at the time and given a load of products to try and stuff, and it was like, I mean, you can actually see the work of, you can see the result of what using these moisturizing and looking after it regularly does long term, right? Hit double digits in Celsius in Finland. Never felt more like a plant in my life. Just out there photosynthesizing. Conan's pod is so good too. Yeah, I mean, I'd always watched bits of Conan. Oh, we got the press up, nice. I always watched bits of Conan, just like clips on YouTube, his travel show and stuff. And then I started listening to his podcast maybe a couple of years ago. And I don't know if you guys do this, if you go back and find like an old podcast or something. I didn't just start listening to the most recent ones. I basically just watched it like an old TV show. I just go back to episode 1 from 2019, and then I start. And I normally watch a couple of episodes a week, and every episode is actually, like, laugh out loud funny. Top quality. So much time. I think Conan's honestly one of the best. One of the best, sort of, whatever you want to call it, talk show hosts, broadcasters in the business. Yeah, I watched his travel show on Max. That was really good. I do that just for some podcasts. Yeah, I mean, what's nice about a lot of the Conan ones is they're quite evergreen. They're not really topical humor. They're just a conversation about the actor and their work, or you know, it's not like, oh, if you listen to one from 2019, it won't
且这张地图一
It won't make it. It'll be a bit out of date or a bit dated or anything like that. So I think actually they all hold up really well. The other big one I always listen to, they've stopped it for a while now, but the It's Always Sunny podcast,
自己
also
在
good.
站起来的
Anyway
自己在站好位置的情况之下
Let's get serious. That's enough comedy.
对，抹茶还是标准的破坏球挂在高空去侦查一
Yeah,
下。
the early uncoachables I reckon are actually quite evergreen.
BCC
I reckon
消
evergreen.
耗的有点惨，但是侧翼果然 Pride 是来找了。
All right, Hazard versus the ball. Blade looking to close this one out, secure themselves a spot in the
在
playoffs.
正面战场上，亥仔
Early pressure onto Ek, gets back to his deflect.
压力还是很大的。
Has the dash out if he needs it as well, and Mocha actually catches Pride with the slam. How has my Tracer died to ball slam?
那现在人数上面
I'm surprised, but it certainly seems to be true. Another slam coming through from Mocha now.
打下来
More pressure, more space for Equal to walk into. Loads of damage onto the Hazard now. They've separated this backline, and Wen has to dive out. They're stuffed in this room right now. Ek is looking for the final blow.
一口自己
They're trying to bunker down. Hunker up in here. The nade is huge, though. That's going to set up one kill at least. Should set up a second one. Fari's actually managed to find a trade out of all of it. They're still alive in this room. Will Equal go and kill them?
纳米激素都来得很快。
Surely they can deal with them, but somehow Blade are they won't be removed from this bunker. They're going to rotate back round to main now. Now they're caught round. Nano comes through. This one will take care of Remedy. Nano was out on Safari as well, looking for some trades. And Wen's actually found two during all of this. Ek is trying to deal with the Sojourn. Disruptor shot as well. And Ek's awfully low at the end of this. And somehow, we talk about Overwatch, we talk about modern Overwatch, side fights, controlling of space, manipulate the map in your favour. But mate, sometimes, just hide in a room. Hide in a room and hope everything goes out. Close the curtains. And one day it will be okay.
不是交印证。
And Blade inexplicably win that first fight. Nano for Nano trade in that one, so we're still a relatively even ult situation. Nuaran does have a... Rally is pretty slow, so that's going to be the major ult missing. It's going to be a Blade and Mines to start here, completely isolated as far. He can dodge the Mines, but can't dodge everything. They beat it over the top of this as well. And, alright, they're going to win the fight, but Equal have just
而且这个音
bust everything round the corner. And they're going to get a late trade onto Lavender, thanks to Pride. Real disaster. Mocha's going to get slept up as well. And it feels like it's starting to fall apart for Equal. Nuaran and Remedy now coming back out with Pride on this high ground.
全部交出来了。
对，哇，刚刚那一波其实两边交了很多
Overclock
技能
and
但
Rally
是
nearly
最后还
available.
是靠技能交完之后回到正面去打团战的时候
No
通过
ults left for
小
Equal.
哥的
Pride's going to start moving the payload forward a little bit here.
有着场上唯一的大招，而
Equal now, they're on Tracer, Genji, Ball. Expect them to play a much faster style. Quite happy to take these trades. You see Fari getting into Blade's favourite room. This is their bunker. This is their house. This is their safe
还是
space.
想压位置找对方的后排。
对。
Reaching, coming out of the room now is only Fari. He's actually going to slide forward here. Has the overclock, and Molga's going to run straight into that one. Doesn't even need the overclock. He just get traded though.
换人
The dangers of leaving your house. Now the slash to clear the Genji, and despite it being a 1-for-1 trade, they are still gaining a few meters here, Blade, and they can start to try and move their backline forward. Clearing the Genji out, and Neoran's actually going to get that kill.
这个时候也是完成了防
Going in 1 by 1 right now, Equal. Can't seem to find a timing for everyone to engage, and Wen is just able to deal with a single threat at a
对
time.
于 Eco 来说也没有办法，自己这边没有人。
Now they're pushing for checkpoint. I don't know if they can meaningfully contest before this. Lavender's walked out, actually. The backline want to go. Wall behind Lavender. Will catch the slash. Sleep is going to be a miss as well. Come on, Wen. Come on, Wen. Finish the kill. Pride's going to come help him out. Wen will actually get traded for that. Made a meal of that Ana kill. Felt like that Ana was ripe for the picking.
还不好说。
刚反场一会儿
Mocha can scrap his way back out of this now. They have dropped to the point here. Overclock out from Fari to try and finish it off. And I think they will actually. Pride will deal with 2 of those kills.
对，没有办法去帮助他的位置。那这波的话，交出基地超
Okay. And it feels like Equal. It's become sloppy. It's become messy.
两轮团战打下来，感觉抹茶的地雷禁区，释放的位置有待商榷啊。
And Blade are capitalizing. They've got the Nano ready to go for this. Equal have a tendency to use all their ults in one big wave. So we are going to get back to that big wave timing. They're going to have double support ult, the mines, the pulse bomb all coming out.
刚才的
Blade are going to slow it down, play on the high ground. Pulse bomb straight onto the shield. The shield is broken, but Flicker has been forced back. Mines on the other side. Oh, the boom's going to catch him. All right. Stuck between a lot of explosives. The backline's going to fall.
Eco 来说，终于是以比较
And a clean fight. And not just clean, relatively efficient here for Equal as well. Oh, they do get the late trade. Pride's actually just killing everyone this map.
他们今天的地图管控
They will eventually deal with Pride, who dies on the point. But they keep hold of their double support ult moving forward now, Equal.
其实感觉
Better ult economy. Thank you, Real Derpino. Welcome back. Thank you for the tier 1.
最后的压力会在 Flicker 身上
Flicker is now marking the flank, trying to keep him contained. Blade's backline look like they want to try and walk up here. Flicker should be able to see this coming, though. Pressure onto the Tracer right now. They've lost Ek, though. Normally, the Pharah should be so good at fighting that staircase side from the rooftops. Flicker's going to get in and trade Remedy, though. Nade does go out and no recall, so Flicker has to run for his life. Not able to finish off by the bash. Mocker is still trying to roll behind, but they're all together. And they should be able to force Mocker all the way out. Don't know if they can get the kill, but they can certainly get rid of him at least. Wall doesn't catch him. And back on the front foot right now, Blade. Double support ult, downpour as well. Pride's got a pulse bomb. He's been lethal so far in this one, and Blade are putting more meters on the board. Lavender have to rely entirely on this nano boost. Maybe Ek can get the barrage to go with it as well, but maybe they can't. Not if Pride hits another pulse bomb. And Pride has been taken over on the Tracer on Esperanza here. He's going to get chased out now by the Brig and the Pharah. But he's not even really getting chased out. He's just harassing this backline constantly. Limited heals, more meters on the board for Blade. They have double support ult still as well. And Pride is just all over this ball. Mocker's going to be forced to take the flank and set up again. Pulse bomb on. Oh, I thought it was onto the shield, but it's through the shield. New Around will die to that one. This is going to mean Remedy is very vulnerable, and Flicker's going to get that both done. What's that? Ek get hit by the downpour. Caught out of the sky. They'll lose Ek, but they'll get everything else done. And they'll deal with Pride. And Equal get themselves back onto mid. A bit more space.
那终于是 Levener 靠一个激速将这波团战给拿下了。
Mines and Barrage available now. Still double support ult for Blade. Coming up close to that overclock as well. Ek should be able to fight very aggressively on this staircase. It's such a good area for map for Pharah here. You see that concussive pull in as well. More harassment coming down. Has that barrage. Catches one. Did get anti-naded. Now goes for it. Fari can trade it back. Saves his Anna's life in the meantime. But Flicker is right here. Defensive nano comes out onto Wen. Wen's been slept up though. Fari's going to get taken care of. Pride is trying to get in full pocket, but Remedy, he needs more help in this situation. He's trying to tuck behind. He's trying to rotate out. He gets slammed. A little knock him up, set him down from Mocker and Emolga on that one. And all of a sudden, they've dealt with a Tracer threat. They've dealt with a Hazard threat. And Equal are pushing for checkpoint. Lives on the line here. It's been a rough 8 minutes for them. It's been a rough first 2 maps for them as well. But finally, a chance to push for checkpoint, a chance to be on the front foot. Blade are going to make the swap from with Pride over to the Echo here as well. Playing for the point, Wen can contest as if he wants, but it's a difficult area to contest. They might just play the corner. They have more meters to play with. Don't hate this at all. The Chinese casters don't like it, but I can get behind it. They're just going to... Whoa, they just get 2 kills out of nothing. And all of a sudden, Blade falling over a little bit here. Bari's going to get caught. More meters on the board, and all of a sudden, this next fight will be for lead as we approach the final minute and a half. And Equal, they won that last fight so easily. They've got ults coming up for this. Double support ult mines. Flicker's pulse bomb was hopelessly wide, wasn't it? But they still have ult advantage regardless of that. Wen's trying to come through on the left-hand side right now. Pressure onto Lavender. Anti's going to hit Wen. Rally from New Around to keep going. And Molga has the rally to match here. Might need for rally sooner than later. It's going to be a defensive nano actually onto the Brig. They can keep going with this. They're actually very defensive with this Equal. Looking for a mines opportunity, but Mocker doesn't get any ult charge off that slam. They've dealt with Nuoran. They've lost Flicker. Downpour comes out. Forced all the way back. Defensive nade keeps him up. But there's the bash over the top. Mocker's got mines. He can keep going for more, but they've lost their DPS. Have they missed their timing? Have they taken too long? Mines is going to boot Remedy back in, but the payload is moving away. Oh, they had, when they defensively nanoed a Molga, I think they should have just kept going. Press for rally, fight them. Big opportunity missed right now. And as we approach the final 30 seconds, they still have an 11-meter lead here, Blade. And they've got double DPS ult and a nano to work with. Pride trying to keep this Pharah contained. Oh, overclock has been popped. Lands onto Ek. Chasing down his Tracer as well. Wen will finish that one off. And it's going to be one last desperate recontest. They did get the overclock out there at least, but it's just a barrage that Equal have. They need a bit of magic right now. Remember, Remedy does have a double nano perk as well, so a defensive nano onto the Brig or the Soja means they'll probably both survive. Mocker has to go for the touch. He's going to take so much damage. He's just going to die for it. An easy kill for Pride and no one can touch. And it ends with a whimper, not a bang. Equal are eliminated. 0-3 in the group
那么
stage.
Equal 现在在本次的小组赛当中是一个0-3的战绩，也是确定无缘到我们的季后赛阶段。
是无缘到我们第一赛段后面的这个比赛了。
对，
那对于 Blade 来说
GG's
还有机会。
Equal eliminated. Blade give themselves a chance.
是明年会
Well, not just a chance. They give themselves a shot at playoffs, right? They give themselves a spot there at the very least.
感觉还是经验上会有些
And we'll see where they go. So, for all the bracket heads, all the group heads, that's Equal officially eliminated. Blade currently 1-1.
其实感觉选出来
We're going to watch Rocky Sports versus Team CC later. Obviously, Team CC can secure that top spot. And Blade are going to play on the final day against Rocky Sports. Now, we'll cross that player of the match on.
对，
或者
而
是
且
What am I looking at?
今天这个比分虽然有，虽然我们
No, Rock CC is the last game of the day.
3比0的
It's game 3, yeah. We're going to get once again versus... Is it Team XX they play today?
这个选手我已经不想再夸他了，因为
个人能力太强了。
真的一直在。
All right, Hannah, it's okay.
那
It's
其实他
okay.
不管
We'll
是
get
在
there.
维生的位置上，还是在原神的位置上，都是有非常亮眼的表现。
甚至换出他此前不太常用的裂空，表现也很不错，给到对方的后排造成了非常大的压力啊。
我觉得还是要看一下。
Have once again dropped a single match in China. I think they've not dropped a single map in China.
其实他们在之前的
Yeah, yeah, they've not. Yeah, so I don't think so. Unless they lost one in
但是今天
the qualifier, but I don't think they did.
激素去保 EMG 或者自己注意一下。
Why did the quiz get removed? It's sort of run its it's run its course, you know. We'll bring it back for special occasions, but we were struggling to get good quizzes, you know. And we're all about quality on Uncoachable, obviously.
欢迎回到分析席，我是小双。
All right, back to the desk.
恭喜 Blade 以3比0的比分拿下了本场比赛。
You know, sometimes when something's good, you don't want too much of a good thing. You just gotta
前3的
moderation.
顺位可以来到下一周4月4号到4月6号要举办的季后赛了。两位怎么看今天这场比
Is
赛
there no player of the match? I think there's normally is a player of the match. I think it will just come in a little bit.
3比0的结果我们是没想到的，因为我觉得两边队伍可能多少都还会有一些拉扯的空间在里面，但是结果看下来的话，跟预估的有一
I
点。
don't think a single human prefers drafted for week. Yeah, but you're thinking about it wrong. One didn't replace the other. They're just two independent segments. Because if we got rid of drafted for week,
其实他们该做的黑手办也都做了，还是没赢。
we just get rid of drafted for week, and then it would just be client of the week at the end.
其实，双边的这个阵容我们其实都推测的差不多有点类似，但是呢，法老之间的问题解说也说到了，我个人
Please consider the other
想到的是
species.
大招配合联动的问题，我觉得每次都有那种很有机会。
Yeah, to be fair, I said it to Hunter afterwards. I was like, actually, I think I did. Imagine a world with all three. You live in a fantasy world, Isabel.
一般对我来说挺难的，他要花时间去。
What was I saying? Yeah, I think I did a bad job on draft of the week this week. I was like, I should have set it up quicker. I talked for too long, rehashing stuff we'd already talked about. So I feel like I sapped the energy from it. I think it's still okay, but yeah. Gonna crash out if there's no quiz after LAN. Honestly, I'd temper your expectations to Christmas.
这么清楚啊？
对，因为当时
She's done a good job. Yeah, yeah. I mean, in hindsight, it's really hard for me to argue with that. I should have done a good job.
我当时我们也是说，就是相当的不错，结果到了第2张地图的时候，就出了一些问题，对对对，就突然垮掉了。
If Rock is a very interesting question, Fargo. If Rock lose to CC later, will they lose to Blade to get third spot in the group and not once again in the playoffs? It makes a lot of sense for those. I know we talked about it yesterday a bit as well. But basically, the way the playoffs work. Oh, thank you many days late. Thank you for the tier 1.
Will you be watching Soup Cup when it starts?
Yes, yeah, we'll be co-streaming all of Soup Cup when it's on. Don't you worry. So yeah, once again, I'm going to finish here. And then because it's single limb, anyone on this once again side of a bracket is in big trouble, right? Big trouble. So if you're in Group A, you either want to become first, and then you're on this side of a bracket, happy. Or you want to come third, this side of a bracket, happy. If you're second, it's bad news. And the way the fixtures work is Team CC are going to play Rock. So let's say one hypothetical is Team CC win, they go top of the group. Then Rock play Blade on the final day, where the winner of that game is third. Or sorry, winner of that game is second. Loser of that game is third. So there is a real argument from the Rock side of things that they should just dip. Basically, they should just throw, right? Because think about it, right? If I said you either beat Blade and then you're in a situation where you have to play second in, or you have to play third in Group B, which will be maybe Team XX or Little Sheep, right? And it's a super winnable game. You could win that game. But then to qualify for Hangzhou, you have to beat once again. How on earth? I mean, what an outrageous challenge. You'd much rather just take the rematch against CC or something in the semi-final. So it's a potentially very ugly situation where the best course of action for Rock is to lose. Bear in mind, the same situation is true for Blade as well, right? As much as Blade are much bigger underdogs and probably can't beat Rock or Team CC anyway, they're in the same situation where it's better to be third. I mean, you're not allowed to throw, but you get into you're not allowed to throw, but it can also be a difficult to prove thing, right? Yeah, if you make it obvious, like let's say Rock load in and none of them are at their computers, right? They're all just AFK and not playing. This is too obvious. There needs to be a little bit of showmanship here, you know? A little bit of showmanship. You need to make it look not obvious. Because if you throw, if you intentionally manipulate the results, this is against the tournament rules. You can be punished, you can be eliminated, you can be disqualified. But you need to do it in a reasonable way. Yeah, off-rolling is a weird one, right? Because obviously the intent with the off-rolling is to lose, essentially. But you can really claim we were just trying something new. It's, yeah, or you just play weird heroes.
对，所以对于一些新队伍来讲，更多的还是要去在这个比赛里面找到一些收获。
No, I didn't, Master.
包括像 S2里面。
How high was she able to get him?
因为今年
Did she get him out of bronze?
时隔两年回来之后，我们打比赛，一些新队伍、新的选手。
I'm crashing out.
有一个时间适应，
Okay.
是需要有时间，包括像一些老选手，其实也是一样的。
而且 Blade 还没完赛
Because of a no player of a match.
明天要打 ROC， 所以说这个还会关系到谁是小组第二的问题。
是的，这个小组第二的话，我们之前也是也有聊到嘛，因为小组第二的话
No, he's still
另外
bronze.
一个小组的第一的位置，所以说也是非常
What am I
关
looking
键。
at?
而今天的这支队伍。
I can't expose something that I think is really fucking funny, which is the fact that I suspect when I was like 12, he was bronze in Overwatch, and me and my twin weren't. And he would try to constantly get us to play ranked with him, and I'm like 90% sure it was just because we could carry him. And I was like a 12-year-old Hanzo main who was like barely in silver. He was a bronze Torbjorn main. He was fucking dog shit. Awful, like god awful. So no, I don't believe the fucking. He's like, I am a pro Path of Exile, whatever the fuck. Like, no, the fuck you are not. This is so cringe.
Well, to be fair, because when he what game was it? Was it Path of Exile, or did he do it with other games as well? Where he was like posting pictures of like him having like high ranks and all this shit. And nobody fucking believed him, right? And everyone, like, I've never played Path of Exile, but everyone who has played the game was just like, yeah, that's not legit, or that's not right. Diablo as well, yeah. You want player of a match? He was player of a match. Was it just Pride, maybe?
我说不太可能，因为其实我一直就觉得说，哎，先看一下我们的 Player of the Match 给到的是 Pride 选手，这个也是解说老师在解说。
Oh, there you go. There you go. It was Pride. Look. Crash out over. The day is saved. Saturday is back on track. But yeah, it was like so obvious. So obvious it was not his fucking account. Just more examples of it. Where's my Tesla? No Tesla.
哎，对了，所以说作为源氏这个英雄，他没有这个东西啊。
是啊，
包括我记得昨天有一场是索杰恩啊，索杰恩的 MVP， 一看怎么助攻0，因为索。
He was online and in maps in a live interview. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things you have to prove it, you know, out of principle, right? You have to do the fact finding of the evidence. But I feel like everyone fucking knew immediately. It was something was afoot, you know? Something was not quite right.
还是会非常头疼的。那自己是也是做了一些针对，如果对面要针对我原石，我也可以拿一手回声出来。
而且 Pride 现在
It's just also for most the thing that really gets me about it
对，这
is
致敬是拉的比较满，所以说可以看到，其实也拿到了
why
看齐的位置，其实我觉得熟练度还蛮不错的。
why
是要来接入一下对方
what additional
哦，诺然，
oh Nuaran
哦，
he's got himself he's incredibly rich
我是 Blade 的主辅诺然。
incredibly rich he secured himself a very powerful position within whatever you'd call it within the American government as well
呃，
he's got this huge power of influence this huge amount of wealth
能干掉 ROC 啊。
and he just needs to also be really good at Path of Exile and really good at Overwatch
对，这个现在这个版本有辅助的问题吧？这个也是我们杭州线下赛要打的版本嘛？那这个位置上主辅，
imagine when the bronze Torb main has $1 billion fuck do you think they all do you think all the Torbs in bronze all have $1 billion it's actually a billionaires club down there
就是虽然说在团队上面可能比较好，但是我们也不是长期打了很久的，所以说我们还是比较偏向用锤妹吧。
yeah we do
一些水
cheers Molly
打不比赛打比较多一些。像我们国服里面有很多，比如说玩破坏球、玩铁拳的、玩害灾的这些英雄。你如果作为一个布吉塔玩家，对于一些国服
yes exactly right on the Rock CC game there pen points super important game for both teams
你要学会
gonna change their fate massively
卡好位置，不能就是
imagine flaming your bronze 12 going to 3 and 17 you see Elon Musk as
就你脑子里面没有去想这个问题的话，你就很容易就被开嘛。
is Ek kill
这个时候说的很
X over
测和这个提前量是最重要的，不是说
we all played Torb while flying in our jets between LA and Vegas. You just got the gamer set up on your private jet, locking Torb. Fuck. We laugh at them, but we want their life. Fuck. I want to play Torb on a private jet.
前面没多久，那个教练嘛，然后一直在复盘，然后在做准备嘛。我们教练也是特别厉害嘛，在这里也感谢他嘛。
哎，你这不把教练 ID 说一下？
Mid Shoop， 他这个名字可能不是。
Very much seems like the prime example of money and not buying happiness for some reason.
那也是希望你们团队能够之后越来越的磨合的更好、更顺利，期待你们之后的比赛。今天赛后采访就到这里结束喽，感谢诺然，拜拜。
拜拜，明天加油，明天赢。
Bye, Nuaram. I don't think it conflicts with other schedules. Are you interested in covering Portable Heroes at all? Yeah, I mean, I covered a tournament. I want to say back in January. How does time work? I think it was back in January. I'm always going to give priority to OWCS. But if the schedules don't line up, it's always on. Trump resembles the hamster. Do you think we'll get a skin collab? They've started doing a lot more collabs. You telling me it wouldn't sell? I think it would sell. Calling a Heroes is so late though. Fuck. Oh, of course, because it's American times, isn't it?
In Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading Storm Chaser. I was a child when the Omnic crisis hit Copenhagen. My mother was a diplomat, and people looked to her for answers. Get me through to search and rescue.
We cover the deciding games of Face It League. When are they? Maybe. I've not really looked at the schedule. I was dealing with something this week, which took up a lot of time. So I've not really future planned a lot. Definitely covering Super. SSG not taking me to China. They were planning to, or like they were entertaining the idea, and then when they were trying to figure out some of it, they realized, you can't stream on Twitch in China. So that I could go to China, but I'd just be ticking around doing nothing. Which I wouldn't complain about, but I can see how that seems like a that wouldn't be as a good use of money.
We're going to get you out of here. And I I discovered the rush of seeing a job through to the end.
Can't you go there with your own money? I mean, I could, but again, what am I doing there? And also, like,
Just stream on Billy Billy.
yeah. Thank you, course comment. Stream on Billy Billy. Yeah, but where's the monetization? I think you also need permission from the Chinese government as well. SSG was saying, so it's like a whole can of worms that becomes a really big hassle versus just streaming at home. I'm sure they'd give me an answer permission. Get us on Zoom. I'll just call you guys on Discord. Everyone hop in the Discord group call and I'll just share my screen. Alright. I might go grab a drink. Grab a drink? You got a bit of time? You got 7 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be back in a few minutes. And then we'll figure it out. Morning, Sans. Be right back. Enjoy the Chinese Overwatch videos. Oh.
I knew the truth. Not everyone in the organization was perfect. Damn it! Fall back! Hold for search and rescue. We aren't done here. Protocols were slipping. Reyes and his team pulled the fighting into the city before we could evacuate the area. We lost 14 civilians. If not for Freya's efforts, who knows what might have... You know how complex these operations can be, Sorolu. I'm sure Search and Rescue understands these risks, but I was doing my job. That was my only concern. Yes, sir. Through everything, leadership told us to stay the course. Some left. I kept going. Yet the unrest seemed to grow from within and without.
If you're protecting us, why are people dying? Show us Black Watch's records. We don't need you here.
I believed in Overwatch. I knew there were people who needed us. We're going to get you out of here. I was so focused on my work, I didn't see the whole thing crumbling. Until it was too late. In the months of investigation after the destruction of Overwatch's Swiss headquarters, the success and efforts of the support teams, the Eco Point program, the medical research group, search and rescue, and so many more were never considered. Most of Overwatch had done everything right. It didn't matter. A few bad actors had ruined Overwatch and anyone associated with it for the world. DAF. Your application to the Danish Armed Forces, Ministry of Defense. After further consideration, DRCC. Regrettably, after your application to the Danish Rescue Coordination Center. Hiring opportunities in your area. We will not be hiring candidates. I gave Overwatch everything. My skills, my passion, my life. And it left me with nothing. Without purpose, I was adrift. Desperate. But the winds changed. And I realized I could still be of use in this new world. Freya was an ex-Overwatch operative, a name with too much baggage. So, I became Gavin. At first, I chose jobs Freya might have taken. Saving innocents, capturing criminals. But with each new job, I learned not every search is a rescue. On the dark web, I sought out difficult targets, bounties no one else could deliver. The price mattered less than the challenge. The rush I'd been missing finally returned, deepened with the thrill of the hunt. It was a second chance to take everything I knew and do something with it. For too long,
I'm back.
I thought I wanted to be like my mother. I tried living to help the world. And the world decided it was better off without me.
Got your second loot box? You're welcome.
I itself.
Really, next ones are 31st of March. Really important ones are 3rd and 6th. Yeah, maybe. I have to stream with delay and stuff. Yeah, my initial plans at the moment, I'm going to do the relegation promotion games. That's the... Is it 13th of April? I'm going to do the Soup Cup. Obviously going to do the Hangzhou LAN. Going to do China next weekend as well. Or is it 3rd and 6th? Is it 3rd to 6th or 3rd and 6th of April? It's like all of next weekend. 3 and 6. Oh, okay. Should do the important Face It games? Yeah, it's probably worth it. Let me figure out the dates. Let me check my calendar. Because my sister's also coming down. When's my sister coming down? My sister's coming down on the 6th. Let me message her. Where is she? What time do you know what time? Overwatch my only job? My only job, yeah. I mean, I guess like a few different things between like the YouTube and the Twitch and the podcasts, etc. Yeah, let me find out what time my sister's coming down on the 6th, and then I can figure it out. Because I imagine it's going to be a... Is it going to be a lot of games on the 6th? I can just look as well. Maybe I'll use some form of independence. Where will we go in? Wikipedia. Face at EMEA. 2 games? And then same in North America as well then, right? What's that? 7, 9... And then North America. 1. Oh, fuck it. 1 and 3. Ah, fuck. Maybe North America's a write-off. Maybe EMEA is possible. Back on the couch. Nobody cares about North America. 哇！
其实对于 OA 来说没有什么太大挑战，但是对于叉叉来说，这是一个一定要想办法。咱不说大分，小分一点。
Are baggy jeans back?
这场比赛会最终影响到。
I was talking to my cousin, who's younger than me, and I was like, she was telling me when I was her age, skinny jeans were in, so a lot of skinny jeans, but she was telling me baggy jeans are back now. Any fashion experts here? Baggy jeans are back? Yeah, she said, because I asked her then, like, what about my jeans? Because my current jeans are... They're not tight, but they're certainly not baggy. They're not, like, skin tight, but they're... They're not, like, slim fit or anything, but they're... Baggy jeans are back? Fuck. Oh, wait. Let me rephrase the question. Are baggy jeans back if you're a middle-aged man? Boot cut is huge? Okay. I used to have a pair of boot cut. Straight leg, straight jeans? Yeah, I think I've got straight jeans right now. Yes? No? Don't wear skinny or baggy. Just keep straight cut jeans. Don't think about it too. Just keep straight. Yeah, because I asked her about the jeans I was wearing currently, which were straight cut, and she was like, these ones are okay. So trust her judgment. Nothing is back if you're middle aged. Oh, don't say that. Rock for Gen G swag. I'd eat so hard. Do like to eat so hard. Baggy jeans, a nice vest, and a cool hat. I've definitely not got the arms for a vest. His hair back, hair's out. Oh, that's good news. I just wear grey sweatpants. I mean, since I started, because I'm just a streamer, I'm always, you see, just always in joggers. Always in joggers. Joggers or shorts. If I go out, I'll wear jeans. I've got like straight cut black jeans is my normal go-to. I wear them so infrequently that I don't need a huge wardrobe of them. What did my hair look like? It was always kind of big and messy. Do I have a photo somewhere? We're going desktop. Let me see if I do that. If I do this, can you see? There we go. You're not Spilo. Mine was, I guess, a little bit slicker. Do I have any others? I mean, this was also at 5 AM. It's not the greatest photo, but it's you can tell a few people looking at pretty mogged out here. It was beautiful what happened. God, in the middle here. In the middle here with the balloonicorn. I have that balloonicorn somewhere. I keep saying, I always say this, but I actually have no idea where it is. It's probably in the loft somewhere or something, or just in a box. You're an all or nothing kind of guy? Wear something comfy, or... Yeah, I had to go suit shopping the other week, and I bought myself... Probably got myself a spent on a bloody suit. But bought myself a very nice suit. Me, my best man, and the groomsman, we're going to be in matching suits. I'm excited for that. It was you and Sideshow with hair, I know. It's very strongly dates that photo if there's a photo of me and Sideshow both with hair. How bad did that room stink? I mean, it was a Lithuanian LAN in a college in summer, and it was 5 AM by the games were delayed so much it was 5 AM. Did you buy London Spitfire? We did not, no. No, it's more of a, probably like close to like a turquoise. Probably a bit more green than blue though. Wait, you're getting married? Yeah, getting married in June. Who's co-streaming? No one's co-streaming. It's an unplugged ceremony. Unplugged ceremony. No RSVP command. The invites were sent out. If you've not received your invite, you might be in trouble. Yeah, it's an unplugged ceremony. You know, maybe Hunter's gonna have to draft, drop a cheeky draft at some point. But other than that, unplugged. But you can draft. You can draft for your team if you need. Any plans for bands? Do we trust Hunter with the draft? Depends. It will be quite late because it'll be on UK time, obviously. So it will be quite late by the time he has to draft. So he might be a few beers deep. But maybe that makes you better at the drafting, right? Because I imagine most coaches have only drafted sober. There's probably a sweet point. There's a sweet point of how drunk you are to how good you are at drafting, maybe.
辅助位的 Live 和 Shy， 辅助位的 Miu 和 Monk， 也就是东东和这个 Monk 小和尚。
对 ，Team 叉叉这边的话还是阿空跟六口的双 C， 飞扬的 T。然后飞扬其实我觉得我飞扬
Not crusty. There's got to be a sweet spot. You know, what is it? People normally say like 1 pint and then like 3/4 of a pint. That's peak performance. That's what we need. That's for peak draft time.
对，就是我们一般说一个新坦克啊，操作是有，那可能这种大局意识、大局观啊、走位啊这些会需要慢慢提高。其实肥羊的整个这些方面做的是不错的。
对，而且
That's not peak. That's warm up.
不错，我们来看一下地图。
Who's sponsor of the manage? No sponsors.
漓江塔，哎，也是我们中国的地图啊。
2 glasses of wine is the sweet spot.
国潮来袭，
应该不会吧？看班位这个位置
We can make that work.
是搬掉了朱诺，后手是搬掉了。
It's exponential. The more drunk, the better you get.
很适合法老之鹰。那 OA 这边办朱诺的话，意味着这张图他不会用一个双加。
Paddy's watching and hear you twice. Do you just watch 2 streams with audio unmuted at the same time, Panda? That's insane.
如果说队伍要选择去打回声或者源氏的话，是可以尝试拿这个安娜出来。但昨天我们其实看到孤雪也拿了害灾的。
其实OA
That's insane. I couldn't handle that.
非常的多。我觉得作为这个小组赛阶段啊 ，OA 是有很大的这个去打的空间的，可能把各个体系都打一下。
You got up to 5? No. No way. No way. That's that's impossible. I can't condone that. I can't condone that.
这是看图说啊，这个是真的了，庭院。看图说话，了解地图是这是在哪里啊？
You do that sometimes with audio split between left and right? Fuck. I mean, I know I'm old, but surely that's too far even if you're a generation below me. That amount of multitasking? Come on. The most I'll do is if I listen to an audiobook or something, I'll do like 1.25 speed. 1.25 speed. That's the furthest I'll go. All right. Should we jump straight on in here? Once again, Juno ban, Farah ban here. Just going to run dive here once again. It's going to be a Bap Orisa coming out. It's a very different type of combo. Spear off the map, though. Fei Yang. Wait, he's not gone. Mew, can he get back up? Oh, he knows the rollout. Gods of rollout here. Mew is back on the map. And Team XX are going to fall. Well played by Mew. I thought he was in the bin. But he's got the moves. A single tear of pride rolling down Admiral's face as he sees that one. And now we're going to get Tracer Swap coming out from Argon. They're going to keep trying to run this back. They're going to try and retake from White here. Their comp is better at forcing the objective, Team XX. So if they can play from point, this is good for them. The problem is they just have to worry about these nade timings. I guess they also have to worry about these leave timings as well. The nade comes through, the lamp wasn't there for Lilko. A player down, and now Gushue has taken a bit more space. He is all over this backline. Where are you going, Acer? Argon has found a trade for what it's worth, but it's not worth a whole lot. Fei Yang's going to find a trade onto the backline as well. So a couple of trades, but not enough to flip the point. Maybe it makes their next walk up a little bit easier. But thank you. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I'm straight up. Thank you, Jonathan. If you want some overnight oats, you can get those from SSG right now. Retake through. Oh, the spear javelin again, Fei Yang! This time Shy can't get back on. He's not got skates on his feet. Terra Surge now onto Velucio as well. There's a Nano Primal in the back though, and that is going to be huge trouble for Acer. But only 1 kill out of a Nano Primal. Not too bad. Equal traits. Fei Yang's going to send Monk off the map as well. The king of the environmental. Three players off the map so far on Fei Yang. 2 of them have even died, but Gushue is back and holding down point. Lilko's arrived back on Cassie to low HP though. Shy will trade that one out, and Gushue has refused to let the flip go. Thank you, Hyrak, as well for the 3 months. Fei Yang again with the javelin. King of the spears. Gushue continues to anchor point, but now he's getting flanked from both sides. Shy has the overclock. The pulse bomb does not connect with him. The beat comes back now. Overclock out from Shy, looking for that damage. But again, the hunt is on. Monk is trapped in a room here with an Orisa. He's out of the room. Monk, oh, they've C9 for point, and Monk lives.
太激烈了，
投入了，太
They only had eyes for Monk, but they needed some eyes on the point.
其实我们俩一直在夸，他非常有自己的思想，而他拿奥利莎的这个整个的思路是对的。如果说
Thank you, Vohirak. Thank you, Tomothan. Hope you're both good. Welcome back. Is Fei Yang secretly the best Orisa?
但是我提一嘴，一会
I
儿
mean, the cat's out of the bag. I don't know if it's him of a secret anymore.
这挡技能能挡得好一点。
Unfortunately, once again, still pretty good.
我们看一下奥利莎的这个威能，他是点了 shift 的这个额外血量。
对，点的是金身。然后在这个情况之下，可能还要提高一下自己抗线嘛。
哦，阿公要拿小美，
哎，不错的选择。奥利莎
Unreal options for Boop of the day. I mean, not wrong. Gonna be a little bit harder on this map to get the boops off, but still a decent map for Orisa. Monk is going to keep playing the Ana, but vulnerable, scary. They've got Mei with this as well, so the ability to punish for hazard here. Gushue has to be careful around these wall timings. They've got the early control of White Room. They swing out main. Spear will cancel the block onto Gushue. Now they start swinging out onto point. Feyang's going to get slept. The wall comes through as well. They're pushed in. Shy is trapped in there. Defensive nade comes through and Feyang has to take a back step. Lamp used from Acer. Now swinging out main. Shy trying to find a bit of space and Feyang is just out in the open. They didn't find their value. The comp from Team XX, it's very cooldown based. On that wall timing, on that spin timing. Can they go in? Can they find something? If they don't find anything on those timings, they have to live until their next wave of cooldowns. Fair though, just about managed to pocket Shy through all that initial aggression, and then they get the repush. Now Monk has a very quick nano. Ace is going to have the window soon, but Argon's just got an opening pick. Argon, one of the imports here from Korea as well. Wall comes out. They're trying to get out of this. They're trying to kite the nano hazard, but the downpour is there as well. They're going to get locked up. It's going to destroy the lamp. And Gushue, clean sweep with that nano downpour there. We'll chase them all the way out once again. Word trap. Team XX now have the ult advantage. They can window to take space. They can Mei ult to engage. But Leaf does have this blade. Mew has the beat to help him out. Look at Shy. He's just in spawn. He's trying to catch someone. Immediate dink. I know is low. The lamp has come out. More pressure onto Acer. Shy is just unchallenged on the flank. Gushue and Mew from main. They don't even need to use the ults for this one. A huge economic victory from once again. You're walking up, you're worried about the blade, you're worried about the beat. All of a sudden, Shy with a flank there. Immediate dink onto the Lucio and Unknown's ability to press the beat, respond. Too scary, can't take it. They're going to retake from the inside room this time. They'll get through for free and they can force the fight a little bit more over to point. Window to take a little bit of space now. Gishue's going to disengage, but no, they beat Blade through. Defensive Blizzard comes out. Gets out of it though, Leaf. He kills the lamp. He's traded both of those ults for the Blizzard and the window beat from Unknown. Ace is going to kill Monk. Gusue's going to try and hunt for some kills. He's all over this Baptiste. Acer is in hopelessly deep. He gets over the wall, but he can't get out. The jagged wall will take him down, but Fei Yang, this guy doesn't miss a spear, and he's going to take down Shy. He's pushing forward for more kills right now. High noon swing as well. Luco takes down 2. And Team XX, they've got themselves onto the point. They've got themselves control. They've won their first fight. Not out of trouble just yet, though. Because it is a nano and a high noon coming back. Could just be a nano onto Gushue, maybe chain it into the downpour again. But he's going early. Terror Surge comes through, catches Mew. They'll kill Mew as well. Pressure onto the Ana. Monk's going to fall. No backline for once again. They're trying to hunt down Shy. He's got the shield perk as well. Why wouldn't he want the javelin perk? He's hit every javelin. The downpours come out in main, but Gushue is off the map. What on earth is happening in that corridor? Either way, it's good news for Team XX. But Leaves come back. Shy on the high ground. Once again, don't want to give this one up. They're back in. Javelin off the map. Shy gets back on. Just about gets on there with the roll. Shield out from Fei Yang. He's trying to play around it right now. Throws another one. Can't find it. Unknown's going to try and respond, but they get the retake here once again. One more attempt for Team XX. Once again, want to hold close, make this touch as difficult as possible. They want to go early. Lilco's going to get caught on the rotation. Fei Yang has gone Doom. They're going to have to rush past. But once again, they're just going to kill everyone in spawn here. Argon nearly has the Blizzard. Will ice block. Fei Yang has killed Shy, actually, and they have got the touch. Leave has the blade. Unknown is super low. Can they get a second touch? They can't get a second touch. Once again, close out map number 1.
恭喜 OA 在第一张塔以2比0拿下了这场比赛，但是我觉得今天的这个他刷给了大家一个另外一种思路，我们想看到的就是这样的一个东西，因为这个阵容，我记得我俩在第一天就讲过，在现在这个版本当中有 队伍会去尝试拿。
I think the shield is just worse than spin. Yeah, I think so too. I feel like especially like charge up for. I mean, I don't know how valuable the javelin is.
就是个奥利莎，但是这几天的比赛里面，其实没有哪个队伍奥利莎打得特别好。我觉得 Team 叉叉算是第一个了。
因为会
You know, it feels it is a little bit situational, but I feel like losing the spin is a big problem.
然后他的矛又够准，这个其实给了对面很多的一个限制。
就是我说一下啊，第一张图是 OA 赢了，我怕观众朋友们说，哎，怎么 OA 赢了？你们
Should we do for let's wait for the next pred? Let's wait and see what the map is, and then we'll do full hold or full push or something.
确实，奥利莎的个人发挥非常好。
是的，好的，那么我们这边的话，先看一下上场比赛的 highlight， 不要走开，马上回来。
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with spin is it almost fundamentally changes how you want to play the Orisa when you have the shield instead of the spin. What?
下去了。
What's going straight up?
回放就是看一下谁怎么下去的。
The fade away.
我觉得这个一般人，
我都没有想到哪个回放是这个回放。
我以为是直接看 highlight 了，没想到是这个回放。我觉得导播很棒。
告诉我们为什么放了千真雨，然后选手。
对，那么我们看完第一张地图之后啊，要来期待一下后面的地图了啊。因为目前为止看下来的话 ，Team 叉叉他们整体对于 OA 是有准备的，这点我觉得就很好。那在后面的话，根据地图的选择
I mean, they won the map, right? So I guess it, you know, power of hindsight, obviously the correct play.
叉叉今天的思路其实最好是多用几套体系。
对，多用几套都试一
你
下。
看对手要准备什么？你看肥羊这几天打的英雄，肥羊打了迪瓦
The fade away downpour.
然后阵地坦拉玛恰好像也打了，今天奥利莎也打了，你再给他打一把女王，再打一把破坏球，那对手要准备多少？
Did it for the aura?
关键
Well,
每个体系里面
style. If you're gonna go off the
他
map,
们没有全队打出效果，但是我觉得
make a show of it, right? Make a show of
是
it.
威胁的。好的，那么我们这边的比赛就已经结束了，我们一样先看一下 highlight， 不要走开，马上回来。
All right, we'll maybe see it on the highlights. If you missed it here, keep an eye on these highlights. I imagine we'll get one of Gooseway's off the map downpour. Hopefully we'll see a few more of these off the map ones as well, but we're kind of already past the garden highlights, unfortunately. This downpour was good. Bloody jagged wall. I mean, it was signs of life on the Orisa. A few good pushes. Ah, we won't get it. Damn. It's like Vest killing himself. Yeah. I mean, the downpour was good. Just wonder if there was a, you know, just a way to do it without flying off the map, but apparently not. No, there are my twilights. I know, I missed a trick. I want the POV of Mew getting back on the map as well. I've already played codes public. Now I can ask Chen afterwards. See if he knows if they're there somewhere. But I've not seen them anywhere. You need to see an account to watch a CN game? Is that true? So you can't watch the replays unless you're... What if you just... Do you actually need a Chinese account, or do you just need to change your region to China or something to log in? think
前来观众们大家好，欢迎回来解说席，我是木子，
我是解说老陈。
好的，目前比分1比0，由 OA 暂时在漓江塔上领先。
哎，到了 Team 叉叉的选图了。
对，
那第一张图 Team 叉叉其实办了一个法老之鹰，这基本上还是根据地图来的。第二张图的话，很多队伍会选苏拉瓦萨。就我
need a Chinese ID? Oh, okay. You can't watch them because you have to create a second client or something. Oh, okay.
苏拉瓦萨是绝对不错的一个选择。
对。剩下3个地图类型，跟大家再强调一下啊，一个是纯推车，一个是大白，还有一个呢是我们把2种地图类型并在一起了，就是闪。
Oh, you can just buy a Chinese account for like a pound or something.
是
All
这
right.
几个地图类型里面最小的了。
对。
It's Chris's wife, and I think Chris's wife's not a gamer.
跟一块儿的这个6伴有关系。
所以Team 叉叉今天对上 OA 第一张图，我觉得肥羊很亮眼的情况下，看一下他们。
Alright, stats from Lijiang Tower. Maybe no huge surprises here.
看一下他们会不会还是以肥羊为核心啊，就是去以坦克为驱动力跟着打的这样一个打法。
对，我觉得目前为止的话，只有在地推体系或者是
good disclaimer, no idea.
强级或者会以这个 T 位为核心来安排阵容。当然，除了国潮之外啊，
哎，这个数据说实话，阵亡次数16。
Probably the safest path is probably just find yourself a Chinese wife like Chris and then see if she has an account.
可以看到很多时候Team 叉叉这边还是有个人能力去发挥的，但我觉得今天可能2个队伍最直观的对比就是在残局的处理上面。OA 这边的个人处理能力。
So get drops from watching on Billy? I don't think so, no.
在这个打到一开始啊，有板有眼的上来5个人，然后卢肖给个加速，或者奥利莎直接一个大风车突进的时候，这些步骤 Team 叉叉。
Noted, finally check. If anyone is a Chinese woman looking for a husband, though,
他拉扯的方向
this chat might be the best place to do it.
他往哪边拉会把这个阵型看似好像没有关系，其实还是可以的。你可以看到
One. Shout out to all the Chinese wives in the chat.
好像已经脱离大团了，其实他依然在自己的队友，也就是辅助的这个治疗的视野范围之内的。
给大家举一个小例子啊，就是我们有的时候说走的时候，一开始是5个人一块走，打到残局的时候，一般都会不止一个，就是说谁跟谁是一组抱团，谁跟谁是一组抱团。
对，
比如说大家很熟悉的破坏球和裂空，很熟悉的卢西奥加源氏，
对，
这种分组在残局就非常非常重要，你就去找你那个组的那个人跟着走就好了。
是的，所以说在这种残局。
Ooh, single Chinese male looking for a wife. So we'll get. Should I start a what's it called? A lonely hearts ad? Do they still call them that? Do they still have those in like newspapers? We'll get a lonely hearts channel in the Discord.
后排被对面撕裂的有点太过于严重了，
对
他们需要想办法让自己后排能够活下来，然后再去跟前排做一些联动会比较好一些。
刚才一直出现的情况就是一个
Does it send us to Tinder Watch? Yeah. We can find. We get some matches going.
2个人的空间出来。
Lonely hearts. What do they call them now? Or does everyone just use like Tinder or what the other one's called? Bumble.
刚刚这张地图或者我们说的这个苏拉瓦萨是相当差不多的，还是会比较去要在小范围作战的。
这是在推大白这个地图类型里面，其实最短兵相接的图了，一共就2张嘛，还有1张就是
但是这张地图的话，卡西迪说实话，因为有比较不错的几个高台可以去踩，可能发挥空间没有像刚刚这张图说里面发挥那么好。
卡萨诺瓦上场替下雷欧寇，那这样的话，卡萨诺瓦作为一个长枪位的。
Alright, Esperanza next. Casanova coming in for Lilko as well. Casanova, the hit scan player.
所以在这种有的时候需要英雄更换的图。
Once again, gonna ban Zarya. Team X gonna ban Anna.
叉叉先把安娜给ban掉，后手这边是。
So in theory, interfering with their ability to play the dive. But I imagine we might just get like a Hazard, Juno, Lucio maybe from once again here. I know what Team XX is gonna do. Just run the Orisa anyway. Maybe just play a Hazard of their own.
就是 OA 自己藏一下招哦，你说安娜是吧？
对，安娜。
好的，那这个安娜其实也是上一张图 OA 这个把 Team 叉叉的后排打得很难受的一个重点之一啊。
对，但他如果说把安娜给搬掉的话，你还真别说。
Yeah, Casanova in, Argon stays in the starting lineup, Acer,
Monk 的
and Unknown remaining as well.
应该是吧？
可以。
其实 Monk
What can Monk play besides Anna? I like Kiri. He can play everything really. Anna's definitely his best for sure, and where he's had his highest peaks. But I think he's pretty reasonably well-rounded, like on the Kiri, the Juno.
还真是，
不一定啊，
朱诺
有可能光是出门给个加速环，然后不死踢出来的，还不一定。
这张图如果你要拿奥利莎双加速的话，我说实话，
alright.
死的反而是卡西。
Looks like they're gonna double down on the Orisa. I don't hate it.
要去把自己暴露在相对来说比较容易被对面跳到的一个位置上面。
I always feel like if you're in the situation that a lot of these Chinese teams find themselves, where it's where you're just playing an absolute titan, incredibly hard series to win. just play something a little bit off meta, off cuff. Are running with Juno Lucio here again. Juno Lucio mirror. Leave will be on the Pharah, Shy will be on the Sojourn. They're all on the same side of the map right now. Rocket's just going down the choke. He's actually hit both of those rockets. Fortify has been forced out of Feiyang, so he's on the back foot, and Leave has the angle. More pressure onto him, and they just burst him down through all of that. Not missing rockets as Leave, just pounding his damage in from the flank, forcing him to DP, forcing him into a corner, and once again, they can just keep walking forward, keep taking more space. Eventually, they'll crumble. Feiyang going to go onto the Diva here versus the Pharah. Feels reasonable enough, and an okay swap into their Hazard as well. Thank you, DeBees. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Holding forward here, trying to get Shy an early opportunity with this rail. Feiyang and Argon going to try and pressure him out here so they can take the fight. Leave is on the left-hand side in this room here. Feiyang can go clear it out if he wants to. Trying to swing main instead. Leave is still just throwing his rockets in for free. Feiyang threatens a dive onto the backline. Pressuring the high ground here, trying to keep Shy contained. A bit of space. Leave is still trying to force point, but Feiyang, he's taking so much damage. They just control the angles and Feiyang can't close any of the distance. Aces are good for one trade on the high ground. Any more trade will go a long way, but Guixue's now coming back, and Hazard is so good in these areas. But he's in a 1v2, actually. Needs to be careful. Slash comes out, and Guixue's in a bit of trouble. Mew's going to come help him out of that one. They have got checkpoint while all of this has gone on. Now Guixue still trying to deal with this backline. We'll clean him up. That's some late deaths there too. Checkpoint has gone through, and then some. Argon's going to get on point, but he's the last person alive. He's not the last person alive. Oh, this could be a late death for Feiyang. He's in so much trouble here. He's trying to play for the Mega, but they are on the hunt. Oh, late death here is going to be brutal. They're going to stagger him out as well. And this is going to be more free push for once again. Casanova will be forced to slice out. Guixue just show a little bit of mercy. Now coming up, it's going to be pretty much every ult for once again. Support ult's nearly up for Team XX to respond with. But they've not got the same power in their DPS ults, and they get an opening pick out of nothing. Pulse Bomb's good from Argon, though. 4v4 situation. Argon dives in, pressure onto this Juno, onto the Lucio. Leave is trying to mark on his side. Argon is dodging all the rockets. Can't dodge that one. Has to recall. More pressure on. Barrage coming. Well, Barrage not coming out. Beat comes through from Unknown. Mew still has it. They just mark Leave. Completely shut down that Barrage with the Matrix. Take him out of the sky. And they can clean up here. Did have to burn both support ults. But not too bad. There was a barrage, there was a downpour, everything was thrown into that as well from, once again. Now Genji Kiriko is the swap from Leave and Monk. Going to be an overclock versus overclock matchup on middle, but Mew didn't use the beat in that previous fight, so that's going to be a significant advantage here. Once again, can take this overclock trade very aggressively with the beat to back them up. Shy is walking up already with Guixue. Shy's going to pop it first as well. Casanova has it now to respond with, but Ace is going to get taken down already. They're all over it. Self-destruct comes out. They want to keep the fight going. Self-destruct finds nothing, so Argon is harassing them from behind. Now the beat push to keep going as Casanova pops out overclock. Has to try and slide to safety, but Shy will take him out of the air. The beat advantage too much to deal with. Now they just need to clean up these remaining kills without losing anyone once again. They deal with the Lucio. I think Feiyang's been shepherded away as well. Trying to get this late kill for Wall's good, actually. Feiyang needs, he needs all sorts of help, and they can't get him out of there. Good Wall. Late kill from Guixue again. Shy, oh my god, Argon had him low, but Shy doesn't miss. Takes care of the Tracer. No trades for once again. They are on the front foot. They only have the downpour to work with, but Guixue, they're just getting kills at will right now. Downpour nearly up for Guixue. No ult to respond with from Team XX. Casanova is going to swap Widow. The Color Hex swap. This point of Esperanza when his team needs it most. Casanova needs a trade. Trades will favour Team XX here if Casanova can connect. Once again, have slowed it down. Mew will cross, but only takes a body shot. Guixue has the downpour. Monk nearly has a Kitsune Rush. Feels like once again I'm going to wait for that Kitsune Rush. Drop it on point. Swing out. Try and provide a downpour opportunity for Guixue. Slash onto the tank, walking forward. Kitsune Rush comes through. Guixue's going to go there. Downpour coming over the top. Looks for him. Does he catch him around the back? He does. No! He does get one kill onto the Widow, but he can't catch the Tracer. Argon is low behind. Has to play his life, but he actually can't play his life. We're looking at a full cap. They're just going to tap it in. Easy for once again. And if you were any doubt, they're definitely the best in the region.
，Team 叉叉办掉了法老之鹰。
对
所以说第二张图一上来，这个法老之鹰导致
And I might treat
叉叉这
myself
边节奏掉了很多。他为了处理这个法老之鹰，整个
to a sausage sandwich.
对，
换完了以后，那 OA 这边再一换，他离开把法老之鹰再换回到原氏，那其实又是叉叉要解决问题，就导致叉叉这边一直阵容很被动。
对，其实我刚刚在想一个问题，就是说，如果按照我们前面猜的那样子，如果他配的是一个巴蒂斯特加卢西奥，可能法老金都不会这么这么舒服。他们正面
Morning
他
7M.
们正面是奥丽莎、卡西迪、卢西奥加上巴蒂，在这4个枪的前面，如果位置卡的还算不错，没有让对面法老金打得特别舒服的话，其实可以限制一下害哉。害哉只要进不了场，他卡西迪就敢往前走。所以我觉得可能如果说要去这样子去打会稍微好，但他带的是双加速。
我觉得 OA 这边给大家做了一个非常教科书一般的展示是什么呢？叫侧线。就是你像比如说奥丽莎这种英雄，Diva 这种英雄，你如果正面5个人打他，
对，
奥丽莎一个大风车，Diva 一个矩阵
Sweet victory.
但是当
Would love a fucking sausage sandwich.
看到离开的法老之鹰，他一直在侧翼
Hasn't even get hit by twice one series.
侧面就要被
I
他
mean,
狂打。
对，
实际上他打
I
的
mean, Goochway's doing a good job of not just opening with it, just trying to bleed out resources, put them in difficult situations.
所以他们的整体阵容
Need
搭配的时候
Downpour's best if you can force a cooldown first, punish a cooldown, catch someone, you'll be fatal
法
for
老
him.
之鹰的时候是害哉去守，
对，
但是换成了索尼加原氏呢，就是原氏去守。那
But they're also just winning by a mile as well, right?
每个阵容的运营逻辑都不一样。OA 这边真的是经验丰富的老队伍，所以他做的很好，
太丰富了，他知道该什么阵容去怎么去处理。但是我们也看到了这个叉叉他们做出的调整的一个效果低吧，对不对？好，那么我们这边第2张地图也结束，大家千万不要走开，看一下 highlight， 一会儿回来。
Except for Weetabix and Cocoa Pops. I think Weetabix was probably, maybe either Weetabix or Shreddies, probably my favourite cereal. I've not had cereal in ages actually, but that's where I'd go. You think once again beats Falcons or Crazy Raccoon? In theory, no, but never underestimate these teams' ability, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon this is, to get suckered into a dive mirror for 5 maps.
2025国服赛区已正式成为守望先锋冠军系列赛全球范围内第4个独立赛区，并与北美赛区、亚太赛区、欧中非赛区一起，在全年的3场全球线下赛事中展开竞逐。作为守望先锋全球赛事体系的重要组成部分，2025 OWCS 国服赛
Once again, just stomping everybody? Yes, yes, most definitely.
210万人民币，并通过各阶段的激烈角逐，为全球
Yeah, I imagine they'll scrim probably like Rock and Team CC, but also the Korean teams as well.
在每个阶段正式开启之前，都会进行公开预选赛，排名靠前的战队将获得常规赛资格。而在3月27日到4月6日，我们就将正式迎来国服赛区的首个阶段。此前，从公开预选赛中脱颖而出的8支战队，也将会在这里展开强对决。在3月27日正式开启的常规赛中，8支战队将根据公开预选赛的成绩，被分为2个小组进行组内循环赛，各小组前3名直接晋级第1赛段季后赛。不同于公开预选赛，从常规赛开始，每场比赛新增了英雄禁用环节，相信这一改动也会带来更多的比赛看点。而在4月4日开启的季后赛中，6支战队
I mean, you're not wrong, Chaos God. They might get suckered into it for several maps in a row. If Hazard creeps back into the meta as well, in a more meaningful way than maybe we've seen recently, then it's probably bad news for Falcons.
与来自其他3个赛区的6支战队展开同场竞技。在全球冠军赛之后，国服赛区将会继续开启后续阶段的比赛。第2阶段和第3阶段开始，战队不再进行分组。
How do you feel if a Chinese team to do it at Champions Clash? I think once again it'll be, you know, if we do our sort of tier list or our power rankings, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they're just at the top inevitably in their sort of their own 2-person tier. But then I think if you start putting VP, Alcacia, once again, Nightmare SSG, I feel like these 5 teams are all in pretty even range, and whoever goes out of Team CC and Rock, I don't think they're maybe just about a tier below, but I don't think they're far behind. I think the one thing that will go quite nicely for once again is I think if they want to play these dive and Ana heavy versions, this matches up very well, I think, particularly into the EMEA teams. Hanbin's Hazard is that good.
观众们大家好，欢迎回来比赛，我是解说木子，
我是解说老陈。2比0
赛点。
哎，那么两支队伍在今天，我觉着没有什么很保守的啊，还是该怎么来，什么招都用上了。
对。
Would it once again get second if Hazard was meta? No, I think like as much as something like Winston Hazard, if Hazard and Winston are all viable, it's quite reasonable. But remember, most of the time when Hazard's viable, D.Va's a decent side pick into that. So Hanbin can just play D.Va. And you have to remember, Falcons have also beaten Crazy Raccoons on maps where Hanbin hasn't done a lot. So really don't underestimate the player quality in play here.
看一下这个上场比赛的一个数据情况啊，
这个就伤害量差的有点多。
对，主还是确实灌的有点狠了。
Yeah, we're just on like a VLC thing at the moment. So I don't know, but when we looked on day one, it was 800k, but there's also they count their viewers differently in China. I think if I remember right, I was being told they count basically the viewership number is more just total times people have opened the stream.
就有的时候大家都在说，哎，教练没有讲吗？这样换啊，那样换啊。关键是就是。
Hamid will just diffuse way on monkeys, and there's no worries to be had. Oh, okay. Tanks at China will be D.Va, Haz, Winston, Ball, Ram, Sig. Yeah, I don't know how much Sig we'll see, but I think all the others are reasonable bets. You see the translation of the Moon's view? Yeah, I read it. It was quite interesting. Always enjoyable. Moon's a good interviewee.
说话就令行禁止，说了就换的这样一个指挥，那是个非常大的幸事啊。
对，我们刚刚看到叉叉，其实他们在这方面的一个调整做就是挺好的。
Dude loves Pavan, who doesn't?
哎，对他第一波换的很快。
对，也看到对面法老金是马上做出了调整。
You know where I know Pavan from?
在那个离开再换成了袁氏，
哇，这节奏就有点接不住。
换成了物资。
Laughing at my own joke, isn't it?
换完之后
From TF2.
接不住了。
I thought I was worried we hadn't mentioned it in a few minutes, so I thought that was a good way to segue back into it.
组合在一起的，这其实很恐怖的。
就我就这么说吧 ，OA 的放狗，我感觉国内没有接得住的，
没有接得住。
其他阵容慢速阵容能打一打，这个放狗真的太难接了。
对，如果你看 OA 他们打什么双长啊，就是打消耗的时候啊，其实你是有机会去找对面的薄弱点。
Nice segue.
阵容的薄弱点在什么地方可以打一下？但是如果说你要真的跟对面去拼集火，去拼这个放狗，目前为止对于国内
When he said if you think you take Lips place at CR next year, you got goosebumps. Anyone taking up Moon's offer? Anyone sent Moon a DM yet?
因为在你比如说你选张推车图长图，然后你要打什么西格玛双枪斧啊这种东西，然后你搬掉卢西奥，这样把节奏强行慢下来，其实反倒有一些个人操作啊、明星球的一些发挥空间。
对，如果说对面强行在这个阵容里面还要去打提速，他只能把朱诺拿出来。
对
You are next.
所以说对于一些队伍的这个班位
The decks must be so tired of yapping about it. I think they've been good for it. I mean, I can't say what they're saying, obviously, but it feels like they've sort of kept the pace and energy up.
剩下纯推车是一种，还有混合闪点是一种。
爱新瓦尔德
哦，出奇制胜
可以。
I can vote.
次比赛很少见，是不是第一次见？
第一次吧，应该是。
I have. He hasn't responded. Is Lip definitely retiring? Oh, he's military services next year? Oh, okay. Fuck. Well, it's on one of you guys to step up then.
尤其是在这个来了
哦，而且他把温斯顿办了。
对，
我刚想说 OA 应该还会上孤血，因为这张图 B 点温斯顿特别厉害。
把这个温斯顿办了。
OA 自办安娜，因为安娜确实是 OA 非常擅长的英雄。
我觉得办安娜的话，就是这一点有一个很关键的问题是在于这张
Very big shoes to fill. All senses of the word.
A 点的时候，如果你比如说你选打法老金一波激素法老金、激素锁肩、激素源这种东西，如果说你可以做到换人头
Quark seems pretty confident he's got us covered, so I don't worry about it.
是把温斯顿加安娜这一对黄金组合办掉了之后，怎么拿阵容很有意思了，我猜不出来有点。
搬掉的话拿D.Va 吧，
拿 D.Va。我觉得防守拿 D.Va 好一点，进攻拿 D.Va 少个大招。
Stop all the wars, but military service isn't about the wars. Honestly. We've only got 38 seconds, so it's going to be hard to have exactly all of this conversation. But I'm actually, I mean, this is controversial. I'm pro-conscription, I think. I mean, I know it's easy for me to say that as someone who's past the age, but I'm not against it. I think it's valuable.
给他吃不了太多资源。
So,
哎，这个阵容如果是第二，
I've got no segue to take us into Eichenwald here. But, you know, I thought I'd rile us up. Thought I'd rile a few people up. Over to Eichenwald here, Team XX against once again.
而他们现在是不要双加速，我这个阵容就是要去。
Gonna be an Anna ban and a Winston ban here. So again, Team XX, they're trying to lean into more of this Orisa. I'm not convinced Eichenwald is gonna be the greatest map for it. First and third will be okay. The second will be very tricky. Once again, more than happy to keep playing the Hazard. We're gonna be on Juno Lucio into this as well. Team XX are playing a Cass and a Pharaoh with this, trying to hold both sides of this pillar. Gooseman's gonna make his way in left-hand side, and Gooseman's kind of just got through for free. He's crossed a lot of distance. Now he dives into the back. He's walled off the Orisa as well. Forced a D-peak, and now Acer is a long way away from the rest of his team. Has to take a very long trip. Will be able to regroup with his team, but they've had to concede all the space as a result. Now they are back out on second. Shy looking for it. Doesn't hit the shot. Doesn't get the kill. But it's Eichenwald. The cap goes faster.
不能进的。
对，一个还在走过来，
And that's going to be first point in the blink of an eye.
或者奥利下去盯，
对
一定要有人盯。
但是他们这边左边是
No real ults built as a result there, and all just came from... You saw Gushwei, we saw it from Gushwei's point of view. He starts moving through left-hand side.
对，
你让这个队伍没有反应
Starts moving through left-hand side, and just no one really challenges him or blocks that position, so he's just able to take all the map, find a good engage timing. They get a bit of a pick here. That'll slow down once again for a second, as Casanova's going to rotate back to the high ground.
就要去2楼，他把2楼上面人都踩。
Fei Yang playing on the low ground now. The chance for Gushwei. Looks like they just want to run past him. Look at Mew and Gushwei. They've already taken the high ground. Fei Yang's going to punish him in main, but Shy's too far back. Now the dive comes in, but Argon is aware of it.
双方现在两个战场 ，OA 后
They're
面
going to try and go forward, but look how, once again, we're ready for this. They knew Gushwei and Mew were going for a long staging, but now Gushwei's going to turn over Farah. Argon is trapped in. Oh, gets walled off. Oh, misadventure from Argon. And all of a sudden, Lever's going to be relatively uncontested. They're doubling down. Fei Yang hits another spear. They've actually found a trade there, Leve.
走地被一链家直接。
The trades will be enough to break the forward hold. You can see Fei Yang already wanted to move backwards with a no right now, but the wall is good. The health pack's not there. And Gushwei will just block to finish off that kill.
在处理这种
He'll get himself onto the high ground now, and he's going to be looking for any late kills. No tank to hold the position.
就是快，就是机动性高。我直接还有一个防守镜可以随时前后。
And they're going to have to rely on the ults here a little bit, but once again, coming up to some of these big combos, there's going to be a Ray Barrage to throw at them. They are holding close as well. A Ray Barrage on his choke.
他毛是真
Spear will hit, but now no spear to cancel the barrage. Looking for their opportunity. Gushwei's just keeping them contained. There is the barrage. Terror Surge pulls him in, but Fei Yang still dies. The rally was used to try and save him, but no tank. Team XX, they're forced to step out here. They're forced to fight. They've got the high ground for their DPS, but Gushwei is on the hunt. High noon swing from Casanova buys them a bit of space, but they need to touch soon. Fei Yang is coming back on Diva to get the touch. The drop down, the beat comes through from you. Overclock from Shy as well. Looking for it. The Ray repush coming. Trying to take Acer out of the skies. Cares for Barrage. Argon gets two. He only fired it for half a second, but it's more than enough. The Ray Barrage is so much damage. Gets 2 kills.
不在了。
And they might be able to stabilize now. They should be able to stabilize. They'll finish off Gushwei.
阿公这波
And Team XX, they get the hold.
走到射线里面的火箭弹幕收益还是比较不错的，顺秒的对面。
He saw Shy. They were aware of that barrage threat coming, but all he needed was half a second.
对，
但是空枪了，
这种东西也是会有可能性发生的。
没办法，人总是会空枪的呀。
对，来看一下他们这一轮的进攻，防守依然会学会。
No ults on the side of, once again, no ults on the side of Team XX. Going to be a full neutral. Fei Yang trying to catch Shy early. Will catch Shy early as well. As long as Fei Yang can get out here, they'll be alright. Back onto the high ground.
不仅能做击杀，还能活，还能
And they're able to stabilize.
资源很棒。
真可以。
对，
但是 OA
They'll top up their Diva. They'll clear Gushwei off this high ground. They still got player advantage. Shy's actually coming back on Tracer for this one.
这个 B 点也不好打。
对，主要是
Wall is taken care of. Needs to be wary of the C9 now as a Tracer in play. Mew's going to take some damage for the high ground. You see Shy making that move for the payload already. This is going to pull them out of position. Thank you, Young BZ, for the 2 months as well.
是晒的裂空在头车。
对，
那有谁能管呢？
Shy still pressuring the payload. Someone has to respond to this. No, none of them really can, though. Is it just going to go through? Is Argon who has to drop to the point? He's got pack support. He actually finds the kill, but Leave is pushing him now. Leave takes him out of the sky. Oh, they're just outnumbered. Fei Yang stuck low HP. Will have to just jump off the map and reset. Good swap by Shy. Takes care of that forward hold by pressuring the objective behind.
裂空拉车，所有人看车边往回撤，往回撤一瞬间，顾雪正面拉过来，正面一波包
We'll talk in between the rounds, chat. Don't worry.
来看一下最后这个点，哇，这个
Leave now has the barrage ready to go.
正面的一个炮
High noon and Matrix and Rally. Lots of tools to mitigate this, and of course the Diva Matrix is the best tool to mitigate this barrage. They're going to start the Rally to push in. Going to be an attempted disengage from once again. Yusue's taking a lot of damage. Leave's taking even more. They'll all live though. Now High Noon to keep pushing. They just swing out the choke. He pops it straight away to confirm the shy kill. They're going to keep going. Player advantage, but the barrage turn from Leave. He gets 2 before Feiyan can Matrix it. And it will still end up being a relatively even trade. Team XX want to try and hold forward for a little bit longer here. They are getting spammed back. Not the worst ult trade, all things considered. Leave has gone over to Genji now. Once again, have both support ops to throw into this next fight. Ray is available for Aster. Ray can really... It's not quite worth 2 support ults, but it's worth more than 1. 1.5 maybe. So they can probably hold this fight with Ray. Downpour's gonna come out. Ray comes through. Oh, but the Downpour locks him out of a Ray. And Leave is just there for all the cleanup. The Downpour denies him getting that Ray value, and the double support ult from once again, they're all able to use their own one. And now, once again, threatening the full cap. Coming out of spawn, it's a Malga swap, Desperation, Venture as well. They want more time off a point. They'll force Leave away. Shy doesn't quite have the overclock yet. There's no ults in play until that overclock. They really want to get the kill on Leave. They can get the kill on Leave, but will it cost Fei Yang his life? Gushue will trade that one. Now tank advantage for once again. Shy has got the overclock. There goes 1 kill. Trying to deal with the Venture. Venture dives in. Will get traded by Casanova, but they also need to touch. They can't do it. Too many problems to deal with. And a full cap, 1 minute 46 in the bank. A pretty fast time on Icon World. What are you guys spamming? Not speaking for X, but I'm pretty sure he'd agree that most reasons to be pro-conscription have actually nothing to do with war. And it's a lot more based on the personal development of people in scripted. Yeah, actually, yes. Not honestly, that's actually. Yeah. Yeah, like I think there's a lot of valuable skills you learn from conscription, and as much as I've not been through it myself, most of the people I talk to, like the overwhelming majority of people who've gone through conscription, have actually spoken positively of the experience. Likewise, friends of mine who have been in the army in the UK speak positively of that experience. Now, this isn't a pro-war thing at all. You don't. It's not about having a large military or having anything like this. Nothing to do with that type of thing. It's all about the skills and the development for the people, you know? As much as some people might go through that development and stuff themselves in their own life at some point, I think being forced to do it, and I say this in full knowledge. Now, if I was told the same thing when I was that age, I would have fucking hated it. I would have absolutely fucking hated it. But I think there's real value in it. Okay, Roadhog is the answer from Fei Yang here on the attack. Fei Yang has not found the answer in Roadhog here on the attack. More options. More. Is Fei Yang just going to go back onto the Orisa, onto the Diva, take the hazard mirror? So a full mirror. Desperation times. Series on the line. Control of the choke right now. Early damage. Fei Yang's trying to take a little bit of space. Mew's going to push him back. He's got a bit of space at the choke here. Thanks, Bob Ross. Shy's going to find the early pick. Shy's going to find more than an early pick. He's good for 2. Trying to take the Farajul here, Argon. He's in super deep behind. He should have stuck with it. You're right. You're right, Bob. Gonna attempt again. Shy's getting much closer to the overclock than Casanova is. Good for the opening picks in a lot of these fights. We're gonna get a replay of that one now. Pretty straightforward in the end. Disruptor shot then out at the choke. Finishes off for low HP hazard. Take us back to live action. Oh, nothing's changed. Deja vu. Shy. Is he just gonna be at it again? Monk's going to get pretty close to Varay as this push comes in. All over Casanova. The wall is a miss, but this has given the rest of Team XX space to get into the right-hand side. Farajul in the sky, but unfortunately Argon's backline is stuck inside. They can't pocket him. Now the barrage from the flank. Lee will get everything and lives. Somehow, someway lives in all of that. The pocket is good from Monk. They keep him alive. 2 minutes off the clock. The barrage does everything they need it to. They are looking good for it.
有效的应该是等一波大招，就下一波还是可以放，能骗 OA 几个大是几个大，但是鉴于对手是 OA 啊，很难骗出来大招的。
Double support ult already available for once again. Ult charge slower on the side of Team XX. I mean, it's an uphill battle in every sense of the word. They need a bit of magic. They need an opening pick. They're going to try and clear Gushway off the high ground, but he's receiving full pocket. Argon can't find the damage. He will eventually get forced back now. Now they've got a little bit of space. They need to be careful pushing into this overclock. Shy's going to pop it right now. Argon going to try and fly through. Doesn't get caught by that one. Now the barrage in response, but Shy takes it down. Double support ult. Downpour comes out over the top. They're throwing everything into this once again. They saw the Ray and they've actually pretty heavily overinvested here. There's now a clear ult advantage for Team XX as we enter this final minute. There's an opening. What more of an opening could you need? Overclock. Start with overclock. Start taking some space. Beat if you get in trouble. Downpour to finish them off if they try and escape. This is the biggest opportunity for Team XX on their attack so far. Once again, going to have to rely on either a disengage or a bit of magic from their DPS here. Gushway's going to be cleared off the high ground. Casanova swinging with the overclock. They all disengage once again. Looks like they're all out of dodge. That's one ult for free, but they still have the beat to keep going here, Team XX. Dive onto their hit scan. Casanova needs help. They're all quite low. The beat catches everyone. Beat is good from Unknown, and they punish Gushway. Leaf nearly has the barrage. They have to be careful. He's got the barrage now, but he's not quite set up for it. Doesn't quite get the movement. Just uses it to kill the Lucio. Sojin into the sky. Shy will trade that one for him. But remember, I can wall caps faster here. Shy has got pocket, and he's trying to keep space. Disruptor shot onto the point. Catches for Farah. That's one for him. Can they get the touch? Downpour is dodged from Shy, but they need the touch. They have got the touch going, but Shy is deep behind enemy lines. He will get punished, but Gushway is back on the point. Anchor the point, and they see 9. Oh, ult advantage, player advantage. It's not enough. It's not enough. It seems like. Seemed like they had everything they could possibly have hoped for to capture that first point. And yes, like Habit's asking about, is Evital Zernus the same person as Mew? Yeah, just keeps changing his name, doesn't he? Does this count as a full hold? Yeah, yeah. Full hold, thanks to the C9. God damn it. Shy played that really well too. Kept him engaged, started to pulled their hazard out of position. Made for retake all that easier for Gushway and the other respawning members.
好的，那么我们这边的第2场比赛就全部结束，大家千万不要走开，我们看一下 highlight 回来我们的。
Was everyone once again in Overwatch League? I think so. Or maybe a Pritter. Yeah, I can't remember. Was a Pritter on like a Chengdu Hunters or something at some point? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Liga was. I'm sure he was on Hangzhou Spark at some times. I don't know how much he really played, but I'm pretty sure he was there. He was on Charge now? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, they all were? Okay. Yeah. Oh, a Pritter was on Guangzhou. Okay, yeah. And Liga only ever played like one map. I see, yeah.
那其实对于这样一支队伍，大家很难给到他们一个很高的预估情况，但他们今天打的包括
Did I miss MVP? Are all good? You've not missed MVP. Hannah, what is... I feel like I'm probably not the only one wondering. What's with the MVP obsession? What am I missing?
造成了一些麻烦。那他们的后排其实沟通系统还是蛮顺畅的，但是啊，这毕竟是一支新队伍，最大的失误也是出现在了。
Oh, cavalry tweets. Oh, okay.
这个可能说出现失误这样的情况。我觉得也是血性打上来了， 最后的话也是所有人都去抓晒，没有人去摸到点内。
Yeah, now it's the big one. Most important map of the group stage.
今天这场比赛当做是一个经验的积累，在后续的比赛更加的再接再厉。
Sorry, glad I riled up chat before I went as
我
well.
们刚刚一直在这个幕后聊天的时候，有聊到说 OA 为什么能看起来这么的游刃有余，除了选手个人的实力。
Any show recommendations other than Severance currently watching? Yeah, I finished Severance Season 2 last night. Keep the chat spoiler free though out of respect for all of those people who haven't. What else have I watched recently? So I've not watched all that much recently. What did I watch before? I watched Dune Prophecy. That was okay. I don't know if I put it in a recommend category. What else have I watched recently? I've not really watched that much TV. I watched Anora the other day. Anora was good. That's a film though. 911, you're watching it right now? What's 911? Anora's amazing. Anora's really good. You watching The West Wing? That's a classic. You see White Lotus? Oh yeah, ask the other one I'm watching. I'm watching White Lotus right now. White Lotus, yeah. A lot of the time with movies, or sorry, with TV shows, I'll sort of wait till it's all out, then watch all of it. But with White Lotus, I've just been watching it as it comes out, and season 3's been really good. All the seasons of White Lotus are good. So if you haven't watched White Lotus, I'd check that out for sure. Have you watched The Rookie? No. The Jackal I really enjoyed. Yeah, Chris was telling me because I looked at the Jackal and I wasn't convinced. Is that the one with Eddie Redmayne? And he's some kind of bounty hunter, or he's some kind of guy with a gun who's pretty serious. So I wasn't convinced by it, but Chris was saying it was really good as well.
比如说谁掉点了，我们交招来反打，这些系统都做得非常的完善。我觉得这一定是教练在场外，包括选手
He's really good in it.
场的天梯里面的沟通啊、配合啊。
The other thing I've been watching a bit of as it comes out is The Righteous Gemstones, which is it's just kind of sitcom, so like easy watching, easy entertainment. But that's pretty good. Makes me laugh.
应该还要可以去争一个小组第2的位置，还是要再看 Little Sheep 的那场比赛。
And then I watched Invincible was it last week or maybe the week before? I caught up on season 3. Is the good game about to start? Yeah, we'll probably still got like a 10-15 minute wait, but it's next. Yeah, have seen Fargo. Thoroughly enjoyed Fargo. Not watched Adolescence though, no. Have I seen Shogun? Yeah, I've seen Shogun. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, me, Chris, and Hunter, I think all watched that, and all big fans. Being British, you've seen it, surely watched Peaky Blinders. Yeah, I never got round to watching season 6 of it though, but I watched the first 5 seasons and it was all good. Match is Rock versus Team CC next, and that's the big one. Invincible, yeah, watched Invincible, enjoyed Invincible. Not watched 1884. Season 6 was ours. Maybe I'm not missing out then.
就是警钟一定要多想一想，因为其实今天看起来这么的碾压，是因为他们的对手是 OA， 对，是一支就选手的个人实力来讲，然后就
I mean, Invincible is full of so many moments that are just beyond brutal.
这么的一个队伍。
是，就我们想到 Team 叉叉这一帮
The soundtrack's always really good in Invincible as well.
利亚克、卡萨诺瓦，然后肥羊、Unknown， 还有 Aster， 其实这批选手
Caught up on Daredevil and I love it. Oh yeah, what's it called? Daredevil Born Again. Is it all out now?
相信 OA 的很多的老粉丝知道的，就是这名选手他本身也是
Yeah, maybe I'll watch that this weekend actually.
风格的一个选手，其实我个人还是非常
Are you guys talking about the new one as well, the one that's just come out? Because I was thinking of starting that this weekend. It's not all out yet? Okay, maybe I'll wait.
尽管是受限于可能谭府的一些配合沟通，可能当时的发挥非常的不尽人意，来到了我们的正赛，越打越好。今天甚至是在很多地。
Have I seen 24? No, I've watched like a couple of episodes because my grandma always used to watch it, so sometimes when around her it'd be on, but I've never like sat down and watched it.
目前为止，我觉得在引入坦克的队伍当中磨合的最好的一支队伍。
我觉得反而。不仅仅是磨合最好的，效果也是就是1顶1的明显的这么的一支队伍，很稳。
而且他真的有秀哎。
They're edging you, Hannah.
这个队伍能够站出来的人太多了。
I rewatched Lost recently and made you sad. It's not the same anymore. I mean, there's a lot of things like this where you have a memory of watching it when you're younger,
像阿贡，我们之前夸过
and
太多次，也是
it feels like a sort of one of your favorite TV shows or favorite movies at the time. And if you ever go back and watch it, quite a lot of them just don't hold up. Don't hold up at all.
大家特别是很多队伍、很多选手真的要正眼再看一下。
Happens with everything. Not to mention TF2 again, but it happened. I remember TF2 frag videos coming out when I was young and thinking, this is the highest level of gameplay I've ever seen. This is the best frag movie I've ever seen. It's incredible. And then I'd watch that same movie 4 years later, and I'd be like, it's shit now, it's shit now. Everyone's better than this guy.
但是我想说，因为我在讲他们的目标完完全全不是我们国服赛区的前列，他们的目标更多的会摆在我们4月18号到4月20号在杭州举办的。
I rewatched Game of Thrones turn off after season 5.
他们就是会拿到一个门票的，所以现在很多的赛事对他们
Have I seen the Greatest Air Shots Volume 1? I mean, maybe. I don't remember the name, but it's really possible. You went back and watched the all Quake frag moves and they're still peak? I mean, there are some that will still stand the test of time, but there's a lot. It's the Dr. Justice one, if anyone remembers that name. That doesn't hold up for me.
队伍的时候，其实我觉得大家还是会隐隐有点担忧。虽然说 OA 确实实力非常的强劲，但是我们通过这几天的比赛可以看到，其实还是会有些小隐患。比如说 Monk 这个位置，如果说被对面抓到的话，其实还是蛮难去摆脱一个先手吊人这样的一个困境的。
对，而且其实包括刚才小双老师，
Yeah, it's been a while, you know, been a while, so I thought time to rope TF2 back into that one.
最终打出来的效果也很碾压。
Can I watch? I feel like I'm gonna get DMCA'd for the music.
一旦对方上了强度之后的表现到底怎么样？选手在场上的心态，包括有没有备用的方案，这些东西我觉得可能还是要到后面的。
I think I have seen this one.
跟这个 ROC 啊，或者是跟 CC 啊，跟这些胜者、跟这些强队再去竞争的过程当中，再去寻找到自己的问题，再去慢慢改进嘛。毕竟我们现在是一个挑战者一样的身份。
是我们刚刚也是聊到，其实 OA 的每名选手，他们就像一个站得很稳的柱子立在那边一样，其实是形成了一套牢不可破的体系。但是如果说
so many old names in this.
某一支队伍、某一个选手能够从其中的某一名选手身上去找到一些突破口，那其实对于整个队伍的战术来说是个非常大的影响。
那不如猜一猜吧，就是两位觉得说
You can mute it. We can watch it muted. Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
OA 的选手给你们印象最深刻呢？
Yeah, YouTube is so funny about these things.
看下来给我印象最
Wait, I've put it on the wrong layer.
因为这个英雄其实，在大部分人的在赛前可能很多人的想法里面，其实应该不算是他的英雄。
The dopamine from hitting an air shot? Yeah, I was playing TF2 the other day. I didn't hit any crazy shots though. That one's insane. If we miss MVP, I will crash out. Do you have 2 monitors, Hannah? Come on.
其实重点关注也是孤雪这个位置，因为之前老陈和木子也提到，当孤雪的害灾在你的后排去做
satisfying
补足的时候，你要么就是去盯他，但如果你盯他，他就交监视护体，就可以拖很长时间。就是其实你收不掉他，但他一直在烦你，就很像那种破坏球的打法。
哎，就是温斯顿破坏球老玩家扛压扛出来的这种经验啊。
I'll try and keep an eye on it for you.
孤雪这个坦克的打法风格有一点定性了，就是你看一个英雄，他麻烦，他有高机动性吗
？This one's better. What's in this one?
是打人的收割效果有吗？
That's 18 minutes.
一些 highlight 吗？那这个英雄孤雪可以。
Why am I not in any of these
之前
ones?
孤雪在预选赛期间，当时毛家还没有被削弱嘛，那个时候玩毛家的时候，其实还是有一点点憋屈的，因为要去躲对面的关键技能，像睡针或者金刚平。
对，毛家还是太正面了。
对，那来到害灾这个英雄之后，感觉孤雪找到自己的舒适区了。
对，
又可以监测固体，又可以打伤害，还可以用墙隔人，哇，好好玩。
就定性了。而现在看一下我们的艾森尔的这张地图上的一个数据，肯定是很碾压的。
I mean, this is what's also this is like a full spectrum of like every level as well. Like there's some top games in here as well for top players, but there's also
这张地图上 OA 他们的
there's like a full mix.
发挥的都很不错，离开在远程的
No way he hits the second one. Unbelievable.
是这个伤害量上面的差距还是相当大的。
果然啊 ，Player of the Match 给到的还是
That one's so good.
害灾。
Damezy was a nice guy as well.
数据来讲，我伤害打的真的还蛮足的，而且值得注意的是阵亡的这个数字是比较小的。其实这个相当的重要。
对，我们刚看到，其实，在最后一张地图的数据当中
，Wait, is it Goochway player of the match? Hannah. There we go.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it. You're a step ahead.
因为 OA 我们很少会看到他们出现。
Shotgun pocket method is so old. I mean, watching Platinum play EMEA and the sort of min-max between shotgun was so crazy.
尤其是像第一波攻防
That's like playing shotgun, playing like soldier with pocket shotgun is
说不太行，因为孤雪
is so satisfying. Oh, Victor!
有了孤雪的这样非常灵活又有点
I know this guy.
在的引领之下，整个
This guy, I don't. This is gonna sound
像是之前有
it's so random. This guy offered me a job the other day.
虽然说是打了一个吧，但看起来为什么死亡这么多？是因为他试过了所有的办法，他们试了
He's like I got on with him. I always got on with Forsaken at the time. He played Overwatch for a bit and he played like Apex as well. And now he works for like some game company and he asked me if I wanted a job. I was like, I'm good at the moment. I appreciate the offer, but I'm good. I think Shadowburn works with a company as well. You guys might be more familiar with Shadowburn, also a TFT player, but you might remember him from Philadelphia. But I turned down the job offer.
表示时隔1年又是登到了这个舞台上啊，非常开心啊。
那我
Flare gun so satisfying to hit.
在昨天的比赛里面，你是拿到了一个5杀，对吧？那么今天在刚刚打的这
That's such a tasty one, just over rooftop.
东哥抢了一个，有没有什么话想对东哥说呢？
Oh my god, Fragger is such a throwback. Absolute throwback. This guy was the definition of all aim, no brain. All aim, no brain. Take a... Where's my pen? Wait, where's my pen? Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. My pen's broken, hold on. I was just gonna highlight it because we saw Numlocks as well in there, playing for Team UK. England? Where's the England national team, Alpha? That was the England national team. Where am I going? Pen. There we go. Fuck. Let's get back to where we were. Yeah, Numlocks at the top. I don't know if you can see it with the quality. Fragger hit some insane ones though, but was literally one of the dumbest human beings you'll ever meet. But what a guy! What an aim! Give him some rockets to aim though.
啊，懂了，还要多多期待一下。那就要好好期待了。期待一下之后的一个发挥。那先不要说其他的，是要再一次恭喜 OA 拿下本场比赛的胜利。
No way. And this is just like a b-ball thing.
给我们展现更好精彩的表现，也是感谢下来接受我们的赛后采访啦，拜拜。
拜拜拜拜
拜拜。
Bye. The scout directs are so satisfying to hit as well. The scouts are so fucking hard to hit. So hit that direct for full damage.
虽然说来到了杭州的赛事，可能我们用的还是现在这个版本，但是也能够做出一些新。
I remember Ips. Wait, that's me. Why am I on the wrong side of the kill feed in this? Why?
越来越有感觉了，也是期待他们在之后比赛里面的一个表现。
那也是非常的。
Fuck! Why am I on the wrong dominating? Piss off! Piss off!
焦点战哦。那么我们第3场比赛会怎么样呢？我们马上回来。
Yeah, well, maybe Ips killed me in this clip, right? But you know what Ips also did? He also told everyone he had a wife and kids, and it wasn't true. So who won in the long run? Huh? He was quite good at TF2, and honestly, other than lying about having a wife and kids, he was a nice guy. Just, you know, told a few porkies along the way. Oh, here's Cadus. Ah. One of my favorite players. One of the nicest people I met in TF2. So much time for Cadus. Jason Allen. Why did he lie about that, though? Just, you know. It was, what would you call it? Just to boost his ego, right? Or boost his reputation, I guess. Oh, Mela? You guys know, anyone watch Valorant? You might recognize this guy. He casts. I think he's with Uber Shouts as his casting partner these days. How long to the next game? 9 minutes still. I need to get more water and stuff as well. That one is so tasty. The ones where you get juggled as well, you're juggled so you're airborne. So satisfying. The fadeaway. I mean, one of my favorite parts of why I think TFT was so satisfying to play is because it really is, like, you only get like a few shots, right? Like high level, everyone bombing in, you only get like a few shots. So, you know, you get 2 shots, so you have to hit both of them to get the kill. This is Mikey A. Demolished him. Like, ones like that are so satisfying. They're not actually that hard a lot of the time. Like, that one was because it was, like, high velocity, but if you're just both in the air, it's not that hard, but they look so good. This one should be a real fight. Yeah, this is the big game. Where's the airborne crit shovel? For a lot of TF2's time, we didn't... oh, Shadowburn mentioned. For a lot of TF2's time, we didn't have all the unlocks involved, like, enabled. We used to play, like, Vanilla plus Medlocks, it was called, where we only enabled, like, a few of them. Oh, I've not fought Tech so long. Tech's super nice guy. One of the nicest Frenchmen you'll ever meet. Oh.
The weight of my future rests on my shoulders.
The quad? The quadra? 4 rockets in the clip. 4 rockets in the clip. All of them. There's probably a couple on ETF2L or like on Team Fortress TV somewhere. No way we're on bad water. It's Highlander. Huh. Are you in the compilation? Only on the wrong side of it, unfortunately. Oh, this was the craziest shot. Like, you kind of need to know the map, but this is literally from first point to second point over a rooftop. Like, just walks out of spawn, sees a shot. This is one of the craziest shots anyone's ever hit. Like, this iconic, this shot. Yuki, probably the best Australian player ever. Would be an Overwatch equivalent shot? I don't know, really. Overwatch doesn't always have it the same where it's like a single shot. There's no way. Yeah, that one's insane. People might remember Zebasai. Such again, like, just perfect rockets. Mid-air Farah, yeah, but not really. Not really. Not even Widow Grapple versus Widow Grapple, because the thing is, like, that kill there, it like never happens. It's such an impossible situation to get a kill out of. Yeah, I don't know. Like Overwatch is a very different game. TF2 is a game designed to have a lot of these moments where you can hit really cool and really satisfying shots, which makes it a very good frag video type of game. For the same reason Quake is as well. What's the HB for all characters? It varies. So Scout would be 125, 175 for demo, 150 for medic, and 200 for soldier. And then you can get overhealed up to 50% of your HP as well by your medic. You get called a buff. And the max damage for basically all the classes that people really played, with the exception of medic, think of it as a support. So Scout, demo, soldier is if you hit like the perfect shot or direct hit, it's like 100 damage. So if you hit the right shot, you can just 2-shot everybody or 3-shot someone if they have a buff, type of thing. So it means all the fights are quite, it's quite dually. You know, you walk in and you'll run to it. Yeah, I'm discounted sniper because we're mainly talking like the competitive 6v6 thing. But it meant that in reality, all of the fights are quite, you know, you take a duel and it's over in 3 shots, like very quick exchanges. Whereas a lot of the time in Overwatch, you do have those moments, but there's a lot more healing, just a lot more health and damage is just being exchanged way more in Overwatch. How long are we at? We're at 2 minutes. Hold on. I should top up my water before I forget. So let me go grab a drink, and then we can lock in, because this is the big one. Rock versus Team CC. We've had our trip down memory.
欢迎回到分析席，我是小双，
我是小豆，
我是银河。
欢迎大家来到今天的焦点战 ，ROC 对阵到 Team CC。为什么说是焦点战呢？虽然啊，老陈现在不在我们的分析席，但是我们3个城门信
拜读了，
对，拜读了他的最新动态，来给大家做一下这个转念啊。简单来说呢，就是 ROC 和 Team CC 的胜者大概率会拿到这个小组第1的位置，也就是 A1。那么输了的人就是 A2，而 A2的这一个大概率的排位呢，就会打到 B1。那么 B1 大概率会是谁呢 ？B1 大概率会是 OA， 而我们的季后赛，也就是4月4号到4月6号的那3天的比赛，是一个单败淘汰赛。所以到了季后赛当中 ，B1 打到 A2， 那你就大概率要去打 OA， 而又没有一次复活甲的机会。所以其实对于 A2这个队伍来讲，可能就会有一点点的难受了，可能就会拿不到那个去杭州的门票了。所以老陈才会在一开始的分析席就告诉大家说，今天的第3场比赛，谁赢谁大概率是有机会拿到那张门票的。
对，给大家稍微捋一下这个 A 组第2名他之后的一个赛程啊，他们会在季后赛的1/4决赛，也就是6进4的这样的一个阶段，先去面对到 B 组的第3名，然后这场比赛的胜者将会去面对到 B 组的第1名，大概率就是 OA。所以说这场比赛对于双方队伍来说是一个蛮重要的名次的争夺战。
是，而且呢，其实这也是我们8强赛到现在为止双方在实力上最为接近，在名气上，也都是响当当的一场对决啊。
再来回顾一下前2场比赛，哇，非常快速的3-0。其实我们的第1天比赛日到现在都是一个非常快速的战局，这也意味着其实我们国服赛区的各个队伍，他们的这个实力的差距还没有被缩减到一个就是可能会更加接近的一个状态，也意味着很多的队伍，很多的新队伍，他们有非常大的一个成长的空间。
对，我们稍后来看一下我们几个人的预测，我估计这场比赛是没有人会预测是一个3-0的比分的。
那肯定啊，这场比赛的双方大家都知根知底，有一些知名选手，像迪亚呀，像 Belosray 啊，像远方啊，都是原来响当当的大人物。
好，
来看一下预测啊，果然大家都是3223，但是
反买
小豆和森子没有是相同的，其余3个人是反买。我先说好，我是真的看了木子老师的预测之后，我直接无脑跟他选的反的。
森子反买别墅靠海，
我没有任何的态度，我就是直接就是无脑反买的。
好，那我先说一下，我今天跟木子老师是一起跟森子老师是一起来的，我们路上商量了一下啊，所以有这样一致的结论。
你们俩先站在统一战线了吧？那银河呢？你是为什么呢？
这是森派，那我们是反买派啊。森子老师最近这个
森子说话，
森子老师最近发功发的还是不少的，那也要尊重一下客观规律。再加上，其实我觉得有一个点，就是在昨天的采访当中，OA 这边觉得 Team CC 会是他们最大的对手，那我觉得还是要给 OA 这边。
What are predictions saying? CC believer. I'm a CC believer.
体感来讲，
是的，他们会更了解一点。
对，那我们在开始比赛之前，还是想要跟大家再说一下，我们的这个购票信息已经是宣布了。2025年守望先锋全球冠军赛。
All right, so we'll go over the stakes. I know I've said it a lot, but for everyone, all VOD, good shout. Let me do the VOD, and then we'll go over the stakes of this game, because the stakes of this game couldn't be bigger in terms of LAN qualification. Let's do this VOD once again versus
千万不要错过哦。
是的，而且其实我个人啊，就是小小的私心会说一句说，因为大家都不知道中国的俱乐部能够走到什么样的一个位置多远，所以可能第1天的票是最稳妥的，对，是最稳妥一点点的。但是3天的比赛都会非常的精彩。
Okay, so the stakes. We have to talk about the stakes.
会发现说，大家可能会
The way it works in China is there's 2 groups that feed into a single elimination playoff. So even though we are just in the group stage right now, once again are in Group B, and are therefore very likely, well, pretty much set to finish first in this group, which means they will be here. Let me use Spread Pen instead. And because it's single elimination, what you don't want to be is on the same side as once again. Because if you run into them in the semi-final, there's no way to get top 2, they'll knock you out. So if you win Group A, you get on the top side of a bracket. Top side of a bracket, you avoid them. Second place has to go run the gauntlet pass once again. So the 2 teams in contention for this first spot are very much Rock and Team CC. So in this game, whoever wins it is basically set to get that top seed and avoid once again, and set themselves up, not just with a great chance to qualify for Hangzhou because they avoid once again, but bear in mind their closest competitor, as they are each other's closest competitors, then their competitors are also going to get eliminated by once again, which means their ability to get through this side of a bracket should be a much more straightforward equation. We're going over to our casters, so we are approaching the time. We'll get our map pick and our bans. We've seen a lot of free O's. We've seen exclusively free O's. This one is our best chance to avoid such a fate.
而且我觉得有一点要注意一下，就是我觉得 ROC 这支队伍，我们之前一直在说，可能就是他们 TEC 的这个运动会做的比较。
What if Blade also froze? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There might be some shenanigans tomorrow, based on who wins this game, but cross that bridge when we come to it.
处选手，
他在没有使用安娜的时候，他尤其是在打查塔的时候，我觉得他打了。
In the single limb, all first of 4. No, I think it's best of 5. Maybe Wikipedia will tell me. Yeah, all best of 5 until the grand finals themselves, which are best of 7. And we'll now obviously determine first and second seed going into Hangzhou, but the big thing, much as we talked about in North American EMEA, is qualifying. Qualifying is the major thing. Thoughts on the new Lady Gaga? I've not listened to it. Is it good? I've enjoyed a lot of her previous albums.
之前其实前面这个竞逐杯前面第1届、第2届 Team CC 夺冠的时候，黑影都是他们的核心。Pineapple 这首黑影，所以这个英雄也是对查塔一个非常大的克制。
是在今天的比赛当中，看一下两边队伍会不会去对对方的关键人物或者关键阵做一些安排。我觉得，如果说真的是要好好准备，一定会有。所以说今天的
What are you doing? Chen gave him the look. Chen gave him the Get out of the camera, mate. It's a big game. Rock and CC are the stars. Chen on the mic for a big game as well. Happy for Chen.
我觉得比较明显，两边的这个驱动力啊，我觉得 ROC 这边是个比较。
Death Stare, I know. What the fuck are you doing, mate? Come on.
对，而 Team CC 更像是一个后轮驱动，就是比如说远方的这个枪斧，加上
Oh yeah, vodka.
或者说是包括了长生的法老之鹰这样一个灌伤害的这样一个打法。
而CC 这个队伍，他们在这个之前对手到。
So we've seen both teams play a little bit. I think we might see a fair amount of dive from both teams. We've had obviously got Bellatrix on one side, on the rock side versus Gaga. Outside of Gishway, we're very much talking the two best Winstons in the region. Chu is Molly. People might be more familiar with Molly from Overwatch League. But I feel like Molly has had a pretty rough time of it so far. And I think when you compare that to Farway, he's looked pretty impressive. Not just historically, but in recent history as well in the games we've seen him. Obviously, a lot of what we've seen Team CC and Rock do so far is beat up on weaker teams. So of course, inevitably, you do look pretty good when you get to beat up on weaker teams. But I think even in all of that, Rock seem to have a lot of problems keeping. They run a lot of Ana Lucio, and Molly invariably seems to be traded a lot in those situations. We'll go into the first map. It's going to be Lijiang Tower. Of course, it's going to be Lijiang Tower. Out of respect, we're going to start in China to decide who gets to go to the Hangzhou LAN. Yeah, that's right, probably Hyde. This is the all the marbles type one. This is to get onto the opposite side of it. Winner of this gets on the opposite side of a bracket of once again and becomes heavy favorite to qualify for that second spot to Hangzhou. Alright, all to play for. Is it all Overwatch League players? Yeah, probably like a bit of differing sort of length of service and matches played and starters versus bench players, etc. But I think everyone might have actually been involved. I think players to watch out for, obviously maybe you're more familiar with Lankster, Bellatrix and Troy on the side of Rock Esports, but I think Pineapple has actually looked like one of the best players here in this we've seen, in what we've seen so far out of China. Hayo Qian is super rich. Hayo Qian in Chinese is the Chinese for super rich, so I'll be using super rich out of benefit and respect mainly to my limited mouth. Alright, Winston v Winston to kick it off, Anna v Anna to kick it off. Juno versus Lucio, also a Pharah mirror as well. Kaneki's got through a lot of good work so far on the Pharah. Important match. Winston's going to trade bubbles on the right-hand side. Bellatrix is able to camp this Mega. We'll take the Mega away. Lots of pressure coming in from Pineapple as well. And Bellatrix is going to be forced to jump. Just jumps up into the air. Tries to get more pocket. He's so low. Has to defensively bubble as well. And this allows Gaga to get a much higher value bubble. Bellatrix is now isolated from the heels. You can see Chu desperately trying to connect that angle to him again. Now Gaga back jumps. It's Bellatrix's turn to go forward. He's putting this pressure. They want to play through the Winstons here. Defensive bubble now from Gaga to keep himself alive. They flip the point during all of this Team CC. So they can slow it down a little bit now as long as they keep it contested. You see Kaneki get the first touch. Pineapple's going to come over. Bellatrix wants to clear this Tracer, but Pineapple's avoided him. They've responded. They're trying to get the flip. Bellatrix has forced him away. Pineapple takes over the touch. Gaga is there now. Nano's getting very close for Chu here. He's going to find the opening pick onto Pineapple, crucially. Now Gaga, he has to back jump. That's the point going the other way of Rock Esports. A player down without control of point. Farway's going to get caught, rotated in there, no way out for him. And they reclaim the point. Nanos for this next fight. Worth noting, Super Rich is closer to the rain and Lengtser is to the beat. Dia fighting for the point here is forced out by Kaneki, and Pineapple actually punishes that recall as well. Winston's trading on point. Nano wants the choice A1. Trying to find him. And Juna, the sleep from Farway puts him into the well. The backline from Team CC. They outplay the Nano. And now they flood onto point. Bellasria doesn't have primal. They have no more ults to throw into this one. What a sleep from Farway. Saves his Juno's life. Wins the fight for his team. And now, right back in control. Nano Barrage available for Kaneki on this next fight as well. Choi's going to start leaning over to point. He's got a Barrage as well, but no Nano boost to back it up. Trying to find this early damage onto Farway. Got an angle on the Winston to force Gaga a little bit back as well. Creeps to the other side. Bellasria is going to try and make the move forward. Defensive boop is good from Lengtser, actually. Keeps Gaga off that backline. Bellasria, on the other hand, he is in there. Barrage to try and deal with that one, but the beat comes through from Lengtser. Ult still available for Team CC. Pineapple's getting chased down. Ray comes out. Primal comes out from Gaga now. Bellasria can't find anything. They're walking forward. Molly has died on point. Barrage is still available here. He's got eyes on the Farah, but he's been forced all the way back. Pineapple will chase him out. And without their Ana, main source of healing gone, but Dia's able to find an Ana trade out of this one. They've lost control of a point, but they've caught Pineapple as well. Player advantage now for Rock Esports. They're flooding back onto point. Lengtser is with the team. Barrage available for Choi if they get in trouble. Gaga has had his HP traded, and they have to back it out. Progress for Team CC, but still some way to go. They've got the Nano available now. Might go Kaneki's way, might go Gaga's way. Nano onto it now, onto the backline. Molly defensive nade, tries to get it, can't get out. Pineapple finish that kill, but Barrage is also traded Team CC. Huge fight swing for them now. They have to play to stall the point, they have to play for trades. D has made his way back around onto that Ana. Farway seems to have that one contained. Kaneki will help him out. One more attempt for Rock Esports on this retake. Bellasria is getting chased back to spawn. Chu nearly has for Nano. Bubble has been used. They need to make their move soon. Dia can help get the touch too. Choi's onto the Echo now. Walking up at the choke, trying to mark for touch. They come in. Nano is going to be slept. Booped further back as well. Disengage is good from Team CC. They're trying to buy time to get to their ultimates. Pineapple is still trying to stall out point. They've given the flip now. Pineapple is low after recall if they can find him. Bubble comes up from Gaga to try and help him out of that one. Farway has rotated in, so he needs to be careful because the Winston is right there. And Chewy finds the nade on Pineapple. That's both DPS falling. They don't have control of point here. Remember, CC, they need to reset quickly. One trade comes out from Gaga, but only one is for Lucio. Now trying to beam down this Winston. Can't catch him. Going into final fight. Bellasria has primal. Gaga is close and Farway has the nano. The ults are better for Team CC if they can get to them. They're a little bit short on 4 ults right now. They don't have a lot of time. They're going to have to rush this. Gaga's coming over the choke. Bellasria goes first. He has that primal. Gaga is playing it slow, allowing them to deal with it. But Bellasria hasn't popped this primal. The nano through onto Kaneki now to take some space. Doesn't catch Lengtser with that rocket though. This nano has found nothing from Kaneki. They have secured for touch at least. And Gaga has got up to the primal. They catch Dia. The touch is going to get harder for Rock Esports now. Over onto the Echo. No copy just yet for Choi, but he gets away. Pineapple onto the backline. Chu is low. Defensive nade from Molly. He has the pulse bomb. Pineapple gets the kill. He's still got the pulse, but nade is good. Copy is forced. Tracer out, forces for recall immediately with that pulse bomb. Pineapple does get traded. Choi has to rush for the touch. Bellasria's primal has expired. Gaga still has his Barrage on point right now, just looking for the Winston, Ray and Barrage. Barrage finds nothing. Bellasria has stalled it out. Lengtser is coming back with beat though. If they can stall this one out, Rock Esports, they have the beat, but they can't. They lose the touch. Don't get that beat off. Don't get a chance to charge that nano. And Team CC, they win it.
营帐是刚出来，然后处是90多能量，万一给 ROC 再稍微小拖一会儿，情况不大就翻了。
对，其实我觉得可能还是在于两边阵容的一个选择上。
Narrow win for Team CC on Garden。
朱诺拿出来之后，他在整体的这个拉扯上面会比对面稍微好一点，所以你可以看到，其实远方有的时候他在被对面抓的时候，如果
Did feel like Pineapple. I'm going to replay that Pineapple clip just as we talk about him. Such a good kill. He's in so deep, no cooldowns. That just throws his pulse bomb out because he knows he's not going to live. At least forces the recall out of the Tracer. And remember, they eventually C9. Would have been a much easier touch for Choi if he didn't have to burn the recall there. More of a same matchup here, but Dia's going to be on Cassner's time. Did feel like Pineapple was able to find more opportunities onto Chu than Dia was on the Tracer onto Farway. Dia better on the hit scan heroes than the Tracer. Pineapple was taking control of the right hand side. You see Chu, he was on the high ground, but he's dropping down now. Relatively pinned back in. Choi is trying to force point, but Gargar's there to respond. They're coming coast now, it looks like, and this is going to open up a flank for Pineapple. Now the dive comes in. It's a little bit short, though. They don't find anything with that dive. Back of the map now for Chu. The limited space to play in. They're bunkering up. Trying to hold on. They deal with Kaneki on the flank. That's an important one. Not enough support from his supports. Pineapple still kills Molly. And Pineapple actually kills Choi as well. What if Pineapple did it all himself? A defensive nade helps him get out too. They've lost control of the flip, but the sleep is good from far away. They try and pocket him through, but Pineapple is getting full support on the flank here. Bubble comes out. Benosri is just trying to buy time for his respawns, let them get their Ana back in the fight. Farway has a much quicker nano bow because he has not died so far on Night Market. Pineapple's going left. Dia has moved to the opposite side. He's watching it though. He knows Pineapple was there. Opposite side as the backline from Rock Esports have actually pivoted back round to main to try and find some space. They've run into Gargar here. Benosri nearly has the primal. Defensive nade comes through to top him back up. They're not threatening the cap yet. Eyes on Pineapple. No recall. The Ana's committed in. They drop the nano. It's a double nano and Gargar's found one. He's going to get slept up after this though. Gargar's still on the back. Will take down everyone. The nano gets good value and the defensive nano allows Farway to live as well. Choi is dived back outside. Primal going for Benosri. He needs to kill this Ana. He needs kills with this. Giving him a run around into the corner and he will get the kill. Gets out and gets the Mega. Flip goes through. Pineapple connects the pulse. Benosri is straight back onto point. Chu is back with Nano really soon. Bubbles traded, but D is going to break that one a lot quicker. He drops the high noon as well. DP comes through from Team CC. Trying to avoid it. Jumps in with the Primal. Wants to make Dia's life hard, but he can't find the Juggle. He's taken so much damage, Gargar. The Nano comes through. The Barrage as well. The Barrage finds one kill. Not enough. Chu cleans up two. Farway is now in big trouble. Hits the sleep onto Choi Say one and turns the kill as well. Now the Ray comes out. The backline from Team CC. Then antied. They were doing so much, but the anti is huge from Chu. Chu trying to kill both of them. He kills all of them. 4 for Chu in that fight. Molly redemption arc. They're back in though. Kaneki gets the finishing blow. They still have control of a point. Rock Esports. They are flooding back in. They're trying to burst down Benosri. He's so low. Lengsa has beat, but I don't think he's in the fight. No, he is on the fight. He's on the point. Doesn't drop the beat, but they hold on. They trade Kaneki for it. Gargoyle's back to the point. They have the beat to keep this one going. Rock Esports have the ult. They will commit to it. It's going to be a copy Winston first. Not a whole lot for Choi to do, but he stalls out the point. We're going into overtime right now. Now he's got eyes on the Juno. Super Rich is going to give him the slip, but Super Rich now separated from Farway. Gargoyle dies on point. Pineapple is on. Chu with a cleanup kill. Pineapple's desperate for the trade. They have flipped the point, but Pineapple also needs to keep the touch going. He's trying to fight it, but Lex is there with a peel. And Choi will convert the kill. This next touch is going to be beyond difficult for Team CC. It's not just beyond difficult, it's impossible. And we're tied up 1-1. What? That exchange between the backlines, where Farway hits the sleep onto Choi, turns the kill. Super Rich drops for Ray. It looks like the Team CC have clutched it. A huge nade from Molly to get 2 more kills to follow on to his 2 opening kills in that fight. And it's going to come down to control center. Are they just gonna Winston mirror out of respect? This is the worst map for the Winston, and Team CC seem to agree. They will be going on to Hazard instead. Juno Brig alongside it. Pineapple going to TP out of spawn, then swap to Sojourn. It's a Tracer from Choi. The Hazard here wins the frontline battle against the Winston. The Winston has to play more for different targets. Kaneki's going to mark out the Tracer as best he can as well. Forces Choi back a little bit. Playing really slow here, Rock Esports, just back in their main. This allows Pineapple to force point. Now they force the slide out of him. Point about to unlock. Dive into the backline from Gargar. He's naded though in defensive bubble. They let Gargar make the first move, and you see Benosri, he just back jumps immediately, drops that bubble off to cut off the healing, and the nade is there to punish. Benosri are low on point. Pineapple has found a trade on Ana, so limited healing now, but they need to help their Brig out of this. No tank of their own, so the bubble is enough to get the space, get the point flip here for Rock Esports. Deal with a late pick as well.
他可能觉着对面就算进了
Choi with pressure on the left-hand side.
但实际上打背呀，他是个害灾啊。
Regroups on point, no ults to speak of just yet. Last time we saw Belosria play very reactive with his bubble. He's going to stage on the high ground now. Pineapple will swing main. Full rail in hand. Got the support of his brig. Belosria will drops the bubble. Pineapple slides back, but is quickly back in main as they swing onto point. They want to chase Belosria out here. Dia still has the high ground position. Kaneki's going to respond to that now. They've lost Gaga again, though. Choi's got 2. Now he's onto the back line. Pineapple is low. Full pocket coming through, but it's not enough to stop Choi picking up that kill as well. Back-to-back fights for Rock Esports, and all their ults are coming up slightly quicker as well. Kaneki has gone over onto the Tracer. Gaga has gone over onto the Winston. The Hazard experiment is dead. Choi is looking for an early pulse bomb. I don't think anyone spotted him either. Yeah, no one spotted Choi. He's not taking any damage. Choi's going to have a free flank here. Pulse bomb comes out, but it's wide. Anti comes in at choke. Anti's done a lot of damage. Full pocket. Primal to try and finish it. Trying to kill the Juno. But Juno's so low. The bash is good. Super Rich just about doing enough. But they're still juggled into the corner. They're solo. Another bash. Super Rich has peeled it. They've got the kill on Belosria. Now they can push forward. Great rally from Super Rich. They still have ults to turn it if they want Rock. But they might save it for the retake. Ray from far away. Nano out onto... It's a Nano High Noon coming through. Chu is pushed all the way forward. They found one onto Super Rich. Chu is pushed and killed for Winston. No tank, no problem. And now Choi is good for the cleanup. They've had control of the objective the entire time. And it might just be a Chris Fury situation. Lecter has the beat for this final fight. They're chasing down Kaneki, trying to make this hard. Kaneki dies. Somebody else needs to be responsible for the touch. Super Rich is getting peppered by Dia on the way through. Farway has gone onto an emergency Moira, but he's 1 HP walking through main. Pineapple has the overclock for backline so low. The beat comes through. Chu doesn't get the beat, but it doesn't matter because they are all over this overclock. Dink onto Kaneki. The pulse bomb does get out. It will be rolled. They win the first map, Rock Esports.
在第一张小图结束之后啊，他们把整个的速度，我们说的还是很，除了老陈这样，包括我们在
Actual Chris Fury, I know. Good map though.
我们前2后3整体其实你
Just how rich is he? Super rich.
把自己该做的事情做到，你要跳我 OK， 我后3完美处理。
Good map. All right. It feels like we've started proper now. Rock Esports come out on top.
在倒地的时候，我们其实右上角都能看到。对，而那个时候。 你就看到 Team CC 的辅助这边好友钱和远方做的事情就显得更多了。对，但一旦 Belosria 和初雪版能够把 Team CC 这边，
I think Belosria probably known more for his Winston and like Born and anything else. Has played a variety of heroes though. Like I think as far as solo tanks go.
我们可以看到 CC 这边想拿锁源去配合自己家还在去打爆发打激活，但
as far as like solo tanks go, Belosria has
非常谨慎。
Yeah, like a pretty wide hero pool.
像迪亚这种老卡系列，他一定是会躲着跟你打。
Thank you, Jin. Welcome back. Hey, Insanity.
小图我觉得比较有意思。前面2张温斯顿的图可以说是打了个5开。
Rock winning this?
结果第3张图是
Dunno, I'm a CC believer still.
温斯顿的地图。对 ，ROC 还拿了温斯顿，但
very close first map. I mean, maybe not a close control center. Felt like Rock had a clear read of how they wanted to play versus the Hazard. Happy to let Belosria play sort of his own position a little bit wide. Then if Gaga tries to make the first move aggressively, all of a sudden Belosria is jumping back, bubbling, cutting off the supports, and they're using the nade for sleep, throwing those Ana cooldowns into Hazard. We often talk about the Hazard perk, the Ana perks, like the Groggy perk, the bouncing nade, everything like this, as a, mainly the Groggy perk though, as a punisher for ball, but it's also very good for punishing Hazard and Doomfist as well. Because unlike Winston, who can bubble it, or Diva that can matrix it and has a form of counterplay versus this cooldown, and the block doesn't do anything against the sleep on Doomfist or Hazard. So the Groggy perk is actually very effective. So the Groggy perk into the nade can provide you a reliable way to punish these tanks instead, which is part of the reason when Ana's in play we also see so much Winston. Yeah, it doesn't even need the sleep there. I think the reverse is true as well, whereas Belosria had a clear playstyle in terms of how he wanted to play versus the Hazard. Quite happy to play a counter dive style essentially in a lot of situations. Also have to recognize that if I'm Team CC, I shouldn't worry as much about getting on backline immediately. I don't want to just first tempo onto backline. I should be quite happy to bully their Winston around, chase Bellatrix around the map, make him disengage, make him only use defensive bubbles, and then I can win through control of space and get my DPS into more meaningful positions rather than having to rely on what Hazard is also good at, but engaging onto these backlines. Now, it's not always black and white, different situations, play the field in front of you and all that, but felt like Rock Esports had a better read of that matchup once we got over onto Control Center. The dive v dive, though, when it was just Winston Ana versus Winston Ana, you know, some Lucio from Lexa, Juno from Super Rich, honestly felt like it could have gone either way. Impressive performance from Molly as well. Still, we see Molly getting traded a lot, but I think some of this, and it was true in the earlier series as well, some of it is just the nature of Ana Lucio. If you're gonna play Ana Lucio, you've made your Ana's life harder. Into the Mauga that we've maybe seen earlier on in the stage, it's not too bad because you kind of need the speed just to try and give your Ana a bit of a chance, and other heroes can be quite tricky into it as well. Other support heroes, that is. But I think once you play it into like this Winston, when you're playing it into a Winston Tracer type comp, your Ana's life does get very fragile. Chu still made the plays when he was able to. The Kiriko has a lot of independent ways to play her own life and look after herself. Mauga exception? Yeah. I mean, Mauga did eventually come heavy into the meta, but not when he released. Like, when we first saw Mauga in Pro Overwatch, he'd been out for like a few months already, if I remember right. What might be true is that actually Mauga was released kind of busted, but it just took people a while to figure it out. So yeah, I think there's a really reasonable chance Freya comes out super strong, but I don't mind it really. Like, a new hero comes out, they're super strong, they get played in a bunch of different areas. I think it's actually quite good, right? When you want a new hero release, you want this to be like front and center of the marketing. But so if it's played in a lot of the games, I think you're really happy with that. It's new, it's shiny. People want to see it. There was like I'm trying to remember. There was like Mauga came out, wasn't that bad. Then they buffed him, I think, and he was super broken for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, and then they nerfed him pretty swiftly afterwards again. And so by the time the actual Stage 1 finals happened, we saw bits of Mauga, but we'd kind of gone back towards a lot more Ram. If I remember right, but that was all way at the start of last year, so who knows? Went to Orisa? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it happens every time there is a new thing release. Is the best way to get engagement is to come out really for or really against, rather than just the reality being that most of the time with these things, Nobody bloody knows. I think I've used this example before, but whenever we would experience new patches, new heroes, new maps, anything like that, new modes on London or on any team, is we wouldn't overthink the best way to play, the best blah blah. Just get into the server, let the players play, figure it out as you go along. The best way to learn is through doing. The best way to figure these new things out is by doing. Seeing what feels good, seeing what feels bad. Go like that, you know? Try the new things, but just wait and see. I think it's quite hard a lot of the time. Think how many heroes are in Overwatch, how complicated and messy the game can be. Just figure it out, rather than it's impossible to theory craft these things that far in advance. Yeah, it's the same with a lot of things like Hazard. Like, remember when Hazard was originally super strong, and they did a bit of tuning, I think. But ultimately, what pushed Hazard out of the meta was some of the nerfs, but also people just got better at playing against Hazard. When Hazard first came out, if you had a good Hazard on your team, your Hazard could just 1v5 and would just carry the game for you. But that became harder and harder because as people played against Hazard more, they get better at dealing with Hazard's cooldowns, they get better at negating and surviving situations that Hazard will try and put them in, they get better at avoiding wall, all stuff like this. You know, the more you play against a hero, the better you get against playing against it, and then all of a sudden, the new hero, invariably, when something's new, think of any game you play, right? Any game you play, when you encounter a new hero or something you've not come up against before, it's harder, because there's a period of learning, and I think that happens with all new heroes. I think sometimes they end up changing numbers a little bit before that. But, you know, you give people time and experience and multiple iterations through ranked and scrims and all of this, matches. People will figure these things out pretty quickly because, I mean, they want to. It's partly it's their job, but also it's integral to their success to figure it out. All right, let's crack another cold one. Keep the caffeine coming, because we are ramping up right now, and we're ramping up to Route 66. Don't expect this to really shift the compositions massively. Feels like both teams more than happy to play the Winston, both teams more than happy to play the Ana. So we go to Route 66, and I don't think either team is feeling too bad about this situation. We're going to get more of what we saw on Lijiang Tower. Going to be defense first for Rock Esports and a Kiri in question. Worth noting, D.Va and Brig have been banned. Team CC have banned the Brig. Super Rich will be playing the Kiri instead. We saw Super Rich play the Juno on Lijiang Tower. So flexibility has been accomplished here by Super Rich. Always a question when you come to main supports. Legs is going to play the Kiriko as well. So eyes on the backlines here. How well they can handle these situations, especially the main support players. Going to be Cass versus Hanzo as well, but before any of that starts, Kaneki's going to fall. Legs is going to get a kill, gets the better of Super Rich on this side as well, and Pineapple will have to slow it down. Still taking opportunities. Any trade will be big for the attackers here in terms of breaking the spawn camp. Fishing for opportunities, Pineapple. Hanzo not too bad in this matchup, really. Ability to burst the bubble, ability to punish for Winston, lots of damage. Counter jump from Bellasria, just trying to keep him contained at the choke. But they got the car up to the first corner at least here. Bellasria will back jump. Keep your eye on Choose Nano Charge, though, because he's already at 20. He's already at 80%, 20% to go. Jump in from Gaga, takes a lot of damage there. Counter jump by Bellasria, and they are more than happy. Same style they were playing into the Hazard here. Bellasria will just punish this Winston if he can. Happy to play the counter jump game. Now they're pushing forward for late kills. They'll catch Pineapple. Super Rich playing for a duel on this high ground. Can't find him. Will be forced back. Reset now, minute and 20 seconds off the clock. Farway is up to a nano as well, so it'll be a nano turn for both teams. Very much expecting these both to go on to the respective Winstons. Look at the primal difference, though. Belastria double Gaga's ultimate charge right now. Nano comes in, roll back from Dia. They've conceded for high ground. Bubble goes quite deep. Defensive nade onto Dia. He takes care of Super Rich, who went all in with Gaga on that dive, and Dia's just going to rotate away from it onto Pineapple. They've lost Choi in the middle, but they still have this nano. Now it comes onto Belastria. He has for primal to keep going all over this Hanzo. The Team CC, they're just trying to live. More damage on, but Belastria has to reload. No right click to finish that kill. They survive the nano engage, and Team CC can go again. Pressure onto point as they come through main as well. Difficult range to fight a Hanzo from Dia, so he's going to drop to point instead. Jump, bubble onto Belastria. His primal's going to get forced here. He has to put the primal. Gaga is low though, doesn't have his primal yet. That ult charge ends up being a difference maker. Trying to get a juggle in Belastria, but will be content. Content with one, takes for Tracer. Even more content with two. And they continue the hold. Chose 1 taking the duel with Super Rich on the side. He's down to a bar of HP. Reset comes in. Primal advantage now for Gaga. That has to do it into a high noon. Can negate a lot of that value. Pineapple swinging on the Hanzo, but he had to find any meaningful picks here, really, Pineapple. Bellastria's going to go. Lynx to find Super Rich. They go with the Kitsune Rush first, and they just delete this backline here. High noon in the back, and Dia's just charging it up. Gaga is in deep. Won't pop the Primal. Saved his one for the last fight. 5 ultimates. 5 ultimates. For Team CC. Couldn't have a better opportunity. But a big nade, a pulse bomb from Choi. Still things that can go wrong. 50 seconds left on the clock for Team CC to make this one work. Choi is in position. Pressure onto Pineapple. They have Suzu for the pulse, remember, so Choi needs to find that cooldown before he can have the opening. Now it comes out. Defensive nano comes through. Survives Kaneki's pulse bomb. Choi's pulse bomb doesn't find anything. The Primal is now out, but he's sleeping. Suzu to wake him up, but Super Rich is in trouble. He'll die after that. They trade it still, though. Pineapple's got all the space on the high ground. He has been nanoed as well. They found a lot of kills here. Pineapple is going to get back on, or sorry, it's Kaneki getting back on point. They chase Choi out lower. Are they trying to play for a recontest here? Lexa is there behind with Choi. Recall has been forced. They're trying to clean up these kills behind. Super Rich has come back. Gaga is low. The Suzu does allow him to get that kill. Lexa's going to find a trade. Gaga can deal with that one as well. They need to get back on point. Pineapple is low. They've been pulled out of position. Belastria nearly has Primal. They're really not out of the woods yet. 10% short. They do get the kill. Skin of their teeth here, Team CC. The Venture will come out for one more. Pineapple will shut down Dia. Skin of their teeth they get through here. Looking for a late kill if they can. Lexa will Suzu and TP out. And Team CC get another chance here on this second. Low on ultimates. Pineapple's going to have a Dragon Strike, but, you know, only so much you can expect to happen with that. Belastria has made his way underneath here with Choi. They are looking for the backline all over Farway. Defensive nade comes out, but doesn't save him at all. As a 3-man dive squad, Lexa and Choi are just here with Belastria, getting the work done. Choi is going to stay behind Belastria and Lexa. They are all behind him right now, surrounded currently Team CC. No Ana to heal them up as well. They'll regroup in Bellastria's bubble and set up a more standard hold-up at choke this time. Didn't have to use any ultimates, but Pineapple, an opening pick, would be waiting for something like this. Pineapple finds one, the dive in from Bellastria. He has Primal, remember, so they can keep going here. Bubble has been broken. Super Rich is low. They're coming in. Sleep is good. They'll put a chunk of damage onto him here. Pulse Bomb comes out as well, I think. Yeah, Pulse Bomb went out on him as well, but the Suzu gets him out of a lot of trouble. Belastria will live to tell the tale. And Lexa will clean up the rest of this fight for him. Hold at the choke. More time off the clock, and we're really into a low time bank again. Team CC are about to have 4 of their ultimates. They do have ult advantage. But we have Chu with this nano. Double nano is available. Might just be a defensive order onto Dia as well, negate that. But no, it's a nano onto Belastria all over this Hanzo. No escape for Pineapple. Now coming back to deal with it. Gaga has found a trade on the other side. Gaga has Primal to keep going moment as well. Bellisria is trying to live. Gaga drops for Primal. Deals with one. Clears away for Tracer. Looking for more kills. Now his attention onto Bellisria. Forces him out of a bubble. Chases him. One more leap away, but they are all over Bellisria. They'll get that late kill. And we're approaching the last 25 seconds. They have one more chance here, Team CC. But they did that pretty economically. 1 ult for 1 ult. Pineapple now has a Dragon Strike. We talked about this ult isn't that impactful. On this choke here where you're trying to snowball, you can stop the backline peeking for a very long time. Looks like D is going to come out bottom left from Pineapple's perspective. Sonic is out top right though. Super Rich is going to be forced to TP back. Dragon Strike now onto the Ana, but they've lost Super Rich here. Pineapple's going to drop, forces for recall. They have got to keep the payload moving. Gargoyle's got the nano and he's found a kill with it. He jumps back, trying to regroup on point. Here comes Bellisria. Kitsune rush on point. Super Rich died, remember, so he can't mirror that Kitsune rush. Chu finds one onto Pineapple. They have to keep point contested right now. 2 more kills on the high ground. Super Rich, he's nearly back, but it might be too little too late. Farway has to go for the touch, but he can't get it. Whew.
哇，对于这个OWC 来讲，他们全程贯彻的东西其实是非常简单的。其实我们可以看到两边在阵容上面，
Cheers Unbound
但是两边的目的讲道理来说应该是一样的，而且说实话，单纯的
Somebody's watched
在
Uncoachable
这一段的距离上面。 半藏其实应该要比卡西多更多的机会的。但是
Good hold though. What was that? Just shy of second. They didn't really get it around the final corner that much. What are we talking about hero-wise? If enemy monkey is human, oh, we're talking about the hit scan selection. Yeah, I don't hate the Hanzo. I think Cass is probably better, but maybe even Ash. But yeah, I feel like Sojin is not really. It's better if it's what do you call it? If it's more like a Winston Kiri Lucio type thing. But I think yeah, finding meaningful kills can be hard. Your burst damage on the Winston isn't as high as a Cass or a Hanzo or even an Ash. Have we got another bloody LARPer? Got no time for LARPers. Well, not most LARPers. People who LARP as Koreans on the internet.
对，没问题。就是说，可能打法细节得再抠一下。那现在 OWC 其实防守把车子守在这个位置，已经占据了很大的优势了。看一下攻防互换怎么说。
防守方这个时候可以看。
Okay. Forward hold now for Rocky Sports.
是这样一个考量吗
Sorry for Team CC. They're going to go with Ash Farah actually. So actually, it's probably not going to be too much of a forward hold. Just Gaga going to stand up a little bit. We'll get cleared out. We'll back jump, and they're going to play more for this slower fight. More for this slower fight around the main choke. Play for their DPS's line of sight. The key here is, can they get Troy into a meaningful position to dive backline and connect on the targets Bellisria wants to? We've seen Bellisria have a lot of success so far in this Winston meta by playing sort of second tempo, essentially, just playing to counter-jump the enemy Pharah. But now you're on the attack, at a certain point you have to take space. Super Rich is dueling him underneath, and Super Rich has been having a bit of a rough time of it trying to play the Kiri here. Obviously would be much more comfortable on the Brig. Bubble at the choke, sleep onto Bellisria. He's so low, they do get the kill. I was worried they messed up the execution there. Bellisria will lose his head. And a good first hold for Team CC. Shu has built most of this nano. Farway is not too far behind. And we'll be getting up to the next nano exchange. D is going to move on to the Cass now. Super Rich again fighting this flank side. Should get forced out by Troy. He's actually got pockets, so he's kept the position for now, Super Rich. Bellisria down to half HP. Happy to take this damage, though, to make sure they get that nano from Chu. Now the turn for Bellisria with this nano to go. Coach gun from Pineapple will be integral here. If he can boop him down, it'll be big. Super Rich dies on the flank again. He's having a bad run. And Gaga dies in main. They don't even need the nano. Oh, it's a crumble from Team CC. Super Rich he's trying to play a lot of these wide positions, support his Tracer, taking his duels. But he's becoming a bit of a liability for Team CC.
方把这个位置卡住，说实话，防守方必须交出资源返场。
防守方确实有资源，这个激速。
Pineapple looking to re-peek here. Will for Bob to help them on this contest. You see Kaneki trying to snipe back. It's going to be an early nano from Bellisria, but they're quite far back. Kaneki is low, no heals in the air. Now he's all over Super Rich 2 for Bellisria before it even starts. Gaga has got a trade kill, but it's too little too late. Farway has rotated his way in here. Where are we going? Farway and Gaga are still here. Farway on the high ground. Troy has to go get the Mega. Bellisria is going to go deal with that Ana now. Gaga has survived this whole ordeal, but it's too low and too low on players to actually contest it. So we're on to second point already. 4 minutes on the clock. for Rock Esports.
这样来到
Plenty of time to work with.
4分钟推一个 B
Only had to use the Nano and the Pulse
对
to secure that first point. Lots of ults for Team CC, but the problem for Team CC has been less the ult exchanges and more just exactly this. Super Rich getting caught early on the fight. Choi finds another opening pick. Now no Kitsune rush in this exchange. Lexa can force them all back. Pineapple with a crucial trade. Kaneki is low in DP, but the Primal, where are we going, Pineapple? The Bob just come out on point. Buys valuable time as Bellasria looks for more. The Team CC, they might just be looking, oh no, they're going in Barrage. So much damage too for Kaneki. I thought they were just going to trade that Bob for the Primal and be happy with it. But the Barrage bails them out. Kaneki finds the ability to connect with the backline, converts 2 kills off that. DPS ults bail them out. Double support ult now for Team CC as well as this Primal. Rock Esports are just a little bit low on ults. So the challenge here for Team CC, they have the ults to win the fight. They just need to win them as efficiently as possible. Super Rich will get poked out again. Kaneki's kind of low. Pineapple has to be careful with the peek here. Bubble at the choke, and Kaneki's actually found Chu and gets Suzu'd out. I think maybe TP'd in for that one, Super Rich, so has to be careful. Nano comes out as well. Oh, sorry, maybe the Nano was already out. Maybe I got the Nano kill. Maybe I'm lying to you. Dive onto the high ground for Bellasria to take a little bit of space. They're marking it. Lenx has been forced to TP out. He's low after TP as Diaz tries to force the payload forward. They're taking this fight when Varana's not really in position to heal yet. So Lenx is going to drop the Kitsune rush. Has to try and play his own life. A very chaotic one for Rock Esports. They're all low underneath, but Team CC haven't converted any of the kills. Gargar's going to take the high ground. Pulse Bomb is out and good onto Kaneki. TP out from Super Rich. He's super low. Farway is still on the high ground, but he's now fighting a Tracer. He needs all sorts of help. Nade comes out. Choi is low. Farway wants the kill. Can't convert it. The payload didn't move a lot during all of this. They hold on to the Primal, at least Team CC for this retake. But a Nano and a High Noon. Bellasria nearly has his own Primal. I think if I'm Rock Esports, I'm really considering a defensive Nano to burn through this Primal, keep ourselves and keep our backline in a good position. Gargar's going to jump out, has to drop that bubble quite early as they try and clear his flank. Pineapple is back on the Sombra, but Bellasria is on his case. He's just going to get the kill. Easy for Bellasria. Him and Lex will TP out. High Noon on the point in the meantime. Gargar's going to have to come help. We are approaching the cap right now. Gargar's going to have to respond. Primal comes out. Can he find the value? Flashbang, defensive Nano onto Dia. Now he has to run. Bellasria's got value with his own Primal, and Dia just Nano boosted on point. Walking forward, Gargar comes flying in. Fan the hammer to finish him off. And Rock Esports will finish this one off. 2 for Rock Esports in a row. And the situation is looking a little bit dire for Team CC. Similar matchups on both maps. Last chance to pick a map here for Team CC, so they have to really consider. Have to consider changing the type of matchup we have.
我觉得第一张图和第二张图 Team CC 的思路是一样的。你用卡西迪的话，我用射程比你更长的英雄。
对，这个处理方式我觉得没问题。
法老之鹰、半藏、艾什手都比卡西迪长。
对，
但问题是打这个阵容的话，其实坦克不用一个机动的这种。
Super Rich got money.
非常的正确，就是
Yeah, I mean, the actual big difficult bits of the matchup in terms of dealing with the ult trades, dealing with these big dives and these powerful combos like the Nano Barrage and stuff. Feels like they did a pretty reasonable job. Just felt like they lost Super Rich so many times early in the fight. And then they're just playing. They're playing on the back foot. They're playing a player down. It's forcing them to ult more than they want to in certain situations. It's forcing them to lose fights for free.
然后 B 点的那个位置也是前点的这个左右边呢都有这个位置给你留着的，而且那个角度或者那个距离，双脚手打起来，尤其是法老金打得贼舒服。
实际上 Team CC 一直想去管迪亚这个卡西迪，我觉得有点中计了。
对，刚好中计，因为对面就是等着你过来。
Super rich but super dead. Let's hope he's got good life insurance, then.
刚好就阻护了这一波瓶子的进攻，然后
激速6连
，6连激速，资源全部给卡西迪。卡西迪这个英雄从他设计到现在，或者在这个
Is there a reason Super Rich gets dead named but not Molly? Because how do you say Hyokuyan? Well, Hyokuyan means super rich. Chu is Molly has changed his name to Chu. Hyokuyan is just super rich in Chinese. And it's a simplicity of saying it when I think everyone knows who I mean. These beneficiaries are super rich now. Pass on the wealth. Molly was always Chu? What do you mean? Hot as Chu. And he's been good for it actually, right? I feel like Molly felt like the liability in previous some of the games we've watched. I say liability like they didn't win all the games anyway, but felt like a person getting traded quite often. But honestly, you saw both teams trying to play a pretty similar style where their carries would play very aggressively with the Tracer Winston essentially as a third diver. This is probably the style we see Violet use for most use, or most commonly use. But Super Rich getting punished for a lot of these positions. Getting in a lot of these fights. Lecter, on the other hand, holding his own, most importantly, not getting traded, but still managing to support Belosria and Choi in a lot of these dives.
国服回归，赛事重启。2025国服赛区已正式成为守望先锋冠。
He's not as rich as my bronze tour 5. I mean, who is Jason? Who is?
全年的3场全球线下赛事中展开竞逐。
Hyped up. That's the closest and most important. I mean, it's still important, right? The importance hasn't been overblown. The closeness. Map 1 was good. Map 1 was good, but the gap felt bigger on Route 66 for sure. If it's all 3-0s, then one of the 3-0s is the closest one still. You're right. I might have him on a technicality. Might have him on a technicality.
此前，从公开预选赛中脱颖而出的8支战队也将会在这里展开强强对决。在3月27日正式开启的常规赛中，8支战队将根据公开预选赛的成绩被分为2个小组进行组内循环赛，各小组前3名直接晋级第1赛段季后赛。不同于公开预选赛，从常规赛开始，每场比赛。
I missed the message. What are you saying? My friend was a big Charge fan and messaged all of the players in the Discord, and Choi was the only one to respond. Ah, nice guy, Choi.
6支战队将会开启残酷的单败淘汰，并在最后一场 FT4 赛制的决赛中决出胜负。
Do OWCS cast prefer double flashing of the other perk? I've not been keeping a massive eye on it, but I presume they too. What's it called? Is it combat dueling? I'll get you the official name out. Respect. Oh, gunslinging. Where did I get combat dueling from? I'll just make up my own names. Has there been any not 3-0s in OWCS China? Not yet, Ice. Not yet, but maybe. This is our best hope. This is our best hope. Yeah, I think if I remember right, most have been doing the gunslinging and the one that's the alt refund. I'll find the name for that one out of respect as well. Oh, the past noon. Because the past noon was buffed right from 30% to 40% as well.
了解更多冠军系列赛国服赛区赛事信息，请大家持续关注官网和各大平台，以获取最新资讯。3月27日，我们赛场见。
The fan Here we go again. It was just a quick one, 7. Just a quick one.
到赛点啊，我们刚刚其实我跟老师在下来，我们俩激烈讨论下张图应该怎么选，应该搬什么。
You pretty much have to bind mouse wheel to spam. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing a lot of... yeah, I still tap, but a lot of people did the same thing in TF2 where they just added it to scroll wheel, just because it's quicker. The alternative to Gunslinger is you get not 2 flashbangs, but when you use your flashbang, it throws 2 flashbangs. So it's still just 1 cooldown, but you get... It throws 1 and then 1 a little bit further.
选手其实经验都比较多的，他们在面对到这种情况下，其实应该讲道理，应该是能想到对面的打法、自己的解决方法的。所以很奇怪，为什么他们在处理这个时候的这个动作会比较慢。
另外再给大家强调一下，这场比赛为什么是个直接的门票之争啊？先看一下数据。
哦呦，
伤害、治疗都差不多，但是问题是，你看这个阵亡数就差很多了。
一般来到这种带机制的地图的时候，有的时候这个数据就会异化你整个队伍。
哎，这个异化非常。
That sounds worse. Yeah. I mean, it's like a perk, right?
增加艾氏伤害能不高吗？
对。
But it's not a big difference maker.
伤害，而对面而 ROC 这边打得很。
I always take the Deadeye perk instead of a Fan the Hammer perk because I'd rather just have a regular Fan. Yeah, because it kind of feels like you just get passive value as well. You don't have to think about it too much. You don't have to change your playstyle necessarily. You just get ult more often, which really isn't a bad thing. Even if it's a quite low value ult compared to a lot of others.
里面选一个是突进的思路，就比如说去杀低亚或
者
杀处，
对
这个思路。那这个思路后排可以用什么卢西奥啊、物子啊这种提速，而且前排可以用狗，像他们最后换出的那个黑影裂空这种阵容。那如果要用法老之鹰加艾什
，Yeah, well, I think what we have seen, to be fair, we've seen a lot more casters dying in High Noon because they're walking up trying to use the full cast to get the refund, and then they overstay their welcome. And they get punished for it. But I imagine some of that is just teething problems of getting used to the new way, or like a change of the way you use it slightly. Yeah, just do it from Narnia. Just get the zoning or use it for a retake for space. Yeah, just use it in like a lot of the time with these ults, if they're just relatively low value ones, you don't have to do anything don't try and do anything fancy with it. Don't like go above and beyond trying to get like crazy value or crazy high noon flanks or whatever. If you just keep consistently clearing the space, helping your team on retakes, helping your team secure objectives, it's really
夜视对，拿同样的一个题打赢你3张图了。作为对手来讲，这个时候应该也已经察觉到了对面想干什么。那么在这种情况下，这一张地图就是下一张地图就非常重要了。
对面想干什么？就是接温斯顿。
对，然后。 当我把你温斯顿
yeah, it has to full duration expire. Because you don't even get it if you cancel, right? Like even if you just cancel it without firing, you still don't get the refund. I think that would be a good change to it. That you can cancel it and you still get the refund. Because then that actually feels like you've got a few more options.
对，我们刚才在捋剩下的所有的地图啊，剩2个地图类型，大白图是埃斯佩兰萨和斗兽场，这我觉得没什么好选的。
Yeah, Overwatch 1, yeah. Just used to give, I used to hand it out for free, but it's at a premium now.
所以最后呢
，All right, Team CC gonna ban the Pharah. I see a lot of teams run Pharah, especially on this first point. Rock Esports going to ban Lucio. Feels like they're pretty keen to target Super Rich as much as possible. Take the Lucio away from him. Will he just play Brig on this occasion? Do they just play like an Anna Brig version here? Anna Juno, maybe? Super Rich looked better on the Juno than he did for Kiri, for sure. It's not the only problem we're having. It's not all on Super Rich's doorstep. I feel like Bellisri is still getting the better of the Winston. I don't know if it felt like it was true, honestly. I mean, it's always, you know what they say about judging the level of Overwatch. Whenever you're just stomping a team, I guess your players always look good. As once again versus Rock, yeah, I don't think so. At least not in the group stage for sure. Not in the qualifiers last weekend, if I remember right. And I don't know about before that in the Swiss. All right. Oh, I should sit up. Come on, mate. Oh, lock in. All right. Playing for their lives here, Team CC. Playing for their lives. And it's going to be Anson. Anson? Come on, mate. Pretend you're trying. Anna Brig Winston. Bubbles exchanged. Flash is going to be avoided by Gaga. He drops down to the low ground, but Choi is all over him. Denies the Mega as well. Oh, wait, no, doesn't. Gaga gets away with it. Now forced back out. Back onto the high ground, but Dira has taken all this space while Gaga has been on the run for his life. Rock Esports have exploited it. Walked onto the high ground and taken all of that space. More pressure, and they'll get all the cleanup kills for this as well. No trades, Rock Esports will get the first cap. Slight nano advantage here for Farway, but not a huge one. We're talking single-digit percents.
就是我不急啊，我这项阵容我急什么
Questions for Team CC, obviously, as we end up in the Winston Mirror one more time. A matchup they've lost twice now in back-to-back maps.
你是真会打，你不会打的话还是会很难打。
Retake from the right-hand side. Gargo's going to jump onto point. Drop straight back down. Cast fall off changes will help him a little bit on this point, but will still be away from lethal damage. They're trying to clear out Choi first initially. Kaneki is quite deep behind as well. Pineapple is going to creep onto the point, takes his duel with Dia, but Dia is good for it. Wins that duel. Now they walk forward, damage onto Super Rich. They're trying to follow that one up. Farway's going to get dinked as well. Free for Dia. Not missing. Little finger guns there. And they are looking good for this. There is a potential retake, but Kaneki's awfully low. And not just, he will live, but he's used a lot of his cooldowns. So Team CC, they need to move quickly. They do have the nano with which to do it. Trying to mark the touch. Looks like Gaga is coming from main. They pinged him though. They know Gaga's coming. He's over the top. Will trigger the overtime. They kill Lexer actually. The nade is good. Now they go down and the nano was used defensively onto Dia. He's going to drop the high noon. He finds one. Belisria is 10% away from Primal. Gaga is so low. What if Dia just did it all? He's getting double peaked now. Pineapple and Farway combined to take him down. Belisria is still roaming around trying to play his life and get out here. We'll keep holding this left-hand side. Bubbles early. We'll be able to get to that Primal if he gets in trouble. Spots Pineapple maybe a little bit split. We'll drop this Primal, but he needs kills. Flashbang comes through. High Noon as well. He slept. Pulse Bomb High Noon. He's executed. Belisria tries to do it all by himself, but Team CC, they deal with him. They hit him with the CC. Gonna get a quick replay of that one. Oh, there's a replay of the Dia 3K. Chasing up. Clean shots at the end here. Dink, dink. Easy as that. Back live now. Gaga has primal advantage. Super Rich is going to drop the rally to start. They're walking forward. Counter rally comes out from Lexer, but Gaga has the primal to keep going. Might just let the rally from Lexer expire before he goes in. Belisria has been killed by the primal in the meantime. Gaga's actually going to try and hold this primal if he can. And Rocky Sports can't force it. And they're going to have one more retake, but Belisria's only just spawned. You can see Team CC, they're happy to fight far forward. Make this touch as hard as possible, but Choi is going to be able to get the touch. Walks on, Farway will peek him. One body shot, he's trying to flip the point. Gaga is in main during all of this. Pineapple has to be careful, he's walking into him. Couple more touches for Choi, he's too low, someone needs to get the next touch. Overtime is going to be triggered now by Belisria, but he dies, they need to get back on point. But Primal ends up doing its job. You saw Choi was able to trigger the touch, but off camera, what was happening is Gaga and the rest of Team CC were hitting them and spawning. Team CC recover.
咱说回来 ，CC 是真有自信啊，0-2落后赛点局跟对面打镜像，
真的大心脏，我只能说大心脏，
只能说大心脏，真敢打。
Trying to catch the backline here. Pineapple's in trouble. Pulse bomb on the floor though. Nade comes through onto Belisria. They can turn that kill and a nano to keep going. They want all the kills right now. Chu has got no escape. Dia's gonna fall as well. No trades. This all happens before the point unlocks though, but they'll win that first fight. Get first cap. Had to burn the nano for it. It's not the highest value nano. And Chu will have nano advantage coming back. Dia has the high noon. Could be a defensive nano onto the cast. They've certainly used it more on the side of Rock than they have on Team CC. Poking Gaga out, forcing the back jump. Nade's going to come through. Catches. Super Rich. Pulse bomb though onto Chu. No chance to use the nano. They double down. Choice one has found a kill right back. One support down a piece. High noon from Dia to clear the point. They're not forcing objective that much. Now they're going to start forcing the objective. 1 second left of the high noon. Touch comes through from Kaneki. Burns his cooldowns. Gaga is back in. He's awfully low. Pineapple with a counter high noon. But they've lost 2 players. They're walking up. They've conceded the flip. Pineapple was pushing for more kills. Here comes the cavalry, though. And Dia is bailed out of that one by his team. So much space that they got with Dia's high noon there. Able to find the kills on either side. Holding close now. They have nano and primal. Silver lining to Chu dying so early in the fight before he uses nano is they get to save it for the next fight. So when they win it anyway, the economy swings in their favor. Super Rich nearly has the rally ready to go. Nano available for Chu. Farway building up to his nano as well. They want to wait for the nano before they really commit to this one, CC. Nade comes through, catches Dia. Nano to chase it down. Defensive Nano is there. Dia's getting full pocket. Oh, Garga's committed to this, but he doesn't have a primal. Pineapple's found a kill on point. Garga has survived, but a sliver of HP. So they're having to slow it down a little bit. Belosria is going to get slept up. He's woken immediately, though. Garga has regrouped with his team, been topped back up, and now they can start forcing point with this next bubble. Forced all the way back. Nade catches 2 players here, and actually Lexa spots an opportunity. He wants to get involved. A little bash in, a little bash out as the rallies are traded. Pulse Bomb, High Noon coming back out. Looking for it, doesn't find anything. Counter High Noon from Pineapple right now. Trying to boop him into it, trying to swing him on the corner. They're hiding on the coast. Dia walks out, takes the damage. So low now, and Pineapple will finish off 2. And Team CC, they've scrapped their way. Scrapped their way back into this one. Touch-wise, it's looking really hard. They're holding forward as well, Team CC. And they're just going to concede it. They're gambling that it's going to be Fountain. But sometimes when you gamble, you lose. The only way to solve that is to keep on gambling. Go to the wrong side of the map. And now we're going to be moving over to point D. Garga sets up on the high ground here with Kaneki. Looking for their opportunity. Pineapple will be pinging and calling when they walk through. They're going to rotate to point now, actually, as Kaneki's going to go for a deeper flank. Looking for his engage. Jump in. Pulse Bomb is there. Doesn't give a kill, though. Belosria has, Garga has the primal to keep going. Sleep will come out. Chu is 1 HP. The Sleep just about saves his life. Now coming back. Garga has to get out of here. He actually catches Lexa on his way out. 1-for-1 trade, though, so tank advantage available. This means Rock can start bullying the point on their bubble timing. They've got their Tracer behind onto the Cass as well, and Pineapple's got no peel at all. The rest of his backline are busy dealing with this Nano Winston. Trying to catch the Brig on the way out. Super Rich is going to get cut off. Bubble there to separate the healing. And they will take control of point D. Primal for the next fight as well for Belosria, alongside this Pulse Bomb. They can hold aggressively again. You see Kaneki's on left-hand side to force Belosria out of his staging area. Will be forced to the other side. Pineapple will try and get him out of this one as well. Needs to be wary of these nade timings. Molly has a good nade. There we go. Pineapple baits it out. Now a chance to walk. Poking out this Winston. Nade round the corner onto Belosria. They want to force this early Primal. Need to save for Sleep for that Primal. Here comes said Primal. Booped away for now. Belosria wants to go back in the room. He's toying with the idea. He wants to bait out the Sleep. Can't get it. Pulse Bomb is out. Defensive Nano to save Pineapple's life. Now walking forward with this Nano Cask. Rocky's was they're so far away. It saves Pineapple's life. Now the High Noon swing, but Pineapple can't turn it. Garga's going to be forced out one more time. Pineapple has a High Noon of his own if he wants to respond. Nade comes out, doesn't find anything. Super Rich now with the rally. Pops it all over Belosria, deletes him. No more ults for Rocky Sports, and they are on the run. They're trying to pocket Dia through all of this. They need more kills with this rally. There we go. Bash onto the back from Choi will force out the recall. They do get the retake. They're back in control of point. Remember, Rocky Sports, they need to win every point from here on to deal with this Saravasa, give themselves a chance. Pineapple will walk forward. It's a High Noon Pulse Bomb here for CC in this next fight. Not really great ultimates. Can negate maybe a bit of a value from this Nano. A lot more going to come down to these nades. Nade out early, does catch Dia. Take a little peek, but Belosria and the rest of Rocky Sports have survived. Garga just happy to build up the last bits of this Nano. Meanwhile, comes in, High Noon here, lots of damage. Oh, the Sleep is good. Now he's in trouble. He's naded as well. Pineapple will just die. Lexa has the rally if they need it, but player advantage and backline zoned. They'll deal with Garga, who doesn't pop that Primal. And they're going to let this point go, Team CC. Don't play for the clutch. Don't play for anything else. Keep the ults. They only need to win one more round. I need to win one more round to take Saravasa, so don't need to clutch every situation. Rally available for Lexa in this next one. A good tool to deal with Garga's Primal or even the Nano. Now they have the Primal and the Nano. What you might see Team CC do here is Garga uses his Primal to keep being aggressive, and they save the Nano as a defensive tool potentially for Pineapple. Pineapple's got himself on the high ground here. Just clearing out these barriers. Point's going to unlock in 3 seconds, and Kaneki will be able to start forcing that, but maybe Kaneki's was having a little bit of a look behind. Belosria will drop the bubble at choke. No meaningful space from this, so just a counter bubble from Garga. Choi is going to leap in here. Pulse Bomb onto the Winston. Primal will be forced out of Garga. He takes a lot of damage. And an anti. He's going to go in deeper again. Garga is 1 HP behind. He will live, but now they are just 4v5 on the point. Belosria has got his Primal going. Defensive Nano is out. Trying to juke this Sleep. All over Viana. Sleep does come through. Farway is going to live, and Pineapple has walked forward. He's found one kill. He's got to deal with the Ana in front, but Tracer behind. He slept up. Belastria has eventually finished that kill on the Ana, and CC will fall. A scary exchange, but Gargar's Primal got nothing done. Going back in as well means not just is he out of a fight. I mean, he was at high risk of dying, but even though he doesn't die, he's just out of a fight for so long. Now Chu has the Nano for this next engage. Super Rich has the Rally to respond with. They're going to try and go high ground, it looks like. But Chu is playing back in main, has a good nade spot on this choke. They have to be careful. The nade comes through now. Nano in response here. Gargar is so low. The sleep is good for Rally to keep everyone alive, but it's not enough. Choice one is in the back as well. Lengths of bashes into all of that. Pushes forward. And CC crushed at the choke there. Dia trying to base out. Anticipate which way Kaneki's going. They'll get the kill anyway. They're going to hold forward now, Rock Esports, make the touch as hard as possible. They're forced back, and I wonder if Team CC might just let this one go. Oh, they lose Kaneki, they have to let it go now. And we're going to go over to point E to finish it all off. Team CC fighting for their lives. The most important game for both teams, maybe really in all of this qualification stage with the implications. They had a 2-round lead, CC. Kaneki lurking with this Pulse Bomb. They don't know he's there. Pulse Bomb is out. Catches Lengtser. The perfect start. A nice cheap victory courtesy of Kaneki. And they will get first cap off of that. High noon for the next fight, Nano as well. Option to be defensive with the Nano. Help deal with a Primal. Gargar's up on the high ground though, looking for an opportunity. He's taking a lot of damage. Now trading out the choke, dodges it, hoping for the Nano I think, but the Nano wasn't coming. Now they've lost Gargar for nothing. I think he was expecting the Nano. Sleep comes out from far away, but he dies shortly afterwards. Oh no, disaster. Absolute catastrophe for CC. And Rock, they don't just get the retake for free. Team CC are even paying them to come back in. Disaster series of events for CC. Wow, they get Troy. You can feel the pressure raising, mistakes coming through from both teams. Pelostri's been cleared from the high ground. Kaneki's going to start getting onto point right now. Ooh, has to swap over to the other side. Trying to clear Bellastry on this right-hand side. Gargar has the Primal to keep going. Chu is going to drop the Nano forward. Has the defensive Nano as well. Gargar's got the Primal. Bellastry doesn't find anything with his first jump, though. Will be able to bubble to live. But Gargar, he's going in the back, but he's just killed. Nobody with Gargar there. He gets punished. And Rock Esports, they have control of point. They have to be careful about dying late here, CC. They have to be so careful. Pause comes out as Kaneki is whip shot and killed. And it is looking over.
前面他们打翻盘的时候节奏其实是跟刚现在是完全不一样的。他们是在打防守反击，在接前排，再去做个人能力的一个拉扯。但是你看到后面这两个射thủ越打越着急，越打越着急。我们刚才还在说。
Oh, it's feeling over, isn't it? It's feeling over.
然后就发现好像嘎嘎又开始起跳了，对，又开始跳过去。他只要一跳，肯定会被接的。
就这个刻在 DNA 里的起跳啊。 我说那个叫宫殿那波团最明显，他是从正门一个。
It's that horrible feeling, isn't it? You take a 2-round lead in Flashpoint. You feel like you're guaranteed to close this one out, keep yourself in the series. All of this, and then a few crucial mistakes.
剩个20滴血，吃到2大瓶子，活了一会儿，然后还是被打死。这个实在跟不了，因为你。
And Rocker right back in it, and now we come down to round 5.
那是跟不了的。
对，一般来说我们去
And the pressure's palpable.
会有大技能。
Gaga, 2 crucial mistakes, back-to-back fights. Farway, disaster as well. Don't know who exactly is to blame out of that Nano not going off. Maybe both. And now CC have left themselves in a horrendous position. They need to clutch now. You can feel it a little bit. Do you remember when we were on the fountain point? Let me draw a fountain for you, right? So there's the fountain in the middle, then we've got the high ground on the left here. And do you remember the fight where Team CC came through this high ground and they lost in this fight? They walked into, I think it was a Bellisry and Nano, if I remember correctly, and I think it was Choi flanking through left-hand side. You know what they did in this fight? It is just 5 people walking through a choke. 5 people walking through a great nade spot, where the Winston or Bellisry has perfect cleave on everyone. And it just starts to feel this is the sort of play you make. But it's scared Overwatch.
侧线一旦被裂空抢下来，它的跟伤害会非常快。
现在这个暂停
，Lady Gaga, I blame you. Lady Gaga, thank you.
命悬一线的时候，
说实话，虽然不知道是哪边出现了技术问题或者网络波动啊，但这个暂停我觉得对 CC 来讲是好消息。
要冷静下来，
现在冷静一下，你想想刚才2个点怎么赢的？
对。 你能把这个想通，我觉得对他们在
questions. It's not quite. We're not quite at the post-mortem yet, but questions have to be asked about taking this matchup 3 maps in a row. Was there no way to force a ball in here? Was there no way to force a completely different matchup? Maybe the truth is Bellisria's hero pool is a little bit deeper than Gaga's as well.
我们最后刚才那个点1季的第一波团也稍微说一下，那波团。 CC 是完整的赢了以后再站点，对吧？在站点的时候，其实就已经跳出去扣罩子了。
对，
导致就是Gaga刚才暴毙的那一波，他罩子应该刚转好，他自己是已经被打到败下。
All right, we're straight back into it here. Late kill onto Kaneki. Last hope for CC, and what a bash from Lengsa. Counter rally from Super Rich, desperately trying to keep them alive. They need to get the touch of this. Counter bash comes through. Both Briggs asleep, chained into it. Super Rich falls. They have to go to point. Pineapple swings for corner. He gets a pick just when his team needs it most. Walking into it. Kaneki hits for pulse bomb. Pineapple needs more pocket. They're all over him. Now Farway is there. Flashbang to finish off. They've stolen the point though, CC. Gaga is back in. He needs help with Kaneki. They need the kills right now. Super Rich is back. For Sleep comes out. They get both kills. It's not over yet. Primal is going to be popped by Bellisria. He's going to pop a Primal. They're back on point. They're going to go clear the Tracer off. They're trying to flip the cap with it. They're flooding back. They're playing for their respawns here. Farway has the Nano if they need it. More pressure on Bellisria. Oh, was that worth priming? I don't know about that one. Nano available for Farway. Chu still needs 25%. Choi has a pulse bomb. Final fight. Nano comes out from Gaga. He gets it this time. He's all over the cast. They're diving in. They're trying to peel. Dia is solo. Dia falls. The Primal is popped. CC recover the situation. Bellisria is alone on point. It's not 3-0. They're back in it. Choi gets 1. It's too little too late. CC hold. They prevent the reverse sweep on Saravasa. And we're getting... Some of you won't believe me. We're getting a map 4. What a finish! Oh my, it's actually an insane clutch. Oh. Team CC clinging on. Fuck. All right, I need some more water after that one. Yeah, whatever was said during that pause, more of that, please. Question, when was the last time you were this enthusiastic casting Amalgam Mirror? I'm enthusiastic with all my casting. When the games are close, I go high. Nice try, though. This game is more exciting. Do you know why this game is more exciting? Nothing to do with the comps. It's because it's the first time we've had a close game, and this is our 3rd day of action. But I appreciate the effort. Alright, be right back.
对镜像，然后完事之后，我还要把自己打法稍微控制一下，因为我赢到地图了，我知道赢是什么感受，我怎么样赢的。如果脑子里面能够意识过到这个体验的话，我觉得是 OK 的。
我们前面分析了半天，又是什么？你看他们前面用了法老金、艾什、半藏，又是什么要不要打女王阵地？最后的答案是跟对手打镜像。现在问题抛给 ROC 了 ，ROC 要不要变阵？我觉得 ROC 也不会变阵啊，我凭什么了？
而且下一张地图是他们来选择。 他们来进行一个班位的，所以
而且下张地图只剩大白图了。
对，好的，那么我们看完一张精彩的苏拉瓦萨之后呢，千万不要走开，我们看一下上场比赛的 highlight， 稍作休息，马上回来。
Meeting up.
我永远不会忘记那段日子。那时，太阳和世界
Spam this sheep for reverse sweep. Maybe it's happening.
我们的所有需求，但只有少数人才能把太阳之力融入自己体内。他们便是印地勇士。对我们来说
Last nano push is good. They got it together after the pause, didn't they?
他们以各种方式
Just needed a quick, just needed a little moment. Just needed a little moment to regather themselves.
丰盛，危急之时也会挺身保护我们。大家总说我将来也能成为一名勇士。
Pause can't stop the laws of velocity. It's a simple, it's a simple principle of velocity, actually. Reverse sweep to qualify to land would be crazy. One step at a time, right? But this is the first step. Problem is obviously, well, kind of a problem is that Rock Esports now get to pick the modes and the maps we go to for the remainder of the series. But kind of the good news is, it feels like they might just be quite happy to just keep taking the mirror. So maybe, maybe it doesn't matter all that much who gets to pick the map and the mode. Rock also haven't banned Brig. Oh, what even has been banned so far? I feel like, because it feels like nobody's really touched. Alright, I'm thinking nobody's really touched the Anna or the... where am I? Show bans. Can you guys sound on screen for you? It's a little bit. It was basically, so yeah, Rock have banned Kiriko, Diva, and Lucio. CCF banned Ball, Brig, and Farah. So, all of these ones. I mean, I think Belosria's hero pool is probably a bit deeper than Gaga's. What mode is left as well, right? We've had Escort, we've had Flashpoint, which is Flashpoint/Hybrid, we've had Koth. So it has to be Push as well, right? So is it just an Esperanza and both teams will get away playing, or just play
好，欢迎回来，马上来到今天的第3场比赛。
All right. And we're tied up 2-2.
我说实话，我没想到会这个样子。
My God.
而且要跟大家说一下，现在地图类型刷新了，也就是说下张图选
Rock ban soldiers so they can't pick it themselves. Self-protection ban. I need to be prevented from my own poor decisions.
拿一个像
ROC 前面赢的图是控制图和纯推车，输的图是闪点。
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, New Queen Street isn't in the map pool for them, so it was between Esperanza and Colosseo. So it's like they chose the best map they could for it, but it's a much harder comp if you don't have a very big map to play with.
努巴尼可以打温斯顿，也可以打长枪。
对，
但是我觉得这个东西现在我没办法拿常人的想象。
And then the Soldier 76 just seems to be a piss take with it as well.
我觉得下张图 ROC 啊，在这个 Hero ban 方面，不管什么图 ，Hero ban 方面他可能需要保一手安娜。
According to Choice, Soldier is better dive, flex DPS, and Genji Echo Tracer. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. But I can only judge what's been put in front of me.
所以这一波的话，最好还是先来一个防守班。
我觉得要防守班。
对，防守班完之后再把这个机会给到队。看一下这是。
Maybe Rock wants to avoid... The other way for Rock to avoid facing once again would be to lose this game and lose tomorrow. But they were 2-0 up! Just win now! Is that one kill they got, CC? It was, wasn't it? It was just the trade onto... 33 KD. Yeah, it was just for one kill, wasn't it? They got that trade in spawn. Died after Blade. Yeah, that's for one, isn't it? Yeah. Even if they lose, Rock won't face... If Rock lose today, then the situation is they play Blade tomorrow, and then the winner of Blade... So if they lose today, the situation tomorrow is the winner of Rock / Blade is second, and they'll have to play once again. The loser is third, and goes onto the same side of the bracket as in this hypothetical Team CT.
ROC 最后一张图尽量要展示出 Belosira 这个全面性，我觉得，因为就比如说，如果他们搬一个温斯顿的话
Yeah, so if CC lose, they're fucked. They've got no way. If Rock lose, there's a way for them to throw their way onto the other side of the bracket. Yeah, if Rock lose today, they want to throw tomorrow as well. Yeah, like it's undoubtedly the correct choice, which will leave us in a really weird situation. Is there a world where Rock try throwing their next game but finish last? No. So it would be a super safe throw as well, if you know what I mean. There's no way for it to backfire on them. Unless, of course, Blade had the same idea. I go, well, maybe we should throw as well. Wait, why do they want to throw tomorrow? Because what happens is, in the group... Let me bring up the groups for you. This is all on the basis of Rock losing. Oh, wait, we're going in? Okay, wait. Because once again, I'm going to be on this side of a bracket. Oh, thank you, Kyoshi. Welcome back. Because once again, we're on this side of a bracket. You really don't want to be second seed in Group A. So you actually better be in third, taking the Group B second matchup, and then getting a rematch against whoever you lost to up here. So, well, the thing is with throwing, is it is against the tournament rules. You can't actively try and lose and manipulate the result, you know? Because the main fear here is not just... The main fear here is probably also match fixing, but there's a lot of problems with it. So you would have to throw in a way that wouldn't cause you to get penalized. Because if you just get disqualified, that's bad. Right, now, that doesn't get you what you want. Alright, Dorado. They could have picked any map. They are going to Dorado. Playoffs are next weekend. Maybe run the Esperanza comp again. Yeah, if they need to lose tomorrow, just run the Esperanza comp again. And then who can say you're throwing because you did it in your most important match of or one of your most important series of groups as well. That's wicked smart. Oh. Okay. CC have banned Winston. Interesting here. Obviously, I mean, Rocky Sports, I think, have made the correct choice, right? We talked about banning Ana to try and get a similar, you know, to try and force like a Hazard version of a matchup. But they've gone to a map where Hazard is harder than Winston, and they protected Ana with their ban. But with since they have to protect Ana, probably more so, it means they leave themselves open to a ban. So again, we have a Hazard versus Hazard versus Bull question, and we're gonna get the same answer as last time, where Bellisria is gonna go Bull. Gaga is on Hazard for now. Remember, CC are attacking here, so they still have the option to swap the comp. Rock, on the other hand, will be locking in the Ashe, Tracer, Ana, Kiriko. So no Ana on the side of CC, at least for now. We'll see if they change their mind once they see what they're up against. Pineapple threatening the Hanzo again. Might just be a Sonic to clear some space. Preds are very 50-50. Okay, the comp seems more reasonable. D.Va is the swap here. No Brig. Maybe no Brig is the capitalization here, but Gaga on D.Va? I don't know how much I've seen this before. So let's see what we get. It's going to be Tracer Genji as well, so it's an all-in dive for CC. Lexer is probably going to want to swap Brig when he gets the opportunity, because now for CC, the start of the fight is going to be, can they force objective? And once they get to a point where they maybe can't force objective anymore, we are going to look to try and run over the backline, hit a 5-man dive. Kaneki and Gaga are approaching now. Where are we going? Booped back in. Dia is just on the floor, getting full pocket. He gets the Suzu as well. He doesn't live. They do get their man, but the trades are good for Rocky Sports. Legs are on the high ground. Help set them up for a couple. They get the D-Mech onto Gaga, and they get their one. But Dia serves as the bait. We'll come back on Cass as well to help survive. A bit more durability in these hard engages. Pineapple now going onto the Sombra. Gaga sticks for D.Va. Kaneki onto the Tracer. Slams are still at the payload. Pineapple will be cleared. Trying to deal with these DPS. Gaga's going to come try and clear some of the high ground. Wants to force Lengtser out of here at least. Now looking for their dive. Pineapple wants to set up behind. Lengtser's TP has been forced, but they've lost far away on the ground. Troy and Bellisria, they are finding trade kills while the front line from CC tries to set up, and there's no escape for Super Rich. Just need to try and preserve their lives here if they can. They force the recoil out of Troy. They should be able to get out. Troy still going from where he has the Pulse Bomb. Needs to try and thread it through the Matrix. Farway is back, so has to consider the Suzu as well. They're going to set back up. Chase out Kaneki. Kaneki is low. Does get to the Mega. Lengtser again playing a very aggressive style to pocket Troy. In theory, it makes Chu vulnerable, but Chu's going to hit the sleep. The Suzu comes through to wake him up. They double down. The backline, it's dead, but the trades are still good. Bellisria and Troy. They get the value they need. They're hunting down this low HP Tracer. Matrix from Gaga comes out. And Lengtser's going to get away here. And they're connecting with their dives. They're killing their targets. Dia and Chu both fell. And their spawns are slightly better, CC, so they can get a bit of space on this next part of first point too. Now Mines coming through onto point. Have they just kited this one out? Yeah, they're just gone. Nothing from the Mines from Bellisria. He's literally just put him up decoratively. Troy is going to get caught in main as well. Rock! Mistake after mistake, and the door has been opened. Bellisria's high in the sky, but the payload is still moving. Gaga's looking for his opportunity. Kaneki here, fighting the flank. The dive onto the backline now. Full Matrix, Suzu, everything's been forced out. The Pulse Bomb behind, they're doubling down. They're going all the way. Bellisria's traded too. Bellisria's killed the backline with Nano. The Kitsune rushes out, and Troy's going to get Gaga before he remets. Again, Choi and Bellisria, the Korean imports, getting it all done for Rock. Hack onto the high ground, but Bellisria's got so much HP. Both will live in the end. 1 minute left on the clock in CC. They have the EMP. They nearly have Super Rich's beat, but the backline has been having such a hard time living. Bellisria is actually really low. They can force objective now. Lexer might have to. Pulse Bomb's good from Kaneki though. Are they going to touch it? No, they just let it go. Bellisria took too much damage, couldn't even contest. And they don't even need to use the EMP for that.
把脑子扔掉，我们就是
5
个人抱
a
团。
big result for CC in that previous fight.
赢了之后再来说这个车旁边的。
You can see they are willing to run it down and just trade for backline. But as we got to this second point, the respawn advantage is going to swing to defenders once we get to the second half. And now those kind of fights, those kind of trades, trade-heavy fights won't favour Team CC. They need clean fight victories. They've got the EMP. They're going to try and turn hack. Sleep comes out. Anti-nade. Bellastria's just dead. The Groggy perk should now be in play. Or not, maybe not yet. EMP on the high ground doing this Kitsune rush. Defensive nade. Defensive Suzu deals with all of it. They want to chase Choi out, but he can get to the Mega, I think. Does get to it. He's got pocket from Lengtser as well. I was about to say the Groggy perk is out, but actually Farway's only just swapped to Ana, so he won't have the Groggy perk just yet. But he does nearly have a nano, so he's getting close. Once he has that perk, it's going to make Bellastria's life on the ball even harder. Dia has been forced onto the low ground now. Full Matrix. Sleep comes through. Dia will live. Lex is going to be forced out. Dia needs to be careful. Oh, Gargar's lost his mech. He went so deep for that kill. They weren't able to secure it. Now he doesn't get out, and this will slow down their progress. CC have to call it off for a second. They do get another sleep. Can they get the punish here? Oh, they don't get the exact execute. They don't get the anti either. They might get the ball anyway, and Bellastria's is having a rough old time of it. Luckily, his team have pushed forward, and luckily Choi is good for 2. So they will complete the reset. Bellastria will respawn. He's on ball. He'll be back quickly enough. Lengths is going to swap onto the brig. This is going to help massively at dealing with this diva. Ana Brig is also the brig swap's been made for CC as well, so it's Ana Brig for them as well, which in theory should also make their life easier as well. Coming onto the high ground, High Noon is out. The sleep is good, wasn't able to shield it. Now Pineapple and Kaneki, they are forcing point. They're trying to tag team Choi. 2v1, forcing back. Nano onto Gaga. No kills, but clears for high ground. They want to keep a point force here. Bellastria has mines. Trying to deal with the ball, but he killed Pineapple actually. And Bellastria is going to get out of that one crucially. 55 seconds left on the clock, and Choi is doing a very good job. Full support, denying any sort of cart progress here. No nano value coming through from Gaga on that last time. I think they're going to play slow now. Try and find the EMP value. You can see the Rocky Sports backline. They're on the high ground just behind Bellastria now, but far away high ground. This is going to make it harder for this EMP timing to hit up. Gargo's going to cross that distance now, put a bit of pressure on. Dink onto Super Rich, he has to be careful. They're trying to force the point. Dia's been separated. Dia's dropped down. They dropped to try and save him. I think the nade was eating. Good eat from Gaga. He's all over the backline. The pulse bomb is good. And Gaga finds the opening. He's on the backline. He's killed the backline. They just need to be careful of trades, but I think they're really fine. Pineapple needs a bit of help, but Farway is tucked away. And with a few seconds to spare, they're going to cap second as well. Still limited time, but all of a sudden, everything's just going their way, CC. Late kill, more free cart progress, get these doors open, keep it moving forward. Bellastria's going to go Zarya. That's what I'm saying. EMP still available for Pineapple, Nano nearly available for Farway. They've got the ults to snowball here. Pineapple looking for this EMP, but his cloak is about to run out, so he's going to have to set up again. They're on the high ground right now, but Pineapple's going to get him behind. Is Lengtser watching them behind? Bellastria's dropped a point. Are they ready for this EMP behind? They're not ready for it. Gaga arrives. He kills 2. The trade from Choi is crucial. Choi gets both of the backliners as well. The Zarya is still alive. Bellastria's on half HP. They're trying to live. Denied the Mega. Well played by Kaneki. Bellastria ends up killing himself. They need to keep the payload moving still. Choi can stall it out, but only for a little bit. Down to half HP, but he's bought time for his respawns. Choi saves the day for Rocky Sports. Now it's going to be support ops up for both teams here. Kaneki's nearly got a pulse bomb. All going to come down to these nanos. Might just have to use it on Bellastria to hold for ground. Threatening the cap. Pineapple's in a lot of trouble. They're hard chasing him out. Rally out from Lengtser to try and chase that one down, but he has to stay on the high ground and pocket. CC have both their support ults still. They're going to kite out this rally for free. Support ult advantage now for CC in this next fight. They also have a pulse bomb to throw into it as well. Trades will be enough. Bellastria is on the high ground. They get the touch. Overtime has been triggered. They have nanoed underneath. Gargo's going to drop it, but a crucial kill from Dia. Gargo needs to find value. Defensive nano onto Lengtser gets it done. The nade comes out. Super Rich Superich is pushing forward, but bash onto Vazaria. They kill Vazaria. He's got eyes for the Brig. Another one, but Choi finds the trade on the Ana. Chu is walking forward. They're all so low. Gaga is for Pulse Bomb. Gaga is so low, but Pineapple's cleaning it up. And Superich, he's still here. They need to kill the Tracer. Choi is trying to buy time. He's super low. It's a full push. It's a full push. Oh my god. Hey Kellen. Good morning. Or is it late? Oh, I guess it's afternoon for you. Good afternoon. CC give a full hold on the map pick of Rocky Sports. On the matchup they wanted. Gaga getting it done on the D.Va. Talked about it before. If anything, I would give Gaga the slight, give Bellasria the slight benefit of the doubt in terms of better hero pool, slightly wider. But Gaga's flex onto the D.Va here has really got them over the line. It was close. It was a dogfight. They needed the soldier. They need something now. Remember the implications of this game. They're massive. They're absolutely massive. Winner wins the group and avoids once again once we go into the single elimination side of the bracket. The chance to qualify to Hangzhou if you win this game for either team goes up massive, absolutely massive. Capped with barely any time to spare on all the points. But the most important thing is they capped. It's going to be D.Va and a Brig on the defense from CC. Grapple shot from Choi. Nothing. Bellasria is going to match the D.Va. A D.Va mirror between Bellasria and Gaga for all the marbles. Kaneki keeping control of the high ground. Worth noting Choi is on the Genji here as well, so a little bit worse at controlling the payload, a little bit better at following your D.Va onto these high ground trades. Also no Winston as well, so additional value there as well. Kaneki's actually had his recall force, so he might be forced out here. He's got full pocket. Choi is trying to do just that. There's actually Bellasria who's taking all the damage. He does eventually get chased down. Choi really wanted that kill. Couldn't get it, but the payload is still moving. The nade's really big here, and Gaga's going to follow up on that. Catches it. Good nade from far away. And now HP advantage. Bellasria is going to lose his mech. Tries to catch Lengtser as well. Gaga needs to be careful not to lose his mech. So careful. They're trying to swing. He has the Matrix. Really wants to kill the baby. Really want to kill the baby. They will kill the baby. Hyo Kuyan gets that one over the line. And we'll be able to reset back on the high ground with Faraway here. Nano advantage for Faraway, but a pretty narrow one. Bellasria has gone ball. Chinese cast is feeling a little bit anxious about that one. They're holding close. They're trying to rotate everyone high ground. Gaga's seen them all go, so they know the entire team's there. Another decent nade spot on this corner. Pressure onto Choi. Missiles out for choke. Gaga nearly has his self-destruct. Flies back up. Pineapple's rotating around for a different angle. He has cleared out. Thank you, Nutso W, for the 4 months. Welcome back. They've got themselves onto the high ground now. They've rotated. Nade is out. Nade. Oh my god! The nade doesn't catch anything, but Dia does. The boop is good. That's why you always go ball on Dorado attack. And all of a sudden, the forward hold has been broken. For the price of just a high noon as well, they keep all of their big ults. They keep the nano, they keep the rally. Replay of this one immediately. Look at the little boob. Where are you going? Going nowhere. They were all quite low. 3k high noon. Nano Blade to potentially try and finish it here. CC might be forced to maybe defensively Nano to try and counter out this Blade. Let Hyo Kuyan, let him tank it. Let him use the defense, get the defensive Nano, get the defensive rally. Now the Blade comes out, he's got the Ana in sights. Far away, the sleep is deflected. Choi deals with it perfectly. The Nano went out onto Pineapple. He's got the high noon going, but there's no kills. Pulse Bomb is good from Kaneki. Lexer has no chance to pop the rally. Pineapple was pushing forward with the rally here, trying to find more kills. Slam comes through, full pocket onto their Cass here, just trying to power up Pineapple. He's finding the kills for him as well. Gaga's got the Matrix. Pineapple will clean her up. And all of a sudden, there is 1 minute left on the clock. Rock Esports, 2 maps up in the series. They want this late kill onto Bellisria. They're really going for it as well. Packs come through the slam. Troy has made the emergency Pharah swap. No ults for CC, remember. Rock Esports, overwhelming ult advantage. They have mines to force the objective. They have a rally from Lengtser to get him out of any trouble in the back. Bellisria going for the mines now, all over this cast. Pineapple will slide and roll out of there. Defensive Matrix come through. Lengtser has the rally to keep pushing, though. No time like for present. Dia has for High Noon as well. They're trying to swing on the Diva. Pressure on. Damage onto Gog. He's actually so low. Bellisria's got a kill in the back. And they actually managed to hold the rally. Pineapple finds one trade. Needs to be careful here. 10 seconds left on the clock, but they should be alright. Just a tracer left for Sleep to make sure. And Rock Esports keep the series going. Obviously minimal time, but we saw CC get it done with a similar time bank. With the Pharah cast, the biggest problem for Rock Esports is going to be cart pressure. If Bellisria is busy pushing the cart, he's not going to be in a position to set up and threaten backline. If Choi has to do it as well, similarly his angle's not going to be as good, and you certainly don't really want your backline doing it. Bellisria's taking a lot of damage through. He's going to try and roll through, get some more shields. He's going to slam over Hiding, got another 2! How on earth do they keep this happening? Dia, he's rolling back the clock. They're going to die on point here. Hyokuan is actually going to get the kill on Viana, which is a pretty big trade, actually, out of all the trades he could get. Another replay of this High Noon. Bellisria, it's just the bait. He gets the swing. They're caught out in the open. And High Noon is the key to the Rock offense. Now they have to retake. CC nearly have 4 ultimates, but they have to come out in this difficult choke. Pineapple's going to swing. Bellisria with a slam at the choke. Troy has the barrage. Gaga needs eyes on him. Can't afford to let this barrage go through. Chu nearly has the nano to combine with it as well. Over the rooftops is an option for Troy. They're just going to try and take it slow. They want to bleed out in this Matrix from Gaga. High Noon, but actually Pineapple's all alone. He's just going to get naded for Matrix a little bit slow. The rally from Super Rich to push, but they've made a lot of space. Rallies have been traded, but Super Rich is getting nothing on the low ground. They back it up. Farway still has the nano. He's going to drop that nano onto Gaga just so he can live. He kills Troy, actually. Deal with the counter nano. Gaga has the self-destruct. He gets the mega, actually. He's going to bomb. He tries to bomb, and Chu takes him out of the sky. Oh, hot take from Gaga there. The self-destruct doesn't get it. Now the ding's onto Farway. He's getting peppered. But Cass's damage wasn't buffed that much. Mines now to force point from Bellisria. Troy coming back. Boot onto Super Rich, keeping him pinned in. They need to touch soon. Another slam onto the high ground. Pineapple is swinging out as Gaga gets the touch. Bellisria has the mines. Dia has a High Noon. That's maybe the scariest. The barrage comes. It's 1-for-1 only. High Noon swing though. Of course he gets a High Noon kill. 6 for the offense already. They're flooding forward Rock Esports. Desperate dive from Gaga, but he's got no HP. He's got no support. They're just going to play for what time they can get here. Baby Diva on point. Rock Esports will be capturing second. Very similar time bank-wise here to CC. 1.5 minutes. Pineapple went over to the bench, I think just for a desperate touch. I'm not sure if they'll keep it. No, straight back onto the cast. Nano available for Farway. Shu is not far behind. Bellisria still has these mines. Efficient fight there for Rock Esports. They nearly have this rally too. Ult advantage, snowball opportunity for Rock. Only a minute 15 seconds left on the clock. The time is limited. Farway gonna have to rely on this nano. I think it's maybe best going on to Gaga. Just find trades. If you get kills, you will be okay. Nano comes through. Gaga wants to make the first move. All over Dia. Super Rich. He's just on in there. They get the kill onto Dia. Defensive nano. It was meant for Dia, but it's a Jax from Chu. They get the crucial kill. And they will reset quickly, Rock Esports, because there is less than a minute left on the clock. Valuable time bought for CC. Nearly up to their High Noon, nearly up to their rally, nearly up to their bomb. Kaneki has the pulse bomb as well. Lengtser has the rally, Bellisria has the mines. They just need a bit of time here, CC, to get their ultimates back up. That nano from Gargo's bought them. Should have bought them enough time. Mines now onto the high ground. Pineapple is low. They've isolated Gargo on the point, but he has self-destruct. He is going to get hit on the way out. Has to drop a self-destruct. Can they get Gargo back into mech? There's mines behind him. He's antied. He does get back into mech. Hyokuan from the top right flies in with the rally to protect his baby Diva. High Noon on the high ground from Pineapple. He's not Dia, but he's getting it done. He drops down. He kills the ball. 5 seconds left on the clock. CC are going to complete the reverse sweep. They took them all the way. They came back. A world record Esperanza. A reverse sweep. They finished top of Group A. How on earth did Gaga get his mech back there? Jesus Christ. He was stuck behind mines. He was antied. They can't find the kill. Hayakui and top rope flying in. I'll save you. Save you, he does. 6 high noon kills, they couldn't get it done.
CC 在后面，他找到了自己的节奏，这是最重要的，就是从那张苏拉瓦萨开始。
And Rock Esports.
反倒因为他冲不上去，
对，他冲不上去，
他冲不上去以后，现在
Disaster. That pause changed everything. I mean, it really did.
变了一支队伍一样。
对，哇 ，CC 前面冲的时候，其实不是说啊，就 ROC 不用做
Best game so far. Colossally, right? What a great series. What a great series. What a big fight back.
配合真的相当漂亮，但是你不可能指望美国队的这样的配合。
但我说实话，最主要的还是那张
S 佩兰萨。
What happened during that pause? Mate, if you could bottle whatever happened in that pause, you'd be a millionaire. You'd be as rich as the Torbs in bronze.
今年我们播了这几场，虽然说也没几场，最精彩的一场比赛。
就那张 S 佩兰萨给我一种你在玩一个那种画面非常好的游戏大作，玩着玩着突然黑屏了，然后你抽起电脑回来打的多拉多。
对，哇，还在回味，
精彩精彩。
这张多拉多真的太典型了，因为我们可以看到他们的配合方式都是完全不同的，就他们的两个队的风格应该是在多拉多完全不一样的，但是就能打得这么激烈。
这场比赛我觉得看点真的不只是精彩，它有各种逆转，也有。
Is there another match? That was the last match of the day. We got another day of groups tomorrow.
真的是一场非常好看的。
But we're not honestly group stage. This game isn't being topped. I can tell you that for free.
卡西迪的这个配合都是太极限了。
那现在 CC 小组赛3场完赛，3战全胜，已经锁定了 A 组第一。恭喜 Team CC 啊
！Oh wait, here we go. Let's see. If Rock throws tomorrow, they won't get lower map diff anyways. They can't be seed 1 anymore. What do you mean? Let me do the math. Can we get a refresh on this? 3092. So Rock are going to play Blade. That's the situation, right? Yeah, but if Blade win, they just go 2-1, and Rock will be 1-1, and just the map difference won't matter, right?
那么我们今天的第3场比赛也是结束，非常感谢两支队伍带来的精彩比赛。我们稍作休息，又回来我们的评论席。
到现在为止，我只有一句话想说啊，那就是哥
Over to our couch.
这就是守望先锋啊！
真的
太精彩了！我现在闭上眼睛，我能回想到非常多个。
Rock begin soldier any map tomorrow. I mean, if there is one thing Rock have done, they've shown us a comp they can definitely lose maps on.
是我们现在其实都是一个在发抖的状态，非常的亢奋啊。
All right, so final pieces of the group taking shape. Obviously, a very dicey situation here in terms of what Rock choose to do tomorrow. Flip side, Group B is looking a bit more straightforward. So I think Group B should be all but set, because Little Sheep are going to play Team XX, which is basically just a playoff for second seed. Again, remember, second in Group B avoids once again in the singular limb, so very much a high stakes game between Team XX and Little Sheep, which I think could be close. And then once again, I'm going to play Super Levi, which is going to be best team of the group versus worst team of the group, which will be, it'll be 3-0. And then we get now Rock versus Blade, what could turn out to be a very controversial series. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what's going to happen. Because it's 100% the right decision for both teams to lose. Right? It's because normally when it comes to these sort of decisions in tournaments, like, oh, is it better if we actually get 6th seed to avoid a certain bracket thing? It's all kind of maybe technically yes, but it's not worth the risk, or you don't want to go to lower bracket, or stuff like this. So it's you can maybe get like a 10% advantage, or it might feel slightly better, but it's never this black and white where throwing is better. For both teams. For both teams.
在多拉多这张地图，我们也能够看到很多的瞬间，不仅仅是突破自己和相信自己，还有一个点是相信。
What would you do in a coach in this situation?
上面那个残血的 EMP， 如果
I don't know. I think we try to lose. In like when it's this clear. Because once again, are just unbeatable, right? Because in Overwatch League, there were always teams that were super hard to beat, but I don't know if it felt like the same disparity of once again. Or you just beat Blade tomorrow, and then you just play to beat once again.
苏拉瓦萨这张地图，当时的最后的那波团战，当大家所有人都以为大势已去的时候，那一个暂停回来，嘎嘎燃尽了。Kaneki 脉冲炸弹命中了，真的奇迹就是从这一刻开始的。
对，好友前之后的一个接洽也是非常。
Yeah, it's the difference of having like upsetting once again. Obviously, you know, nothing's impossible, etc. But it's so bloody hard to beat once again if you're on these teams. The disparity is colossal. So to be on that other side of a bracket, I don't know. What would I do? I feel like I'd throw. I feel like I'd throw, right?
有这么好的一个技能配合，这其实是让我非常惊讶的点。他之前是以准度而胜出，以比赛的经验而为大家所熟知，但是在这一刻，你可以看到一个老将的风范和魅力是难以去言说的。
对，我觉得简要概括一下今天这场比赛最精彩的点，我觉得就是当 Team CC 遇到困境的时候，想出办法去解决，去破。
Yeah, but the difference between like a near zero chance and a really good chance, and you probably look at this series against CC and it's like, oh, if we play him again, we can beat him.
靠个人的魅力。个人的实力，你也可以去靠团队的配合。
No passion. I'd throw 100%. Yeah, the problem is obviously remember now throwing is against the rules. So it's yeah. So third place. I'll show you the bracket. So yeah, third place from Group A goes on to this side with the winner of with the same side as the winner of Group A. So if this is CC. This is once again. So if you're third place in Group A, you go into the same side of a bracket. How do you prove that someone through? I mean, that's where it gets really dicey. Is this, yeah, a single elim is, because if this was double elim, it solves its own problem, right? Because you might run into once again. You'd lose to them, but invariably in a double elim bracket, you got to play once again at some point. So you'd have to go through the lower bracket. So your run through the bracket is harder than the other team, but it's not impossible, right? Because you would just battle your way through the lower bracket, beat all the teams that are weaker than you, and then get a rematch against CC, and you'd have a sort of lower bracket final for that spot. Also, it's also slightly different because normally it's more. Because top 2 is the most important thing here, right? Whereas normally it's just, do you win the tournament or do you not win the tournament, right? Getting to the grand finals is still a big achievement, but it's not normally as important as this, because now it is qualify or don't qualify for the LAN. We saw the prototype throw comp already. They're not going to win. What if once again throw tomorrow? Now that is a fun curveball. What if once again it's like, fuck your seeding, fuck your bracket. We're gonna throw ourselves in the middle of all of it. Once again, guaranteed first seed. Presuming they beat Super Levi tomorrow, but I mean, they're gonna beat him. Yeah. Yeah, so the Little Sheep XX game is more straightforward because both teams, they're fighting out for second place, and second place for Group B gets you here, gets you opposite once again. So that it's a super important game for Sheep and XX, but it just works as you would hope it would work. Isn't the third place match kind of strange? What's the point if the top 2 qualify? I mean, there'll be a prize money split. It'll be seeding for next tournament, etc. Yeah, I mean, you're right in the sense that it's not worth it that much. But also, it's nice not just to have one game in the day. I think, you know, if it was just for grand finals in a day, It's nice. It's kind of like a, I don't know what you call it, like a warm-up show. So it's pretty low stakes, but I don't know what the difference is. That's like $2,000. Yeah.
在最后一张地图当中，当 ROC 这边陷入困境的时候，比罗斯瑞亚这边换出一个破坏球，那我们其实
There's once again a rock order of the games. Let me have a look.
整一张最后一张地图，其实这个配合发挥出了很多次关键的。
Yeah, so I agree it's low stakes, but you know, money's money, etc. So Little Sheep versus XX play first, then Rock play versus Blade, and then once again play Super Levi.
今天打的这完全不怵啊！今天真是脱胎换骨，超凡入圣，
有点神了。
前3张地图，前2张地图吧，我得说。
So yeah, game two is the game we have to watch and really raise your eyebrows at. Because I forgot the name of who asked it, but someone asked, well, how do you prove that you throw, right? Because you get a situation in other esports, right, where maybe someone, I don't know if anyone maybe follows and remembers CS better than me, but there was a situation, wasn't there, where, what was the name of a player? Basically, in CS, if one of your players is ill or has some kind of emergency, you can quite often get an emergency sub for an emergency sub to come in. And was this like, no, not the match fix. It's not the match fix I'm thinking. There was something more recently. I mean, there was something more recently where a team basically lied about a player being sick. They were like, oh yeah, our player's sick, he can't play, so we have to, we're going to use the emergency sub type thing. And then they did that. And then afterwards, the player who was sick, his agent came out and said he wasn't sick. Astralis, yeah. And obviously, it raises a few questions of, well, you said he was sick, but his agent says he wasn't sick. Feel like there might be a few lies in the mix here, a few porkies going on. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, Astralis did it to get KD in as an emergency sub as the in-game leader. Yeah. Hell of a sub. Hell of a sub. Hell of a sub. Other teams had to use their coaches to sub? Yeah. Yeah. So how do you prove it? I don't know, because we talked about what would you do if you were Rock Esports in this situation, right? Let's look at the other perspective. What do you do if you're the tournament admins in this situation?
在团队陷入水火的时候，他能够站出来，而且包括来到最后一张地图上，真的这个 Diva 打的，我觉得，哦，这不是我印象里的嘎嘎。
对，这个 Diva 其实是这样子的，就是我最开始不看好这个 Diva 的发挥，单纯就只是因为我没有看过多少嘎嘎来打一个 Diva 非常高光的一个表现。
Like if you're the tournament admins, I think you talk with the teams beforehand, right? I think you like pre-warn the teams. I think you basically say, we know this situation is dicey, but we're going to be watching. Any suspicion of this, any suspicion of you doing something like this is going to be like met with whatever disqualification or anything like that. I mean, ironically, you can't punish them with losing the match because they actually want to lose the match. So, I don't know. I feel like if I'm the admins, yeah, I have to do something about it, right? Because it's shocking, I think, if you end up in this weird situation.
本场比赛胜利真的非常的不容易，也请你就是分享一下此刻的心情，胜利的那一瞬间到底脑子里在想些什么呢？
What if they just change the bracket? So I presume they've got... How changeable is it last minute? I feel like it gets really hard to change rules sometimes once, because everyone will have like signed an agreement.
压力实在是有点太大了。
But I guess you could just change it to double a limb, because I mean, the big picture solution is... the big picture solution is there's more than enough time to have a double limb between 6 teams next week. Teams would have to play a few more games in the day, but I think not like an egregious amount by any means.
对，因为那是整张地图的一个反攻点。
对，当时有没有一个什么样的调整？
那个时候是在拧绳，那个时候说兄弟们撑一下，我就是能 C 能 C， 我们输出能 C， 就是让他们别死，撑一下，就是相信队友嘛。然后跟他们说了，让他们保活，然后。
If you really want to avoid once again, you get disqualified. if we quit, then they can't beat us. If I'm CC, yeah, well, this is the problem, is once you lay out the rules for a tournament, like CC right now, I imagine are absolutely fucking buzzing. They have reverse swept their most important game of the year so far to put themselves in a tremendous position to qualify to the Hangzhou LAN, the first LAN in China, home soil. What a fucking result. And then the admin say they're going to change the rules. This is the problem. It's probably one of the bigger problems with changing the rules mid-tournament, is invariably you end up screwing someone over. Like, if it benefits one team, hurts another team type thing, right? So if I'm Team CC, I say, I'm not okay with that at all. The format is the format. That's what we all signed up to, that's what we agreed to, etc, etc. Now when you have to get reverse swept, yeah, they started throwing too early. They started throwing too early.
项目也是刚刚重新起步嘛，那 Kaneki 其实也算是重新起步的选手之一，我得说，就是再回到我们的这样的一个舞台上。
Yeah, I mean it is possible Rock could beat once again, but it feels so unlikely. Yeah, because Rock shouldn't be rewarded for, you know, losing the series. How big is the gap between CC and once again? Notable. Maybe they could get a map, CC. But we're talking in terms of maps, not in terms of series. It's against the rules to give yourself diarrhea. I feel like it's telling that your first was, could I shit myself out of this situation? If I shit myself right now, would I be in more trouble or less trouble? Nothing in the rules says a dog can't play. The dog would have to be on the roster. Can they? No, because if they don't show up, I think that's like that you could just be immediately disqualified. You know, it's like this happened in basketball decades ago. A team started scoring on their own basket to lose the game, knowing they would still qualify and would avoid playing the clear of a better team. What do you remember what happened in that situation? Like what happened to the team that was intentionally losing?
不管以后啊，不管 CC 的这些选手能够再碰到怎么样的比赛，他们都会想到今天，都会想到在那个暂停的时候到底发生了什么。
迸发出无限的可能性，这就是守望先锋。而我觉得 ROC
Yeah, no rush.
是非常非常的就是长，因为对于他们来说还有非常多操作的一个。
Because I agree like the big picture thing is we can fix that necessary format and structure, right? We can avoid these situations in the future. Because a little bit of this is actually caused by once again being gigantically better than everyone else, which isn't the case most of the time in most regions. There's not a team that is so far above. So you can fix this stage 2, no problem. You fix it going forward. But now you're mid-tournament and everyone's been playing for this format. And certain teams have probably already benefited based on how their group stage has gone. What do you do? What do you do? You've got a week to think about it as well. Remember, you got a night to think about it. You got all night to think about it and talk to the teams.
100%要为大家推荐的比赛就是最后一场，一定要去看。就算是你看了直播，我相信有很多的瞬间和细节还是大家可以去回味的。而我们目前的排
There's something in the rules that says you aren't allowed to change your binds.
Team CC 应该是锁定到了 了 A 组第1的位置，而在之后 ROC。Blade 还有ROC 和 Blade 这边还
Why don't they make third seeds? Yeah, but is that fair to Team CC?
那 B 组的话，其实 B 组的形势相对来说还是没有那么的明朗，还要看明天的。
You know, like I think it's really unfair to the team that have just won this like great series of Overwatch we just watched, and then go, oh, we're gonna do this. I think if I'm the admins, I sit down with Rock and Blade, because Blade could do the same thing as well. And I say, look, if it even gets a little bit suspicious that you guys are phoning it in and trying to lose, we're just pulling the plug and you're disqualified. I don't know if you'd actually want to do it, but I feel like you should do a little threat. just a little threat. You know, just put it out there for them.
是的，可以抢到我们的 S2的一个名额，然后在后续的赛程上面也会拿。
Now what if they lose for real? I mean, this is why it's horrible. This is why it's a horrible situation for the admins, because you're left deciding, like, are they throwing or are they just shit? Oh. Yeah. And Rock, I think Rock is clearly better than Blade. I think it's this is weird. Is the situation? Yeah, like it's an impossible sit. I think it'd be beyond shocking for Rock to lose this series. And this is like, in most regions, you don't get as many games where you're so certain of the result. For example, think about EMEA playoffs or North America playoffs. How many games were really in this category where you'd be this level of shocked that one team beat the other? Yeah, when there's all these grey areas, I was like, what if you're just sick? What if you're just tired? What if you're... And you just play bad because of that? Can we all start betting copious amounts of money on Rock Luton to confirm the match-fixing allegations? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I think the admin should say something now, though. Like, if I'm the admins, because you can make all this shit, we go, what if we sub the coach into play? What if we put Chu on tank? What if we do this? But if I'm the admin, I think you can very confidently just say, you are full of shit. If you do that, you're disqualified. You're throwing. We're not allowing it. If you do that, you're disqualified. Do you think the organisers know what's going to happen? I presume so, because I kind of just stumbled in. Like, I sort of just came to this realisation looking at it. In all seriousness, do you think the admins would even care if a throw-in isn't that obvious? I mean, if it doesn't feel like either team's throwing, it's fine. But... but the problem is, if Rock Esports lose to Blade, it feels like they have to throw. Much worse to make it to the LAN but ruin your reputation or get fined and just make it the LAN. And just not making the LAN. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, make it so, like... Yeah, I mean, I do understand. I think this is a unique situation because of the power disparity in China. The basketball situation was in 1962 EuroLeague game, where a team intentionally scored on their own basket to lose the game by 2 instead of going into overtime and getting blown out on point differential. The next day, they changed the rule, no punishment for the team. I know, I feel from the admin's point of view, it is such a bad look if the teams don't try. But the problem is, as soon as you say, are they trying or not trying, there's this whole spectrum of, are they trying, are they playing bad, exactly where does it fall, you know? I think if I'm the admins, at the very least, what I can say is we're not accepting any bullshit roster substitutions. Like, you tell me you want Molly on fucking tank or on DPS, you're not playing. You know what I mean? Or you're just disqualified. If you try, like, we're not accepting any of that, right? Yeah, it becomes a much grayer area if... It becomes a much grayer area if they just all play their normal roles and they just play bad and lose type thing. San, San, do you just want to drink? Because you're mentioning getting drunk all this time. Oh. I'll drink to that, fuck's sake. Alpha, you getting drunk won't help Rock Esports. By that logic, I want to have diarrhea. Guys, look. If you want to get drunk or you want to give yourself diarrhea, that's entirely your choice. Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, we'll just wait and see what happens, right? Is an interesting situation. I hope they just play it. I hope they just play it. I think don't know, the throwing's really tempting, but I think it was Snail Shell who said it about I feel like it's like a really bad look for the game. Really bad look for the game, really bad look for the team. Actually made tomorrow a must watch. I mean, it's fascinating. It's fascinating for all the wrong reasons. Are they not allowed to forfeit? I presume not, no. Because I think if they forfeit, they forfeit the tournament. Like, what if you throw and get banned for a year? Yeah, that's a good point, Toby, of like, all right, you throw, but then you're just, you know, if one player's found guilty, right? Because the real allegations, because as much as this is throwing for bracket seeding, right? The other situation you would intentionally throw a game is match fixing, right? Which is, that's the sort of shit that if a tournament organizer suspects you of match fixing, that's the sort of shit they will really be quite willing just to kill you on, right? Like, if anything, the I Buy Power stuff from CS that we talked about earlier. Like, how long were those guys banned for? It was like 5 years or something they were banned from the game. Banned from competing in any tournament. Like, that's like your career gone. Seal's still not unbanned? Oh, now unbanned. Yeah, but it was like a heavy punishment from Valve, right, on that. Was it 10 years? Fuck. Fuck me, 10 years is brutal. I mean, I know it's match fixing, but 10 years is like no career for you. Would Blizzard even hand out such a strong plan? I mean, yeah, match fixing's like throwing for seeding and match fixing. I think we are like, the match fixing does feel like a more severe crime. Went to watch Steel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't remember the full situation because it was so long ago. But yeah. Would you ban someone from CX Pugs if they match fixed? Yeah. It's a 10-year ban situation. When is match fixing good for you? When you want money in your account and you don't have any money in your account. He's betting on CX bugs. Yeah, we'll get him in the bookies. In 3 years now, be. I mean, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't know what to make of it. I hope they just play it out and they just accept that. Look, we fucked it, right? We got reverse swept. Hard for it not to be our fault. Now we're gonna have to try and do the impossible and beat once again. Maybe you complain about the bracket format afterwards, right? You make sure it's not the same for last time. And as much as we all talk about, won't Hangzhou be a crazy event? Maybe it's less exciting if you live in China anyway. You know? Maybe actually the ones you'd be more interested on are let's go to Europe, let's go to Riyadh, let's go to Stockholm. Oh. Alright. I think I'm gonna call it though, because I don't know. I'm just fascinated to see what happens tomorrow. But I don't want that to take away. We shouldn't forget that situation will be tomorrow. But what a fucking comeback from Team CC. What a result to bail themselves out of that difficult situation. So, good night. I say good night. Well, good night to those of you in a relevant time zone for good night. Have a good afternoon for everyone else. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We will be back tomorrow to see the conclusion of... could be a very bizarre day of Overwatch. So, let me send you... Is Hattie still streaming? Let's see Hatters. There he is. Ooh. Let me send you Hattie's way. He's doing... What's he doing? 5 gifted subs for duo for 3 games. You want a duo with Hattie? 5 gifted. Remember, you get 35% off gifted right now. 5 gifted or more, you get 35% off until the 31st of March. So, if you want to go duo with Hattie, this is the best time to get a duo going with Hattie. Alright, I'll see everyone tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Or rest of your Saturday. And we'll go see how this thing unfolds tomorrow. See you in a bit, everyone. Take care.